Hey everyone, and welcome to Nighttime Stories. I'm here to help you drift off into a peaceful sleep. If you enjoy these stories, feel free to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Let me know where you're watching from. I always love seeing how far these stories reach. Now, get comfortable and relax. I know this is going to sound insane. I wouldn't blame you if you rolled your eyes and clicked away. If someone had told me this a week ago, I would have laughed in their face. But I need to get this out, in case someone else finds themselves in the same nightmare I did. My name's Lena, I'm 33, single, and I live alone in a little house at the edge of a sleepy mountain town. Not much happens out here. A bear sighting now and then. The occasional bad storm knocking the power out. It's quiet, and I like it that way. For the most part, it's just me and my chicken, Myrtle. Yeah, a chicken. She's a big fluffy thing, mean as hell to strangers, but loyal to me like a dog. She just showed up one summer morning a few years back. I gave her some corn, and she never left. Now she rules my yard like it's her own kingdom. Myrtle's not a normal chicken. She's too smart. She knows how to open the latch on her coop. She recognizes people, especially the ones she doesn't like. Once, she even chased off a fox. I've always joked she's got a soul in her. Maybe an old one, but until a few nights ago, I never really believed anything was truly strange about her. It started just past 2 in the morning. I was dead asleep when I heard it. Not the usual cluck or shuffle from the coop, but this raw, unearthly shriek that tore through the night and shot straight down my spine. I sat up in bed like I'd been yanked upright by a rope. My heart was pounding before I was even fully awake. I rushed to the window and pulled the curtain back. Myrtle was out of her coop, pacing wildly on the porch, feathers puffed and wings twitching. She kept staring out toward the woods, eyes wide. I had never seen her like that. She looked panicked, alert. She kept letting out these broken, angry cries, like she was trying to warn me. That's when I looked past her, toward the tree line, and saw it. At first, I thought it was just a deer. There are plenty of them out here, but it didn't move like one. It was tall, too tall. It stood upright, like a man. Its skin looked pale, almost gray under the moonlight, and it had this long, crooked neck that curved like it was broken in a few places. Its arms hung too low, nearly to its knees, and its head was just slightly tilted like it was listening. Then it turned. Slowly, smoothly, it turned its head in my direction. Even though I was behind glass, I felt like it was staring straight into me. That's when it said my name. It didn't shout, it didn't growl, it whispered. In my mom's voice. She died 3 years ago in her sleep, but I'd know that voice anywhere. I used to hear it every day as a kid when she called me in for dinner. Soft, loving, familiar. Lena. I couldn't move, my whole body locked up. It felt like my blood had frozen in my veins. Every instinct screamed to run, to hide, to do anything but just stand there and stare. But I was stuck. Myrtle wasn't, though. She bolted, not away, toward it. This fat, bossy hen of mine went straight for the thing without hesitation. Wings out, claws scraping, she let out a shriek that sounded more like a person than a bird. It was this awful screech full of rage and warning, and it made my skin crawl. The thing actually flinched. It stepped back, almost like it was surprised. I swear I saw its mouth move. I couldn't hear it through the glass, but I could read the words clear as day. Not this one. She remembers. Then it turned and slipped into the trees like fog being sucked back into the woods. Myrtle stopped at the edge of the porch, still growling in her chicken way, watching until it was gone. Then she came back inside through the open door, hopped up on the couch, and sat there like she was on guard duty. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I couldn't. I sat on the couch next to Myrtle, every light in the house turned on, holding a baseball bat and a flashlight like I had any idea what I'd do if it came back. I've been trying to make sense of it since. That thing, whatever it wasn't just some wild animal. It knew me. It used my mother's voice, and it was afraid of Myrtle. Myrtle has barely left my side since that night. She won't go near the back door unless I'm with her. She puffs up any time we get close to the tree line, and I swear she's keeping watch. I've seen her sleep with one eye open, literally. She hasn't laid a single egg in days, like her body is too tense to bother. I'm not crazy. I know what I saw. I've lived out here long enough to know what deer and coyotes and bears look like. This wasn't any of those things. This was something else. Something wearing a person's voice like a mask. Something that hesitated when a chicken charged it. I can't explain it. I don't know what it wants, or why it came to me. But I know Myrtle knows something. I don't think it was the first time she's seen something like that. And whatever it was, it knew her too. Maybe she's more than just a chicken. Maybe she's something older, something stronger. I don't know. But I trust her more than I trust myself right now. This story might sound like nonsense to anyone else, but if something like this ever happens to you, if you see something out there that feels wrong, that looks almost human but not quite, don't wait to understand it. Just trust your chicken. The morning after it happened, I didn't open the back door. I just stood at the kitchen sink, staring out through the glass, waiting for the trees to move again. Nothing did. The woods were still, silent as a painting. No wind, no bird song, not even a single squirrel. Just that heavy, unsettling quiet that makes you feel like you're being watched. Myrtle was still perched on the couch, feathers puffed up like she was trying to make herself look twice as big. I offered her some of her usual treats, dried corn, and a bit of biscuit from my breakfast, but she didn't even twitch. Just kept looking at the back door, one eye narrowed, focused like a soldier on watch. I finally worked up the nerve to step outside around noon. The air was cold and sharp, the kind of mountain chill that cuts through your sleeves. The ground was damp from the night dew, and every twig that snapped beneath my boots made me jump. I checked the porch for tracks, anything that might prove what I saw had really happened. But there was nothing. No prints, no disturbed dirt, not even a broken blade of grass. Except for one thing. Right at the edge of the yard, just where the porch steps met the grass, there was a single white feather, not Myrtle's. Hers are cream-colored, soft and fluffy. This one was long and thin, almost transparent, with a shimmer like it had been dipped in moonlight. I picked it up, and the second my fingers closed around it, I got this flash, a jolt of cold through my spine, like something was watching me again. I dropped it without thinking and stepped back fast. Myrtle was standing in the open doorway. She made a low, rumbling cluck, the kind she only uses when there's a hawk circling overhead. I took that as a sign and went back inside. The rest of the day dragged. I couldn't focus, couldn't eat. I kept checking the windows like I was expecting to see that thing out there again, staring from the trees. It didn't show. But the feeling didn't leave me. You know that weight in your chest when something is just wrong, but you can't prove it. That stayed with me all day and well into the evening. I called my neighbor Becky, tried to talk it out without sounding like I'd completely lost it. She's in her 50s, runs the little general store up the road, and she knows more about this mountain than anyone I've ever met. I didn't say the word creature or anything about it whispering in my mom's voice. I just asked if she'd ever seen anything weird out here. She was quiet for a long time. Then she said, "The forest has its own rules, Lena. Most of the time it leaves us alone, but every now and then something wanders too close." That gave me nothing and everything all at once. By nightfall, I was exhausted but too wired to sleep. I turned on every light in the house. Myrtle refused to go back to her coop, so I laid out a towel beside my bed and let her sleep in the room with me. She curled up without protest, but she didn't close both eyes. One stayed half open, staring at the window. Somewhere around 3 in the morning, I woke up in a cold sweat, the kind of waking where your body knows something before your mind does. I didn't know why at first. Then I heard it. The sliding door was rattling, just a little, not like someone trying to open it forcefully, but like tapping, a finger, maybe two, a slow, steady rhythm. I sat up and stared at the glass. And there it was again. Same shape, same 2 long limbs and bent neck, standing just beyond the porch, backlit by the weak moonlight. But this time it wasn't whispering, it wasn't even moving. It was just staring at the house, at me. I didn't breathe, I didn't blink. I don't even think my heart beat once during those seconds. Myrtle stood up slow, feathers rising, claws scratching against the floorboards like she was drawing a line. She made a sound I've never heard her make, deep, angry, not even remotely bird-like. It rattled in her chest and echoed through the room. That was when the creature moved, just slightly. Its head twitched, like it was glitching, like someone had dragged a cursor across a screen and the image couldn't keep up. Its legs bent backward, almost like it was getting ready to leap. I couldn't move, but Myrtle did. She lunged straight at the sliding glass door, wings slapping against the floor as she squawked. The noise exploded through the room like a gunshot. That thing jerked back, fast, too fast. It disappeared into the darkness, like someone had turned off its switch. I slammed the curtain shut and backed away. Myrtle turned and looked at me, her chest heaving, feathers bristled. She hopped onto the bed and sat beside me like it was her job to keep me alive. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. Myrtle didn't either. By the next morning I was done playing games. I went out and checked the door for fingerprints, marks, anything. Just like before, nothing, except for another white feather. This one was at the base of the door frame, like it had been left there on purpose. I picked it up with tongs and shoved it into a sandwich bag. It's sitting on my table now, glowing faintly like it's still alive. I don't know what this thing is, but I think it knows me, and it's testing me, watching how I react, pushing a little more each time. And Myrtle? She's not scared. She's angry. I'm starting to wonder if maybe she wasn't sent to me, or maybe I was brought here for her. Either way, something is coming, and Myrtle is getting ready. By the time the third night came, I had made a plan. It wasn't fancy. It wasn't even all that smart, but it was something. I could not keep sitting in that house waiting for the thing to come back like some helpless bystander. That wasn't who I was. And Myrtle, she was ready. She had not left my side for even a moment, not while I was awake, and not while I slept. That chicken had the presence of something much older than her feathers suggested. And if she was preparing for a fight, I figured I should be too. I moved the couch so it faced the sliding glass door, pulled down the curtain rod entirely. If it wanted to look in again, I was going to let it. I wanted to see its face. I brought out every flashlight I had, my heavy-duty camping lantern, a crowbar, and a metal skillet, not for cooking but because it had weight, and it made me feel less powerless. Myrtle sat on the back of the couch, feathers puffed and still, like a gargoyle. The porch light was on. The floodlight I'd hooked up earlier now cast a pale glow out over the grass, reaching to the edge of the woods. I sat with the bagged feather in my lap. I didn't know why I kept it near me. Maybe to study it. Maybe because I thought it was connected. Either way, I had it there, glowing faintly under the plastic like a lantern that had forgotten how to be warm. Nothing happened for hours. 11 turned to midnight, then 1. I heard coyotes in the distance, then even they went quiet. The silence hit like a hammer, that same heavy hush as the night before. No crickets, no wind. Just stillness. Myrtle stood up. Her feathers rippled once, then went flat. Her eyes locked on the tree line. I felt my throat tighten as I followed her gaze. There it was again. Same shape, same height, same impossible body, like someone had taken a man and melted him down until he didn't fit inside himself anymore. It stood just at the edge of the light, not in it, not out of it, just at the line where shadows and sight blur. This time, though, it wasn't just standing still. It stepped forward. The way it moved was all wrong, legs that bent in places they shouldn't, joints clicking into motion like it had borrowed a skeleton it didn't understand. It moved like a puppet with too many strings. And when it got close enough for the porch light to catch its face, I felt my stomach twist. It was wearing my face, but not well, like it had tried to remember what I looked like from memory and stitched it together with wax. The mouth was too wide, the eyes too flat. Its lips moved, but no sound came out, not until it was only a few feet from the door. And then, in my voice, it said one word. Tamika. But I am not Tamika. Not anymore. Not right now. I stood slowly. Myrtle hopped down and walked to the glass, not flapping, not afraid. She stood tall, chest out, and made a low growling sound that I didn't know chickens could make. The thing took another step forward, hand raised like it was trying to touch the glass. Its fingers were long, too long, and they shimmered faintly like the feather. That's when I saw it, the shimmer, the faint trail between its chest and the feather in the bag. Connection. I grabbed the bag and stepped toward the door. The thing paused, its head tilting in that jerky way like it didn't know how heads were supposed to work. I held up the bag. "You want this?" I said, loud enough to be heard. The thing didn't move, but its mouth twitched. I opened the door slowly, just a crack. Myrtle didn't move. She just narrowed her eyes. I held the bag out. "I don't know what you are," I said, "but you've been trying to scare me. That stops tonight." The thing reached forward. Its hand moved toward the bag like it was trying to be gentle, but then its other hand shot out toward me. That was a mistake. Myrtle launched herself through the gap in the door with the force of a cannonball. Wings out, talons flashing, she hit the creature in the chest with a screech that could have cracked glass. The thing reeled backward, arms flailing as Myrtle pecked and clawed, feathers flying, her cries growing louder and deeper. Not chicken cries, not even animal cries, something else. The shimmer broke. The feather in the bag sparked like it had been set on fire. I dropped it and stepped back. The creature let out a shriek, high and brittle, like a tree being torn in half. It stumbled, staggered, then turned and ran, body flickering like it was barely real. Myrtle chased it all the way to the tree line. She didn't stop until it was gone. Then she turned back, ruffled her feathers, and calmly walked up the steps back into the house. I stood there frozen. The bag on the ground was burned through. The feather inside it was gone. Only a small patch of scorched porch remained where it had been. Myrtle hopped back onto the couch, gave me one long look, and then tucked her head under her wing. She slept like a rock that night. I didn't. I didn't because I knew something had changed. Whatever that thing was, whatever it wanted, it had been here before, and it would come again, somewhere, for someone else, but not here. Not while Myrtle was alive. A few days later, I called Becky again, told her more this time, not all of it, but enough. She listened, then said, "Your bird's not just a bird." I said, "I know." The forest went quiet for a while after that. The birds returned. The wind rustled the trees again. But every night before I go to bed, I check the porch, not for fear, just for peace of mind. And every night, Myrtle stands there too, watching, guarding. I don't know where she came from. I don't know what she really is. But I do know this. If something ever comes for you in the dark, trust your chicken. I did. And I'm still here. I took the night security job at Lakeside Carnival on a whim. It was one of those choices you make not because you really want it, but because you do not have a better one. I had been between jobs, bills were stacking up, and the idea of spending my nights patrolling an empty amusement park seemed like an easy paycheck. The position was temporary, only meant to last through the winter months while the park was shut down for renovations. The pay was better than you would expect for night work, and I liked the sound of that. Quiet nights, no people, and lots of walking to keep me awake. I figured I could listen to music, maybe get in better shape, and coast until something better came along. The carnival itself was tucked away on the edge of town, near a murky lake that gave the place its name. In the summer, it was packed with families, kids with cotton candy, teenagers on dates, all of them laughing and screaming on the rides. But in the off-season, it transformed into something else entirely. The vibrant energy drained out with the visitors, leaving behind a place that felt more like a forgotten relic than a source of fun. The roller coasters looked like rusted skeletons, their tracks twisting up into the sky like broken fingers. The game stalls were shuttered and sagging, their colorful signs faded and peeling. The silence hung heavy in the air, like the whole park was holding its breath. On my first night, I met the park's manager, Mr. Davidson. He was a wiry man with a tired face and a low, raspy voice that sounded like it had worn thin from years of yelling over music and machines. He wore a thick coat and a faded hat pulled low over his eyes. He did not smile much. As he walked me through the park, pointing out the maintenance sheds and emergency exits, he spoke in short bursts, as if every word cost him something. We stopped near the old carousel, its brightly painted horses frozen in mid-gallop. Their manes were chipped, their eyes too shiny in the dim light. I found myself avoiding their stares without thinking about it. That was when Davidson paused and turned to me, his voice suddenly serious. "There are a few things you need to remember if you want to make it through your shifts here. This place is old. It has history, some of it good, some of it not so much. You follow the rules, you will be fine." I gave him a sideways look. "Rules?" He pulled a small piece of paper from his coat pocket. It was worn, the edges soft and bent like it had been handled hundreds of times. He handed it to me with a firm nod. Across the top, in faded ink, were the words, "Night Security Rules." Beneath that, 6 handwritten instructions. Never look directly at the carousel between 1 and 3 mm. If you hear carnival music, follow it to the entrance and wait until it stops. Do not enter the funhouse alone. If someone dressed as a clown waves at you, turn around and walk away. Do not answer if you hear knocking from inside the Ferris wheel. Lock the gate at 4 mm sharp, no matter what you hear outside. I read them over twice, half expecting a smirk from Davidson, like it was some sort of new guy prank, but he just stood there, his face unreadable. "You serious?" I asked, trying to keep my tone light. "As a heart attack," he replied. "You want to ignore them, that is your call. But if you do, you will not last long out here." I tried to laugh it off, but the way he was looking at me made the smile fall from my face. I nodded slowly and folded the paper, tucking it into my jacket pocket. "All right," I said, "I will play along." Davidson gave me a long look, then turned and walked away. I watched him disappear into the shadows beyond the gate, and suddenly I was alone. The quiet settled around me like a blanket. I clicked on my flashlight and took a slow breath. The park looked different now that I was by myself. The silence was not peaceful. It was too deep, too complete. Every creak of the metal rides, every rustle of wind through the trees made me jump. I started my patrol route, sticking close to the fences at first. The park's layout was simple enough. A wide loop circled the major rides with side paths that led to booths, restrooms, and sheds. My job was to walk the loop every hour, check the locks, and make sure no one had snuck in. That was it. Simple enough on paper. As I passed the carousel, I glanced at my phone. It was just after midnight. The rule about the carousel kicked in at 1 a.m. I told myself there was no reason to worry about it yet. Still, I felt a small chill crawl up my spine as I walked past the horses. One of them, a black stallion with its mouth wide open in a frozen scream, looked like it was trying to say something. I shook the thought away. The hours crawled by. Nothing happened. No lights flickered, no strange music. The clowns were just statues. The funhouse stood quiet, its entrance covered by a chain. I even walked past the Ferris wheel and gave it a long, hard look. Nothing, no knocking, no movement. By 12:45, I was halfway through my third loop. My flashlight flickered once, then steadied. I checked my phone again. The signal was weak, barely clinging to life. I kept moving. At 12:50, I heard it, a faint melody. It was soft, almost like it was being carried on the wind. Carnival music, slow, dreamy, like something from a broken music box. I froze. My first instinct was to find the source, to see which ride had glitched. But then, I remembered the second rule. If you hear carnival music, follow it to the entrance and wait until it stops. I turned on my heel and walked quickly back toward the front gate. My footsteps echoed off the concrete path, and every sound seemed sharper now. The music grew louder as I neared the entrance, and I realized with a jolt, that it was not coming from any one direction. It seemed to be everywhere at once, bouncing off the metal and wood like the whole park was singing. When I reached the gate, I stood still, breathing hard. The music swirled around me for another minute, then slowly faded into silence. I waited. One more minute, then two. Still nothing. I let out a shaky breath and wiped my hands on my jeans. The paper in my pocket suddenly felt heavier. Maybe Davidson was not crazy after all. The music faded into the night, leaving behind a silence that felt almost too complete. I stood by the entrance gate for a few moments longer, waiting just to be sure. The rules had said to wait until the music stopped, and I was not about to take chances. My breath came out in a cloud, and I rubbed my hands together to fight the creeping cold. I kept glancing around, half expecting something to leap from the shadows, but nothing did. The carnival remained still, its worn rides and shuttered booths standing like monuments to a livelier time. Once I felt it was safe, I resumed my rounds. The rule had been clear, and I had followed it exactly. That should have been the end of it. I told myself that maybe the music had just been a strange glitch. Maybe an old speaker somewhere had powered on by accident. Or maybe it was all part of some elaborate initiation to test new guards. But something inside me doubted that. The way the music had moved through the air, the way it felt like it was watching me just as much as I was listening to it, that was not normal. The carousel loomed ahead, its shadow stretched long and strange under the moonlight. I checked my phone again. 1:02 in the morning. That was the window the first rule had warned me about. Never look directly at the carousel between 1 and 3 a.m. I swallowed hard and kept my gaze focused on the path. Even without looking, I could feel the pull of it. My eyes wanted to wander, to drift toward the painted horses and their frozen smiles, but I fought it, keeping my head down and my flashlight beam aimed just ahead of my feet. I moved quickly, making a wide arc around the ride. The air felt heavier near the carousel, as if it was pressing against my chest. I tried to ignore it. The rule was simple: do not look. So I did not. Something clinked behind me, a soft metallic sound, like the chain of the ride shifting, or one of the poles giving a gentle groan. I did not turn. I kept walking. I counted my steps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then 10, then 20. The sound faded. Eventually, the pressure eased and the air lightened. I exhaled slowly, not realizing I had been holding my breath. By the time I reached the Ferris wheel, I felt a little more grounded. Its massive frame towered into the night sky, unmoving and cold. I stopped to take a break beneath it, leaning against a nearby fence. My legs ached and my nerves were shot, but for the moment, things felt calm again, still, the way I had hoped they would be when I first took this job. Then came the knocking. Soft at first, just a gentle tap, tap, tap from behind me. I froze, every part of me going rigid. The rule came to mind immediately. Do not answer if you hear knocking from inside the Ferris wheel. I slowly turned off my flashlight. The darkness closed in, but it felt safer than whatever was behind that sound. I waited. The knocking came again. Louder this time. 4 solid knocks, then silence. I did not move. I did not speak. I just stood there, barely breathing. Another knock, then another, and then a voice. Let me out. It was faint, but unmistakable. A woman's voice, soft, pleading. It was coming from inside one of the Ferris wheel cabins. I could not see it, but I could feel exactly where it was coming from. Please, let me out. It is so cold in here. I gritted my teeth and clenched my fists. Every instinct in me screamed to help, to look, to open the door and pull her out. But the rules said not to. That was not a suggestion. It was a command. I stayed still. The voice sobbed once, then it changed. Let me in. Same voice, different tone. No longer pleading, now angry, hungry. Let me in. I know you can hear me. The knocking came again, furious and fast, then silence. I waited a long time before I moved again. When I was sure it was over, I turned my flashlight back on. The Ferris wheel was as silent and lifeless as it had been all night. No movement, No sound. No woman. I kept moving. I was starting to feel like the rules were not there for show. They were not superstitions. They were shields. Thin ones, but shields all the same. Near the fun house, the wind picked up, rustling through the cracked mirrors and crooked walls. I gave it a wide berth. Even in daylight, it would have been creepy. At night, it looked like a gaping mouth ready to swallow anything that stepped too close. I stared at the entrance for a moment. It was open a crack, like someone had slipped in without closing it. A flicker of light caught my eye, just inside the doorway. A soft blue glow, faint but steady. I turned away. That was not my job. The fourth rule came next. If someone dressed as a clown waves at you, turn around and walk away. I had not seen anyone all night, not even a squirrel. The park felt completely empty, but the thought of a clown just appearing in front of me, smiling, waving, made my stomach twist. I was not sure what would be worse, seeing one or not seeing one, and knowing it might still be out there. I made one more loop around the park before heading back to the security trailer near the entrance. It was a cramped little structure with a heater, a desk, and a couple of monitors. Nothing fancy, but it was warm, and after the night I had, that was all I needed. I closed the door, locked it, and sat down heavily in the chair. My hands were still trembling. I pulled the list of rules from my pocket and unfolded it, laying it flat on the desk. I read each one again, slowly, carefully. My eyes lingered on the last rule. Lock the gate at 4 m sharp, no matter what you hear outside. I checked the time, 3:27, half an hour to go. And somehow, I had the feeling the worst was still ahead. The heater in the security trailer buzzed softly, filling the small space with a warmth that did not quite reach my bones. I sat there, elbows on the desk, eyes fixed on the paper in front of me. The list of rules had gone from odd to essential in the span of just a few hours. Every time I read it, the weight of each word seemed to grow heavier. I ran my thumb along the edge of the paper, feeling the soft fray from years of folding and unfolding. Someone before me had relied on this list, maybe many someones. I could not help but wonder how many had followed it to the letter, and how many had not. I looked at the clock, 3:37, just over 20 minutes until the final rule came into play. Lock the gate at 4 m sharp, no matter what you hear outside. I had never locked a gate with such urgency in my life. Something told me that whatever came after 4 would not be looking for a warm welcome. My eyes drifted to the monitors. Most of them were dark. A few flickered weak feeds of various parts of the park, grainy images of the Ferris wheel, the main walkway, the carousel. I kept expecting something to move, a shadow, a figure, a flicker of light, but everything remained still, too still. I decided to do one last walkthrough before heading to the gate. I bundled back up, tucked the list back into my pocket, and stepped out into the cold. The air had taken on a sharpness that bit at my cheeks. I clicked on my flashlight and swept the beam across the path. Nothing but empty rides and the rustle of distant leaves. I walked fast but quiet, keeping to the main loop. The carousel came into view first. I did not look at it. I did not need to. I could feel it watching me again, like its painted horses were waiting for me to break the rule. I kept my eyes forward, counted my steps, and moved past without slowing down. Farther along, I passed the funhouse. The door was still slightly open. A soft creak came from inside, like a board shifting under weight. I stopped for a second, listening. The wind blew through one of the broken windows, making a faint whistling sound. I turned away. That place could keep its secrets. The clown statues scattered around the park had begun to feel more present somehow, like they were not just props but participants. I passed one near the midway, leaning against a game booth. Its smile looked wider than before. I avoided its eyes. No one had waved at me yet, and I hoped it stayed that way. The Ferris wheel stood tall and silent. No knocking this time, no voices, just the groan of metal as the wind picked up and rocked the seats gently. I moved faster, glancing up only once. The cabins swayed like empty cages waiting to be filled. As I neared the front of the park, I checked the time, 3:51. I picked up my pace. The main gate was visible now, tall and black, with thick bars and a heavy latch. I reached it with a few minutes to spare and pulled out the keys Davidson had given me. I found the one marked gate and slid it into the lock. That was when the knocking began. Not from behind me this time, from outside the gate. I froze, key halfway turned, and listened. 3 slow knocks, then silence. I leaned forward slightly, peering through the bars. A man stood on the other side of the gate. He wore a faded blue parka and had a thick scarf wrapped around his neck. His hands were in his pockets, and he swayed slightly, like he had been standing in the cold for too long. He looked harmless, lost maybe, drunk maybe, but something about him felt wrong. He did not move. Then he raised his hand and knocked again, 3 more times, steady, purposeful. I cleared my throat. Sorry, the park is closed. No one is allowed in. The man smiled, but it did not reach his eyes. He stepped forward and placed both hands against the bars. I just need to come in for a second, he said. Just for a moment. I left something inside. His voice was low and even, too even. I shook my head. I can't let anyone in. You will have to come back during regular hours. He did not react, just kept smiling. Open the gate, he said softly. Please. I glanced at my phone. 3:58. 2 minutes. I backed away from the gate. The man's smile faded. His hands tightened around the bars. You have to let me in, he said, more urgently. They are coming. I hesitated. Who's coming? He leaned in, his voice dropping to a whisper. You do not want to be the only one left out here when they arrive. I felt my hand shake on the key. The gate had to be locked at 4 m sharp no matter what I heard outside. That was what the rule said. Not maybe. Not unless someone needs help. Just do it. The man's eyes darkened. His face twisted into something else. Something that was no longer entirely human. His jaw widened slightly, his pupils dilated, and his voice lost all warmth. Let me in, he said again, but now it was a command, not a request. I turned the key and locked the gate. He slammed a fist against the bars, then another. The metal rattled, but the lock held. I stepped back quickly and watched as the man, or whatever he had been pretending to be, slammed against the gate one final time. Then he vanished. Not walked away, not ran. Just vanished, like smoke in the wind. I stood there, heart racing, breath visible in the frigid air. The silence was absolute. I checked the time again. 4:01. The rule had been clear. I had followed it. I was still here. But the park was not done with me yet. The park did not let me sleep after that night. Even when I went home and locked my doors and pulled the covers up to my chin, it stayed with me. The memory of the man at the gate, the way his voice changed, the way his face lost its human shape, those eyes, that hunger. I would lie in bed and hear the rattle of the gate in my mind over and over again. Every time I blinked, I half expected to see him outside my window, waiting for me to forget the rules. I told myself I would not go back. I even drafted a message to the number Davidson had texted me from. I was going to quit, simple as that, but I never sent it. I do not know why. Maybe some part of me knew that if I did not go back, something worse would happen. Or maybe it was the fact that Davidson had known what I was doing without even being there. Like he was watching somehow. Like the park was. The second night, I arrived early. The sky was a pale blue with streaks of dying pink. Clouds hung low, heavy with snow that never fell. The air felt heavier, like the whole park was holding its breath. I walked the fence line before going in, checking every inch of the gate I had locked the night before. It was still shut tight. No signs of the man, no footprints, nothing. It was as if he had never been there. Inside, the silence was thicker. The ride stood frozen in gray. The clown statues looked dirtier now, like someone had smeared dust across their grins. Even the funhouse seemed darker, the faint glow from its windows now gone. I walked slowly to the security trailer, list in hand, flashlight ready. I sat for a while with the rules laid out in front of me. They felt like old scripture now, not guidelines, warnings, lines drawn in the sand to keep me on this side of reality. I had seen enough to believe. I had followed the rules and I was still breathing. That was not a coincidence. Just after 11, I made my first round. The cold was sharper tonight, the kind that cuts through your jacket and settles in your bones. My breath came in clouds that hung in the air like ghosts. I started near the Ferris wheel, keeping my distance. Nothing knocked, no voices whispered, just the sound of my boots crunching over gravel. Then I passed the midway. That was when I noticed something different. One of the game booths had its lights on, faint but definitely glowing. I stopped in my tracks. The booth was one of those ring toss setups where you throw plastic hoops onto bottles to win a prize. Except now it had a row of prizes I had not seen before. Old porcelain dolls, each one with cracked faces and dark glassy eyes, their heads all turned toward me in perfect symmetry. I stared, heart thudding. There was no rule about this. That was what made it worse. I moved past quickly, keeping the flashlight aimed ahead, not behind me. I knew if I looked again, something would be different. A doll would be gone, or smiling. By midnight, I was back near the carousel. I did not look at it, I just felt it, the hum in the air, the slight vibration under my feet. It was not moving, not turning, but it was awake. I turned my back to it and kept walking. The woods near the edge of the park whispered softly in the breeze. Branches creaked, something rustled, the usual sounds of nature, only they felt staged now. Too perfect, too timed, like the park wanted to make sure I stayed on script. midnight, the music started. Carnival music. But it was different this time, slower, sharper, like the notes were being stretched, warped. I pulled out the rules without thinking and scanned them. Rule number 2. If you hear carnival music, follow it to the entrance and wait until it stops. I turned immediately, heading for the entrance. My flashlight flickered once, then again. The music wound through the park like smoke. It came from everywhere and nowhere. No clear direction. It just existed in the air around me, clinging to my ears like a whisper I could not shake. When I reached the gate, I stood just inside, breathing hard, heart racing. I listened. The music kept going, winding its way through some song I could not name. It was off-key, almost painful. Like it had been recorded backwards, I closed my eyes and counted. 1, 2, 3. I made it to 137 before the music stopped. And then, something new. Footsteps. Soft ones. From behind me. I turned slowly, raising my flashlight. Nothing. Just the path stretching out toward the funhouse. But the air had changed. The silence had weight again, the kind that presses on your chest. I took one slow step forward, then another. And then, the laugh. Not loud, not childish, low, broken. Like someone had forgotten how to laugh and was trying to remember. I aimed the beam of light toward the sound and saw it. A figure. It stood just outside the funhouse. A clown. It did not move. It did not speak. It just stood there, watching. My breath caught. It raised its hand and waved. Slowly, deliberately. I turned away immediately, heart hammering in my chest. The rule had been clear. If a clown waves at you, turn and walk away. I walked. I did not look back. Not even when the laughter grew louder. Not even when the sound of footsteps began again. Not even when I thought I could feel breath on the back of my neck. I walked. All the way back to the security trailer. I locked the door and sat down, shivering. The rules had saved me again. But the park was learning. It was testing me now. And I had a feeling it was not going to stop. The 5th night was different. Before I even stepped foot inside the park, something about the air felt wrong, like the cold had teeth now. It bit harder than usual, and it did not ease up when I got inside the gate. The silence was not just heavy, it was angry, like the park was tired of being patient. I had followed the rules 4 times now, and it had not broken me, but I could feel it tightening its grip. That night would be a test. When I arrived, I found a note waiting for me in the security trailer. It was not a text or a call, a physical note, folded on the table under my flashlight. The paper was the same yellowed kind as the rules list, but this one had only one line written on it, in the same scratchy handwriting. Do not forget the rule that is not written. I sat down slowly, holding the paper like it might bite me. I read that line over and over. I did not know what it meant. A rule that is not written. What kind of trick was that? Was it a warning? A threat? Something I had done wrong without knowing? I checked the original list again. Every rule was still there, nothing added, nothing missing. I turned the new note over, half expecting to find more, but it was blank. I folded both notes carefully and tucked them into my coat pocket. If the park wanted to play mind games, it was doing a good job. My shift began as usual. I made my rounds with the flashlight, keeping to the familiar paths, the ones I had already walked dozens of times. But the park was changing. I noticed small things first. The Ferris wheel was pointed in a different direction. One of the clown statues had moved from beside the games booth to near the cotton candy stand. The ticket booth window, which had always been cracked open, was shut tight now. Things had shifted, rearranged. It felt like the park was rebuilding itself while I was away, like it had its own pulse and rhythm, and I was just another piece being moved around. As I passed the carousel, I kept my head low. The horses were still, no music, no motion, but the air around it buzzed faintly. It was not active yet, but it was waiting. Further into the park, I saw something that stopped me in my tracks. A new path. It had not been there the night before. The gravel was a little cleaner, the edges sharper, like it had just been carved out of the earth. It curved off between the spinning teacups and the broken bumper car shed, leading into a part of the park I had never seen before. I stood at the entrance to the path for a long time, my flashlight beam stretched out ahead like a lifeline. There was no rule about new paths. I could feel the park watching, waiting to see if I would take the bait. I stepped back. I had learned enough by now to trust my instincts. I was not going off script. I kept walking the main circuit and pretended I had not seen it. At 1:15, the carnival music started again. This time I did not hesitate. I turned and walked directly to the entrance and waited. I stood in the same place I always did, hands in my pockets, the flashlight dangling uselessly at my side. The music was louder this time, sharper, the kind of tune that gets stuck in your head like a splinter. It played for exactly 5 minutes. Then silence. But I knew better now than to think that silence meant safety. When I turned to walk back toward the center of the park, I saw something else new. The funhouse door was wide open. It had never been opened before. The inside was completely dark, like the building was swallowing light. I stared into it, my hands suddenly clammy inside my gloves. There was a rule about the funhouse: do not enter alone. I was alone. But the door was open now, an invitation. I did not accept. Instead, I kept walking. I circled back toward the security trailer, every step tight with tension. I could feel the park's disappointment, like it was annoyed I had not taken the path, or entered the door, like a puppet master getting bored of the puppet resisting its strings. Back at the trailer, I found something else waiting for me. Another note. It was pinned to the inside wall of the trailer. Same paper. Same writing. You have seen it. Now it has seen you. I stared at those words for a long time. I had no idea what I had seen. The path, the open door, the clown, the carousel, all of it. The words felt final, like I had passed some invisible boundary. That was when I noticed it. A shape, outside the trailer, just beyond the window. It stood near the clown statue that had moved earlier, but this one was not still. It waved. Slow. Mocking. I did not move. I remembered the rule: turn around and walk away. But I was in the trailer, trapped. I closed my eyes, counted to 30. When I looked again, it was gone. I breathed deep, willing myself to stay calm. I still had hours left. I had to survive until dawn. That was the only goal now. As I made one last round before the clock struck 3, the park felt different again. Not quieter, not louder, just awake. All the clown statues now faced the center of the park. Every single one. I had not moved them. Something else had. That was when I understood what the note meant. The rule that is not written. It is simple. Do not acknowledge what should not be there. The moment you do, it becomes real. And once it becomes real, it can follow you. The 6th night was the worst one yet, and I knew at the moment I stepped through the gates. The temperature had dropped lower than usual, but it was not just the cold that made the air feel dangerous. It was the silence, the way it pressed against my ears like cotton, muting even the sound of my own breath. The park was holding its breath. Everything felt too still, like the moment before a storm when the wind dies and the animals vanish. I walked slower than usual, flashlight in one hand, the rules crumpled in my coat pocket, my fingers brushing the paper every few steps as if it could protect me. I started my patrol like always. Same path, same routine, stick to what works. The Ferris wheel loomed to my left, still and towering, its empty cart swaying slightly in the airless breeze. The sound of gravel under my boots was the only reminder I was still in motion. I had not seen Davidson since the first night, and I had not received another message since the 5th. Part of me wondered if he was even real, or just something the park used to make sure I followed its twisted playbook. I passed the carousel without looking at it. It was not time yet, but even at a glance I could feel it watching me. I do not know how to explain that feeling. It was like stepping into a room and knowing someone else is there even if you cannot see them. The air hums differently. That is how the carousel felt now, awake, waiting. It was not moving, not making a sound, but I could hear the faint tick of gears buried deep in its belly, like it was clearing its throat before speaking. When I reached the edge of the park, where the woods pressed tight against the fence, I stopped. There was something new, a gap in the fence. It had not been there the night before. A clean break, like someone had cut through the chain link with wire cutters. On the other side, the trees were packed close, but there was a path now, barely visible, lined with old carnival flags, faded and torn. They led into the trees like breadcrumbs, vanishing into darkness. I took one step forward before I remembered the rule that was not written. Do not acknowledge what should not be there. I stepped back slowly, not looking directly at the path. I kept walking, heart beating harder than it should have been. I told myself it was nothing, a glitch, a mistake, but deep down I knew it was another test. Another door, waiting for me to walk through, one that would not open again if I ignored it, but that was the point. It wanted me curious. Curious was dangerous. At midnight, the music started again. That strange, warped carnival tune drifting through the air like a lullaby played too slow. I did what I always did, walked to the entrance and waited. I stood still for 10 long minutes before it stopped, the last note echoing in my chest like a warning bell. Then, quiet again. Except it was not quiet. I heard something breathing. Not loud. Not human. It was wet and heavy, like lungs filled with water. It came from behind one of the food stalls, one I had already passed earlier. I froze, turning off my flashlight, not daring to move. I did not need to see it. I was not supposed to. Whatever it was, it had not seen me yet. I stood there in complete stillness for what felt like hours. The breathing got closer. A dragging sound followed it, like something heavy being pulled across gravel. Then silence. A sharp, unnatural silence that screamed louder than any sound. I did not move until my legs ached from standing still. When I finally turned my flashlight back on, the path behind me was clear. No tracks, no marks, no sign that anything had ever been there. But I knew. The park had sent something to look for me. I had followed the rules. It was changing its tactics now, pushing the boundaries. I kept walking. Every ride looked darker than before. Every clown statue looked slightly more real. The colors had faded further, or maybe it was just my eyes playing tricks on me. Their smiles had deepened. Their hands looked more flexible, like if I looked away, they might lower them. By the time I reached the funhouse, I was shaking, not from cold, from something else. The door was closed again, but something was different. A shadow moved behind the warped glass on the second floor. A slow glide like someone pacing. I blinked and it was gone. I told myself it had always been closed, that I had imagined the movement. I did not believe it. Just past 2:30, I passed the carousel again. It was moving. No music. Just slow rotation. The horses rose and fell like they were breathing. I did not look directly at it, but I could feel it pulling at me, the same way you feel the ocean pulling back before a wave. I walked faster, eyes fixed on the ground, each step like lifting a weight. I wanted to run, but I did not want to break any unspoken rule about running. Maybe there was one, maybe not. But I was not going to find out the hard way. I made it back to the security trailer by 2:50, 10 minutes until the danger window ended. I locked the door, even though I knew that would not matter. I sat with my back to the wall, flashlight still on, eyes on the window. Every creak outside made me flinch. Every flicker of shadow stretched longer than it should have. At exactly 3 o'clock, the lights in the trailer flickered and then steadied. The weight lifted. The park exhaled. I was still alive, still here, but I had never felt so watched. That night, I did not dream. I stayed awake until morning, staring at the ceiling. Because when I closed my eyes, I could still hear the breathing. The 7th night started with fog, not just a little mist, but a thick, rolling sea of white that swallowed the carnival whole. I stood at the gates for a long moment, flashlight in hand, trying to see even 10 feet ahead. The usual colorful lights that dotted the booths were dimmed behind the haze, barely glowing like dying embers. Everything felt muffled, like the park had sunk underwater. I stepped inside, boots crunching softly on the gravel path, and the fog wrapped around me like a damp blanket. Every sound felt wrong. My footsteps echoed too long. My breath seemed to vanish the second it left my mouth. Even the faint wind that occasionally stirred the flags above had vanished. It was as if the park was covered in insulation, like it wanted to keep everything in and everything else out. I touched the paper in my coat pocket again, that familiar scrap that had become my lifeline, the only barrier between routine and madness. As I passed the game booths, their painted prizes looked more sunken, more grotesque in the haze, teddy bears with faces twisted by moisture. Inflatable toys half deflated and limp, like they had given up. The clown statues were harder to see, but every time I walked by one, I felt its painted eyes turn with me. I told myself it was just the fog playing tricks. I told myself that a lot, and every night it worked a little less. I changed my route that night. Normally I started by heading straight to the Ferris wheel, circling the outer perimeter, but something about the air told me not to go there first. Instead, I made my way toward the center of the park, where the carousel stood hidden in the fog. I was not near enough to see it, but I could hear it now. Not the music, something else. Breathing again, but not the wet, heavy sound from the night before. This was closer to a whisper, almost rhythmic, like chanting just outside the range of hearing. I turned off my flashlight, crouched low behind a snack booth, and waited. The sound continued, never changing, never getting closer, but always there. I closed my eyes and focused on my breathing, steadying myself. When I opened them again, the sound had stopped, and something new had begun. Laughter. Not children's laughter, not mechanical clown laughter, a laugh that belonged to something pretending to sound human. I spun around, but the fog was too thick. I could see nothing more than shapes, outlines of tents and games, shadows stretching in unnatural directions. My flashlight flickered once and then came back on. I stood still, waiting for the laughter to fade, but instead it grew louder, more broken, like someone choking between giggles. I backed away, bumping into the edge of a popcorn cart. The laugh stopped immediately. Silence dropped like a curtain, and then, just ahead of me, a figure began to emerge through the fog. A clown. Not a statue. Not a costume on a rack. A clown, real and wrong. Its movements were twitchy and too fast, like someone pressing fast forward on a broken remote. Its arms jerked slightly with every step. Its head tilted from side to side, like it was trying to study me from every angle at once. It did not speak. It just raised a hand in a slow, deliberate wave. I froze. The rules. If a clown waves at you, turn around and walk away. I forced my legs to move, one after the other, backing up slowly, then turning, never looking back. I walked until I was sure I had cleared the fog's thickest part, until I reached the funhouse and its ever-grinning entrance. The urge to look over my shoulder was overwhelming, but I knew better. Whatever was behind me thrived on being seen. I reached the entrance again and leaned against the booth, wiping cold sweat from my face. My hands shook. My knees felt like water. I wanted to leave. I wanted to run out the gates and never return. But I also knew I had to finish the shift. If I broke routine now, I was not sure what would happen. The rules might keep me safe, but only if I followed them all the way to the end. By the time the clock hit 1, I had circled back to the Ferris wheel. The fog had thinned slightly, enough to see the outlines of the structure. The massive wheel stood still, its seats swaying slightly in the stillness. I paused beneath it, flashlight scanning the seats, the control box, the ticket booth. Everything looked just as it always had, but there was something else now. A faint creaking from above, not mechanical, rhythmic, too steady. I stepped back and tilted the light upward. In the topmost seat of the Ferris wheel sat a figure. I could not make out the details, just the outline. It was slumped slightly to one side, unmoving. I turned off the flashlight. I did not want to know. At 2:15, I returned to the carousel. I knew better than to look directly at it. I kept my eyes low, barely glancing at the edge of the platform as I passed. It was not moving this time, but the air around it was different, heavier, like it was holding in a scream. The last hour crawled. I avoided the clown statues entirely. I cut paths to stay clear of the funhouse. The fog remained, clinging to every corner of the park like a shroud. My footsteps were softer now. I was not just watching where I walked. I was listening for any change, any crack in the atmosphere that might signal something shifting. At 2:55, I returned to the entrance. I stood just outside the security trailer, facing the gate, waiting for the silence to shift like it always did. I touched the rules in my pocket one last time, mouthing them to myself like a prayer. I waited. And then, faint but clear, came the music. That same broken tune. This time, it sounded different. Slower. Almost sad. I stayed still and listened, letting it play out, letting the last few minutes stretch on like hours. The song wound down, one trembling note at a time, until only the sound of my own breathing remained. At 3 o'clock, the park sighed again. That was the only way to describe it, like it let go of something it had been holding. I stood there for several minutes, unsure if I was safe, unsure if I had passed some final test. But I was still here, and something told me the next night would be the last. I did not want to return for the final night. Every part of me told me to stay away, to forget about the job, to pretend the past 7 nights had never happened, but I knew I could not. Not because of some contract or paycheck, because the park would not let me walk away without finishing what I had started. It felt personal now, like it had chosen me, like it had been waiting for someone to test the rules to their limit. I arrived just before midnight, and the moment I stepped through the gates, I knew something was different. The fog was gone, the sky was clear and dark, full of stars, and the wind was still. But the silence was deeper than before, not quiet like the dead of night, quiet like the moment before something explodes. The ride stood taller, more defined, as if the lack of fog sharpened their edges. And in the center of it all was the carousel, unmoving but too present, like a heart that had stopped beating but was waiting to start again. I made my way slowly through the park, following my usual route with deliberate care. The Ferris wheel was dead still, each seat hanging like the pendulum of a forgotten clock. The clown statues were right where they always were, but now they seemed to lean forward slightly, just enough to make you wonder if they were ever rigid at all. I avoided their eyes. I avoided everything I could. Tonight felt like a test, not of the rules, but of me. I reached the food court area near the center and stood still, waiting. At exactly 12:15, the music started again, the same broken melody rising from nowhere. But this time, it was not drifting. It was focused, coming from one direction only, the carousel. I did not need to check the time. I knew what hour it was. I was not supposed to look at the carousel between 1 and 3. I turned away and walked, slowly but deliberately, toward the far end of the park. Then I saw the funhouse. Its lights were on. They had never been on before. Colorful bulbs blinked in a slow sequence, casting dancing shadows across the ground. The face above the entrance grinned wider than ever, the mouth now open, like a gaping maw waiting to swallow me whole. The door was ajar, and I could hear something faint from inside. A voice, maybe, a whisper, a song. I stopped in my tracks, my heart thudding against my ribs. Rule number 3, do not enter the funhouse alone. But tonight was different. Something wanted me to go in. And I understood then that finishing this would mean stepping through that door. I had followed the rules every night. I had survived. But the park had not shown me everything yet. It had saved this for last. I moved closer, the lights blinking faster now, as if in anticipation. When I crossed the threshold, everything changed. The air was thick, like stepping underwater. The hallway inside twisted in impossible angles. Mirrors lined every wall, but none of them reflected me. Instead, they showed versions of the park that did not exist. Rides that had burned down decades ago, clowns that danced on strings. A version of me, sitting in the security trailer, eyes black and mouth sewn shut. I kept walking. The hall opened into a central chamber, wide and round, the walls pulsing like veins. In the center stood a small figure, a child maybe, or something that wanted to look like one. It wore a clown costume, oversized and stained. The painted smile stretched across its face, but the eyes were empty, not dark, not angry, just hollow. It lifted one hand and waved. I froze. The rule echoed in my mind. If a clown waves at you, turn around and walk away. I turned. But the funhouse did not let me leave. The walls spun, the hallway gone. I was trapped in the round room. The clown stepped closer, still waving, its feet making no sound on the floor. I backed away slowly until I hit the curved wall behind me. The air thickened further. The lights dimmed. And then it spoke. You followed the rules. Most do not. Its voice was layered, as if a dozen people were speaking at once. Men, women, children, all in unison. Why? I asked, my voice hoarse. Because I wanted to live. It tilted its head. So few ever listen. We give the rules as a gift, but they always break them. They want to see what happens. I swallowed hard. What happens if I do not break them? It smiled wider. Then you get to choose. The room went dark. When I opened my eyes again, I was standing at the edge of the carousel. The lights were on, spinning slowly. But this time, there was no fear, no noise, no monster hiding in the gears. Just the soft creak of the horses moving up and down. I walked back to the trailer, the silence behind me no longer heavy. The air felt lighter now, not safe, but still, complete. I finished my shift, the sun rose. The carnival was quiet, and I never went back. I tried to explain it once, to someone who asked what the job had been like. I told them it was boring mostly, just watching old rides sit still through the night. They nodded, not really listening. But I still have the rules. They sit folded in my coat pocket, tucked away at the back of my closet. The paper is worn, the ink faded, but the words are burned into my mind. Never look at the carousel between 1 and 3. If you hear carnival music, follow it to the entrance and wait. Do not enter the funhouse alone. If a clown waves at you, walk away. And most of all, if you follow the rules, the park will let you leave. I was one of the lucky ones. But every now and then, when the wind shifts or the lights flicker, I hear the music again. Just for a moment. And I wonder if it is calling someone else now. Maybe you. Just follow the rules, and you might survive. I never imagined my first real job as a nurse would be like this. I had always pictured myself in a busy hospital in the middle of the city, surrounded by beeping machines, bustling doctors, and the reassuring chaos of modern medicine. Fresh out of nursing school, I thought starting on night shifts would give me a quiet way to get my bearings, learn the ropes without getting swallowed up by daytime madness, something to build experience. Prove myself. What I got was something else entirely. The job was in a hospital located just outside the city limits. Not exactly the countryside, but far enough from the center that the world felt quieter, thinner even. The building stood alone at the end of a winding road, backed by dense pine forest that seemed to stretch forever. On my first drive up, I noticed the lights from the city fading behind me faster than they should have. My GPS cut out completely about halfway there. That should have been a red flag, but I chalked it up to bad reception. The hospital itself looked like something out of an older time. It was tall and narrow with a steep slate roof and wide stone steps leading to an entrance that groaned when opened. Its outer walls were streaked from years of rain and wear. Ivy clung to the cracks, and the windows were old and framed in peeling paint. There was something off about it, something tired. Still, I pushed forward with my bag slung over one shoulder and my badge pinned neatly on my shirt. The inside was surprisingly well kept. Old, yes, but clean. The kind of clean that feels heavy, like it has been done by hand over and over for decades. The white walls had a faint yellow tinge, the result of time and fluorescent lighting, and the hallways had a soft antiseptic smell that could not quite mask the scent of moisture soaked into the concrete. It was quiet, too quiet actually, like the whole place was holding its breath. I arrived at the nurse station at exactly 10 o'clock in the evening. A few of the day staff were packing up, their expressions a mixture of exhaustion and practiced indifference. A woman with dark eyes and hair pulled back in a bun approached me. She looked only slightly older than me, but walked like someone who had seen more than her fair share of long nights. "You're the new night nurse?" she asked. "Yes," I said, "first shift." She gave me a quick once-over, then offered a half-smile that did not reach her eyes. "I'm Yuki," she said, 2 weeks in myself. They're desperate for staff, so they'll hire anyone with a pulse and a license. I laughed awkwardly. She did not. "Did they give you the rules yet?" she asked. I blinked. "Rules?" "Yeah," she said, frowning. "They didn't give you a set of rules for the night shift?" "No, just my schedule and the floor plan." She looked disturbed by that, genuinely disturbed. "That's not good," she said under her breath. "What do you mean?" Yuki glanced around the empty nurse station, then grabbed a piece of scrap paper from a drawer and a pen. She started writing quickly, her eyes flicking toward the hallway. "Just in case they forgot," she muttered. "These were given to me on my first night. Follow them. Seriously." She handed me the paper, now filled with neat, slanted handwriting. There were 6 short lines written on it. 1. At 12:45 in the morning, make sure the windows in the west wing are closed. If any of them are open, close them and leave immediately. 2. If you see a patient walking in the hallway after midnight, do not speak to them. They are not patients anymore. 3. If the lights in the east wing go out, leave that wing and do not return until sunrise. 4. If the elevator doors open by themselves, do not get inside. Wait until they close. 5. If you see a shadow that does not belong to you, leave the room immediately. 6. If escape is your only option, be prepared to sacrifice a part of yourself. I stared at the paper. It read like something out of a campfire story. I looked up at Yuki, expecting her to smirk or laugh, or tell me it was some weird hazing tradition for rookies. She just looked back at me with a tired seriousness that made my stomach knot. "You think this is a joke?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I wish it was." "Are you saying this is real?" She nodded once. "I have seen things. I followed the rules, and I am still here. That is all I can say." Before I could ask her anything else, she picked up her bag and walked off toward the exit. I was left alone in the nurse station with my heart beating too fast and the list of rules clutched in my hand. I folded it and slid it into my pocket, telling myself it was nonsense. It had to be. The hours passed slowly. Most of the patients were asleep. The monitors beeped softly. I did rounds, checked vitals, kept my notes. Everything seemed fine on the surface. But there was something off about the way the building sounded, or maybe it was how it did not sound. The silence felt artificial, like the air was too heavy with secrets. I tried to stay busy, but I found myself glancing at the hallway more than once. Something in the shadows moved the wrong way, or maybe I just imagined it. At 12:30, I found myself walking toward the west wing. I didn't plan to, not really. My feet just sort of carried me there. I passed the patient rooms, all of them quiet, most of them empty. The windows were large and old, glass thick with age. I checked the first one, closed. The second, closed. The third, same. The last one was cracked open, just a sliver, but enough for cold air to seep through. I stood there for a moment, staring at it, the words from the rule sheet repeating in my head. If a window in the west wing is open, close it and leave immediately. I reached out and pressed it shut. The latch clicked. Something about the sound felt final. I turned and left the wing without looking back. I didn't know why, but it felt like something had watched me the entire time. I walked back toward the nurse station with a feeling I could not explain. The night was far from over, but the rules now felt heavier in my pocket. And I had a feeling they would not be the last thing I would have to follow. I returned to the nurse's station, trying to calm the strange heaviness in my chest. I told myself it was just nerves, first night jitters, but the more I told myself that, the more it felt like a lie. The air was still thick. My skin prickled, like something unseen had brushed against me. I poured myself a cup of lukewarm coffee from the pot someone had left behind. It tasted bitter and old, but it gave me something to do, anything to keep my hands from shaking. I checked the clock, 1:15. The hallways were quiet, lights humming overhead like tired insects. I did another round, mostly out of routine, trying to shake the tension that had been building since the window. As I walked past the patient rooms, most of them were quiet, just the soft beeping of machines and the slow, rhythmic breathing of those inside. It gave me a strange comfort, like little islands of life floating in a sea of silence. When I passed room 5, I noticed something odd. The patient was awake, pacing. That in itself wasn't strange. Some patients struggle to sleep, but something about the way he moved made me pause. His steps were too even, too mechanical. Like he was walking to the beat of something I couldn't hear. I watched for a few seconds through the glass, and his head snapped to the side. Not toward me, not exactly. Just slightly to the left. Like he heard something that I couldn't. Then he started walking again, back and forth, back and forth. I moved on, trying not to linger. When I turned the corner into the hallway that led to the second-floor corridor, my stomach dropped. A man in a hospital gown was standing halfway down the hall. He wasn't moving. He was facing the wall, his head tilted unnaturally to one side. I stopped in my tracks, flashlight in hand, the list of rules already echoing through my mind. If you see a patient walking in the hallway after midnight, do not speak to them. They are not patients anymore. I did not call out. I did not ask if he needed help. I just watched him. His arms hung limply at his sides. His feet were bare. There were faint, wet footprints trailing behind him. His breathing was all wrong. It was loud, shallow, gurgling, like something inside his lungs was broken. Each inhale was a struggle, each exhale a whisper of pain. He took one step backward, just one, not toward me exactly, but away from the wall. I took that as my cue to leave. I turned back the way I came, forcing myself to walk slowly, pretending I wasn't panicking, pretending that if I just followed the rules, I would be okay. I made it back to the station and shut the door, hands gripping the edge of the counter until the whiteness in my knuckles faded. I tried to calm down. I told myself I hadn't spoken to him. I had followed the rule. At 1:45, I sat down and checked the security monitors again. My eyes scanned each screen. The east wing was still quiet. I took a deep breath and leaned back in the chair. That was when I heard it, a soft tapping, faint, too faint to place at first. I leaned forward. It was coming from one of the side halls. Tap, tap, pause, tap, tap, tap. I stood up slowly. The rules ran through my head again like a mantra. No mention of tapping, no mention of noise like this. But curiosity is a strange thing, especially in the quiet. I walked down the hall, listening. The sound grew louder, closer. It was coming from room 7. The door was cracked slightly open. The tapping was inside. Then it stopped. I felt cold air rush from the room like a breath exhaled from a mouth that had been holding it in too long. I pushed the door open wider, just enough to look inside. That was when I saw her. She was standing in the far corner of the room, a woman, thin, frail. Her hair hung long over her face like strands of seaweed. Her mouth stretched wide into an unnatural smile, too wide. Her teeth were small, sharp, and perfect. She didn't blink. Her arms hung at her sides like they didn't belong to her. She did not move, not at first. I took one step back, ready to close the door, when she turned her head. Just her head. The rest of her body stayed still, her eyes locked on mine. Black, endless, like holes torn in the world. She grinned wider. I slammed the door shut. I backed away from the room, heart pounding so hard I thought it might stop from the effort. I ran back to the station, trying not to scream. This was not normal. This was not what I signed up for. I tried to gather my thoughts. Then I remembered the elevator. The ding rang out behind me. I turned. The elevator doors had opened. Empty. Rule 4. If the elevator doors open by themselves, do not get inside. Wait for them to close. I stood still. I did not move. The elevator waited, silent, open. Then, slowly, it closed again. No sound, just a smooth motion like a mouth shutting after a long breath. I turned back to the desk. My hands were shaking. I needed something familiar, something real. I opened a drawer and found more papers, patient forms, records, schedules. Then something else. A crumpled paper, buried underneath a chart. I opened it. My stomach dropped. It was the same list of rules Yuki had given me, except it had 7. Rule 3 had changed. Rule 3. Do not enter room 7 after 2 in the morning. I glanced at the clock. 2:05. I had been in there. I had broken the rule. My hands went cold. A shadow stretched across the floor in front of me. I froze. It did not belong to me. It was not mine. It moved on its own. The room grew colder. Rule 5. If you see a shadow that does not belong to you, leave the room immediately. I could not breathe. She was coming again. But now, the shadow had found me. And I had broken the rules. I stumbled backward from the shadow, breath caught in my throat, heart pounding like a drum. My legs felt like wet cement as I forced them to move. I did not run. I could not. Running felt like it would draw attention. Whatever this was, whatever was now stalking me through that creeping stretch of blackness, it wanted me to panic. I would not give it the satisfaction. I turned slowly, moving past the nurse station with shaky steps and forcing myself not to look back. The corridor behind me groaned softly, the sound of the building stretching or settling, or maybe just warning me. Every light seemed dimmer now, every corner darker than it had been only minutes before. I walked until I reached the hallway that led to the patient restrooms. I ducked inside one of the staff lounges and shut the door quietly behind me, pressing my back against the cold wood as I slid down to the floor. I sat in silence for a while, trying to slow my breathing. My hand instinctively reached into my scrub pocket, fingers trembling as I pulled out the folded sheet Yuki had given me. I stared at the rules. I had broken one, Rule 3, about Room 7. I had gone in after 2 in the morning. I had seen her, and now something was following me. I remembered the way her head had turned without her body moving, that grin like it had been carved into her face. The image was burned into my mind. No matter how hard I tried, I could not blink it away. I closed my eyes for a moment. Big mistake. I saw her there too. In the dark behind my eyelids, she was waiting. I opened them quickly, breath catching again. I looked at the wall clock. It was nearly 3. I had been hiding here for almost 40 minutes, and I had no idea what might be waiting for me on the other side of that door. Still, I could not stay here forever. I needed to move, and I needed to survive the rest of the night. I stood slowly, knees aching from sitting on the hard floor for too long. I opened the door and stepped back into the hallway. The hospital was dead silent, not just quiet, not just still. It was a dead kind of silence, the kind you feel in your bones, a wrong kind. The overhead lights buzzed faintly, but that was all. The monitors were still working, but their rhythm felt slower now, like everything was winding down without telling me why. I made my way back to the nurse station, and that was when I noticed something odd on the monitors. One of the feeds from the West Wing hallway was flickering. Static broke across the screen in quick flashes, but between the flickers, I saw something strange. A figure, standing completely still in the center of the hallway. I could not make out any details, just the shape, slender, upright, not moving, not blinking, just there. Every time the screen blinked back to life, the figure had shifted just slightly. Closer, then gone, then closer again. I switched off the monitor. That was enough of that. I needed to find somewhere with light, somewhere where I could keep my back to the wall. I walked down the central corridor toward the east stairwell, away from the patient rooms. As I walked, I kept looking for shadows that did not belong to me, for footprints that were not mine, for reflections that moved out of sync. I thought about the final rule, the one about escape. The one that said if I had no other option, I would have to give something up. Sacrifice a part of yourself. I didn't know what that meant yet, but the way the hospital was closing in on me made it feel less like a warning and more like a promise. I turned the corner and reached the stairwell. I placed one hand on the railing and froze. There was something on the steps, a trail of wet footprints, bare feet, too small for a man, too large for a child. I counted them, one set going up. None coming down. I backed away and turned around. I would take the long way. I ended up back at the staff lounge, the one where I had taken cover earlier. I hesitated at the door before opening it again. The lights were still on. It looked the same. But I did not trust anything in this place now. Still, I stepped inside and shut the door behind me. It clicked quietly. I leaned against it, pressing my ear against the wood. I heard breathing. Not mine. It was shallow, hunched, wet. It was coming from the corner behind the coffee machine. I didn't move, didn't breathe. I stayed absolutely still. I could see my reflection in the metal side of the coffee machine. My face was pale, eyes wide, hair stuck to my forehead with sweat. Then my reflection moved. But I hadn't. It smiled at me, not a soft smile, a cruel one. It tilted its head the same way she had. I stumbled backward, knocking over a chair as I scrambled for the door. The lights flickered and buzzed. The reflection in the metal stepped forward, closer, out of sync with me. I threw the door open and ran. Back into the hallway, breath ragged, eyes darting. I kept moving, not stopping for anything. The rules were clear now. I was in danger. I turned a corner and stopped cold. The elevator doors were open. Again. No sound. No one inside. Just open, waiting. This time, I saw something else. A trail of blood leading up to the threshold. Small drops, one by one. Like someone had been dragged away, or worse, walked in willingly. I backed away slowly. The doors closed with a soft ding. The sound echoed like a scream. I made it back to the nurse station, heart slamming, throat dry. I locked the door, sat behind the desk, checked the monitors again. They were all black now. Every single one. Static. Except for one. Room 7. She was standing in the corner, looking at the camera and smiling. I turned it off and waited, because I still had hours to go, and I was already starting to wonder how much more I could take. The hours felt longer than they should have. It was like time had slowed just to mock me. Every second ticked by with the weight of a full minute. I stayed at the nurse station, watching nothing, doing nothing, just breathing and waiting and trying not to fall apart. I had turned off all the monitors. I could not watch them anymore. Seeing her face again would be enough to send me over the edge. So I sat there in silence, staring at the whiteboard on the wall, pretending it was normal. The hum of the lights overhead was starting to sound more like whispering than electricity. I told myself it was my imagination, that my ears were tired, that the stress was making me hear things. Still, the sound felt too deliberate, like words just out of reach. I focused on my breathing, counting every inhale and exhale, trying to remind myself I was still here, I was still real. I must have drifted off for a few minutes. My head jerked up suddenly, and I looked around in a panic. Everything looked the same, but I could feel that it wasn't. Something was different. Something had changed while I was unconscious. The air was colder. The room was too still. I stood up slowly and walked to the door of the station. I opened it just a crack and peeked out. There was someone at the far end of the hallway. Not walking. Not moving. Just standing. It was a silhouette, completely still, facing the wall. It didn't react to the door opening. I closed it quietly and locked it again. Rule 2 came back to me like a scream in my mind. If you see a patient walking in the hallway after midnight, do not speak to them. They are not patients anymore. But this one was not walking. He was waiting. I moved away from the door and sat again, back against the wall this time. I did not want to face the monitors. I just stared at the tiles on the floor and tried to keep calm. I whispered the rules to myself like a prayer. There were 6 rules on the list Yuki had given me, but I had already seen a different copy with 7. What if there were more? What if I didn't know them all? That idea terrified me more than anything else. I decided I needed to check. I went back to the drawers and started rummaging through the mess of papers again. My fingers trembled as I flipped through old records and staff reports, hoping for another copy. Something, anything. After a minute or two, I found it. Another list. Different handwriting. Older. Faded. It had 8 rules. I read them one by one. Most were the same. Some worded differently, but the last one chilled me. Rule 8. If you hear your name whispered from a dark room, do not answer. No one should know your name. I read it again and again. Then I heard it. From down the hallway, through the open air vents that led into one of the side rooms. A whisper. James. It was soft, almost playful. James. I froze. My blood turned to ice. James. It came again. Same voice, same softness. I stood up and backed away from the vent. My name echoed once more, fading into silence, like it had never been there at all. I slammed the vent shut and moved away. My mind was racing now. That rule had not been in the original list. How many were missing? How many had I already broken? I didn't want to think about it. By now it was close to 4 in the morning. The world outside was still dark. The kind of dark that makes you forget what daylight looks like. I hadn't heard anything else for a while, so I gathered the courage to walk the halls again, just for a bit, just to feel like I had control over something. I kept my flashlight low and my steps light. I did not want to disturb anything. The hallway was quiet, the lights humming again with that almost whisper sound. I passed the break room. I passed the patient restrooms. I passed room 7 without looking at the door. Then I reached the stairwell again, and the elevator across from it opened. No ding, no sound. It just opened. I stopped where I was and didn't move. The inside was pitch black, darker than it should have been with the hallway lights on. Then something stepped out. Not a full figure, not a body. Just a leg, long, pale, bending in the wrong direction. It stepped forward. Then another leg followed. Still no sound, no breath, just movement. I turned and walked away as fast as I could without running. I did not look back. I did not check if it followed. I returned to the nurse station and shut the door. This time I jammed a chair under the handle. It would not stop anything, I knew that, but it made me feel like I was doing something. That had to count for something. Then, just as I sat down, the power went out. All of it. Every light. Every monitor. Every sound. Gone. Only darkness. Thick, swallowing, perfect darkness. I reached for my flashlight, but it would not turn on. The battery had been fine, but now it was dead. I sat in that darkness for what felt like an eternity, waiting for something to move, something to speak, something to breathe. Nothing came. Eventually, the lights flickered back to life. Only half of them. Some buzzed back on, some stayed dark. The hallway outside looked dim, flickering in places. I checked the clock. 4:22. Almost there. Almost. But the rules weren't finished with me yet. Because the last thing I saw before the lights came on fully was my reflection in the glass of the medicine cabinet. And it blinked. But I hadn't. I did not move for a long time. I just stared at the reflection, unblinking, breath held tight in my lungs. I blinked once. The reflection didn't. It only moved after I did. I stepped back, eyes locked on the glass, every nerve in my body screaming. The reflection tilted its head the wrong way, like it was studying me through a layer of glass. Then it smiled. I stumbled away from the cabinet and nearly tripped over the corner of the nurse's desk. My legs felt weak, barely able to hold me up. My reflection, it was not mine, not anymore. I grabbed my phone and tried to open the flashlight app. Dead. My battery had been at 70% not long ago. Now it would not even turn on. Nothing was working. No monitors, no phones, not even the emergency call button. I was cut off, completely. Whatever was in this building had severed me from the rest of the world. I was alone now. I remembered the scalpel. I had left it back by the supply cart. I needed something to defend myself, even if it was useless. My hand still throbbed from the wound, but the blood had stopped. I wrapped the torn sleeve of my uniform tighter around it and took a deep breath. The hallway was dim when I opened the door again. Lights flickered above me, and the silence had returned. No whispers, no voices, just the low mechanical buzz of lights on the verge of dying. I walked slowly, carefully, trying not to draw attention. I passed room 7 again. Its door was wide open. That was not right. It had been closed before, tightly shut. No one should have been able to open it. I kept walking. The elevator was still open too, the dark void inside unchanged. I could feel something watching me from it, not directly, not like eyes I could see, just the unmistakable weight of attention, heavy and ancient. I reached the supply cart and found the scalpel. It was still there. I held it tight in my good hand and backed away. Then I heard the voice. Not a whisper, not like before. It was my voice, calling my name from the other side of the hall. James, it said. James, help me. I froze. James, please. It was my voice, my exact voice, my tone, my rhythm, but it was not coming from my mouth. James, come here. It came from the dark room next to room 11, the one that had always been empty. I took a step back. James. The voice grew more desperate, more real. Then it screamed. James. It was the loudest sound I had heard all night. It echoed down the halls like thunder. The lights above me exploded one by one. Glass rained down. I dropped to the floor, covering my head. The hallway plunged into darkness again. I stayed there, on the floor, breathing hard, surrounded by broken glass. I waited. No footsteps. No breathing. Only silence. I stood slowly, keeping the scalpel close, and made my way back to the nurse station, but the door was gone. Gone. The entire hallway had changed. The signs were different. The wallpaper was peeling. The floor was carpeted now, thick and red. I was not in the same part of the hospital anymore. I had been shifted. Somehow. The hospital had moved me. The silence was thick, heavy, like walking through fog. The carpet muffled my footsteps. Every door I passed was closed, but something told me not to open them. I could hear faint murmurs behind them. Singing, scratching, crying, I kept walking. At the end of the hallway was a door with a brass handle. It looked older than the others. The number above it was scratched out, completely, just gouges in the wood where numbers used to be. The air around it felt colder. I reached for the handle. My hand shook. The door opened before I touched it. I stepped back. A child stood in the doorway, pale, barefoot, wearing a hospital gown that hung off her like wet cloth. Her eyes were black. Not dark. Black. Empty. She opened her mouth and spoke in my voice. You broke the rules. I backed away. She stepped forward. Every footstep echoed like thunder, though the carpet should have muffled it. You let it out, she whispered. Now it knows you. She raised one hand and pointed behind me. I turned. The hallway behind me was gone, replaced by a mirror. Huge, wall to wall. And in it, I saw everything. Myself, but not quite. The version of me in the mirror was not holding a scalpel. He was holding something else. A key. His eyes were wide, terrified, but he did not move. Then, slowly, he smiled. Not a real smile. A slow, deliberate stretching of skin. My mouth remained closed, but the reflection laughed. No sound, just motion. The girl stepped closer. Her voice came from behind me and from the mirror at the same time. It likes your face. I turned away from the mirror and ran. I did not know where I was going, only that I had to get away. The hallway twisted as I ran. Doors flickered past. Some were open, some closed. The carpet vanished beneath my feet, replaced by cold tile again. The walls changed color. The ceiling dripped water. The hospital was unraveling. I found a stairwell and descended without thinking. The metal steps groaned under my weight. Every echo bounced around me like a scream. One floor down, then another. No signs. No exit. Only more halls. I stumbled into what looked like the main waiting area. It was deserted. Dust covered the chairs. The reception desk was cracked and broken. There, in the center of the room, was a mirror. The same one. My reflection already waiting. Holding the key. He raised it slowly, then pressed it against the glass. The mirror rippled, and I understood. The only way out was through. But that meant trusting something that wore my face. I stood there, trembling. One hand holding the scalpel, the other slowly reaching for the mirror. It pulsed with cold air, drawing me in. My reflection's smile widened. Behind me, the girl whispered again. "You still have to sacrifice." That was the rule. If escape is your only option, be prepared to sacrifice a part of yourself. I took a breath and stepped forward. The moment I stepped into the mirror, the world around me folded inward. There was no sound, no feeling of motion, only a weightless pressure, like I was being pulled through water that was too still. My body felt numb, my breath caught in my throat, but I never fully lost consciousness, just movement without direction, falling without falling. When my feet touched solid ground again, I almost collapsed. I gasped, feeling the air rush back into my lungs as if I had been holding my breath for hours. The mirror behind me was gone. In its place stood a brick wall, old and cracked, lit by a dim yellow light from a single flickering bulb. I was in a hallway I did not recognize. The floors were concrete, the walls were unfinished, and the ceiling pipes dripped slowly, rhythmically. It was damp, cold. It smelled like rust and mildew. I could hear something in the distance, a rhythmic tapping, something metallic striking stone. I stood still, clutching the scalpel in my left hand, the bandaged right hand hanging uselessly at my side. My eyes adjusted to the darkness, and I began walking. I had no other choice. Each step echoed around me, louder than it should have been. The hallway branched in strange ways, not like a hospital, more like a maze, doors with no handles, corners that turned into dead ends. And that sound, the tapping, it was getting louder. I reached an old iron gate. Beyond it, the hallway turned to stone, like I was entering the basement of something ancient. I pushed the gate open. It creaked like it had not been touched in years. Inside, the tapping stopped. Then something whispered. It said my name again, but not like before. This time it sounded like it came from inside my own head. James. 1,000 voices, all mine, all slightly wrong. I spun around. No one there. I kept moving. The stone hallway opened into a wide chamber. The walls curved in a perfect circle. Candles lined the perimeter, flickering with a wind I could not feel. In the center stood a figure. Not a person. A shape. Its body was tall, thin, made of smoke and bone. Its face was covered with a mask. Not human, not animal. Something in between. Its limbs were too long, bent at wrong angles. It stood perfectly still, and in its hand it held something familiar. My ID badge. The one I had dropped when the lights went out in the east wing. It lifted its hand slowly, offering it to me. I should have run, but I didn't. I stepped forward. The figure watched me, head tilted in unnatural stillness. It did not breathe. It did not move. I reached for the badge, hand trembling. Then it spoke. Its voice was layered, echoing, like every sound in the world had been put through a filter of pain. You broke the mirror. I blinked. You crossed over. This place is not meant for you. I pulled my hand back. The scalpel felt smaller in my grip, useless. What do you want? I asked, barely able to speak. It tilted its head again. A sacrifice. The final one. I shook my head. I already gave something. I did what the rule said. I got out. It took a step forward. The lights dimmed. The air grew thicker. You gave flesh. We want truth. I did not understand. It gestured behind me. I turned. There was another mirror, this one cracked, foggy, but it still reflected my image. And beside me in the reflection stood the woman from room 7. Her face was still hidden, her grin still stretched too wide, her eyes still bottomless. But now she whispered, "Tell them what you saw. Tell them what you did." I turned away. The creature behind me let out a low growl. The stone beneath my feet began to vibrate. "Tell the truth." The words echoed again. But I didn't know what truth they wanted. I never hurt anyone. I never wanted any of this. I just took a job. I just wanted to prove myself. "I'm not like them." "Not like who?" the creature asked. I looked back at the mirror. Behind me in the reflection, the hospital burned. Flames roared through the windows. And there, in the fire, I saw faces. Dozens of them. Staff. Patients. All watching me. All silent. My heart dropped. "What is this?" I whispered. "Memories." But they were not mine. Or maybe they were. One image held longer than the rest. A young boy, strapped to a gurney, screaming. A nurse walking away. And me, standing there, not helping, just watching. I remembered. No, I had buried it. 3 years ago, during my student rotation, that boy had hurt himself, screamed every night. The others called him dangerous, said he liked the pain. They told us to ignore him. And I had. He begged me. I did nothing. I left him alone. He died in the night, and I never told anyone. I dropped to my knees. Tears blurred my vision. "I'm sorry." The creature stepped forward. The girl appeared beside it. "Say it again." "I'm sorry." Louder. I screamed it this time. My voice cracked. I didn't know if it mattered, but I screamed. "I'm sorry." The candles flickered violently. Then one by one, they went out. Darkness swallowed the room. I felt hands on my shoulders. Small, cold. The girl leaned in close. "This is your sacrifice." Then the world turned white. I woke up in the nurse's station. My head was resting on the desk, my right hand bandaged tight, the dried blood stiff against my skin. The lights were on. The hum of the fluorescent bulbs was steady. No flickering, no shadows, no distant whispers. The clock on the wall read 6:15 in the morning. For a long time I just sat there, staring at the second hand ticking forward like it had always been moving, like the night I had just lived through had never happened. But it had. I knew it had. I looked around slowly. The monitors were working again. Room 7 showed nothing but a perfectly made bed. The hallway where I had seen the patient standing motionless was empty. My reflection in the window looked normal, tired, pale, but mine. When I finally stood, my legs were weak but steady. I didn't want to move, but I had to. I made my way through the halls, checking each room, every corner. The windows were all closed. The elevator was still. The east wing lights remained lit. Nothing looked out of place. But everything felt different. When I reached the main entrance, the doors were unlocked. The morning light spilled through the glass, soft and pale, pushing the darkness away like it had never belonged there. I stepped outside and breathed in the cold mountain air. It smelled like pine and frost, real air, clean. I sat on the steps just outside the entrance and looked back at the hospital. The old building stood quiet, no sign of the nightmare that had lived within it just hours ago. I thought of Yuki, how she had tried to warn me, how she had looked afraid even as she handed me the rules. She must have known they were incomplete, or maybe someone had made sure she never saw the full list. I pulled the crumpled paper from my pocket. The ink was smudged, and one of the corners was burned slightly, but the rules were still there, 6 of them, and the one I had discovered the hard way. Rule 7. Do not enter room 7 after 2 a.m. I stared at the words, letting the weight of everything crash down onto me. The rules had not been jokes. They had been lifelines. Not all of them made sense. Some still didn't. But I knew one thing with absolute certainty now. Breaking a rule had consequences, and following them had saved my life. At 7 sharp, The front doors opened behind me. I turned to see the morning shift arriving, chatting quietly among themselves. They nodded to me like it was any normal day. Maybe for them it was. Minerva was among them. She looked different in the daylight, more human, less ageless. She paused when she saw me sitting there, then approached slowly. "You made it," she said, a hint of something like relief in her voice. I stood up, unsure what to say. "You knew," I said. "You knew the rules weren't complete." She nodded. "Yes, but I had hoped you wouldn't need that last one." I almost died. "Most do," she replied softly. "Most don't make it to morning." I wanted to be angry, to yell at her, but the rage never came, only exhaustion. "I saw something," I said, "in that other place. Memories. Not mine, but also mine." She looked at me carefully, then placed a hand on my shoulder. "The building takes what you hide. It brings it out, makes you face it." "It was my fault," I whispered. "That boy. I did nothing." "And you carried that with you," she said, "whether you admitted it or not." I stared at the ground. "Did the sacrifice work?" She nodded once. "You're still here." I didn't understand it all, maybe I never would. But I had lived through it, and I had paid the price. Minerva handed me a sealed envelope. Inside was payment, more than I expected, but money felt meaningless now. "You'll get offers after this," she said. "Quiet ones, specific ones. You'll have a choice." "What if I say no?" "Then you walk away, try to forget. But the ones who see, they don't usually forget." I didn't know what to say. I tucked the envelope into my bag and walked to my car. Before I got in, I looked back at the hospital one last time. It was just a building again. But I knew better. It was watching me. Waiting. I drove home in silence, the rising sun warming my skin through the windshield. Every mile between me and that place felt like a small victory. When I got home, I washed the blood from my hand and threw the scrubs away. I sat on my couch for hours, just breathing, just being alive. Later that night, I got a text. It was from an unknown number. "We heard you survived your first night." Then another message. "There's more work if you're interested." I stared at the screen. My hands trembled. I did not reply. Not yet. But I kept the phone close. Because some part of me knew the truth. Once you see what's really out there, you can never go back. My name is Grayson Tull. I have worked in aviation control for over 15 years, and for most of that time I never saw anything that truly shook me. Sure, there were close calls, bad weather, confused pilots, and stressful double shifts, but nothing like what happened when I was transferred to Bristlewind Regional Tower. That place is nothing like any other I had worked in before. It sits alone, just west of a dried-up riverbed, outside a town most maps barely acknowledge. The airstrip itself is small but handles mid-range jets and experimental aircraft rerouted from nearby test zones. I was told I would be there 6 months at most. Turns out 6 months is more than enough time to have your entire understanding of reality pulled out from under you. I arrived at Bristlewind during the late fall. The cold out there feels thicker somehow, like it wraps around your skin and just stays there, clinging. The staff was minimal. Only 3 full-time tower operators, a part-time mechanic, and someone in administration whose name I never caught. My shift was nights, which suited me just fine. I have never been much for daylight and chatter. The first few nights were slow. Planes came and went, routine checks were logged, and the fog rolled in and out like clockwork. But even then, I noticed the fog hung too long. It moved like it had direction, as if something inside it knew where it wanted to go. I mentioned it once to Evelyn, one of the senior controllers, and she just gave me this look. Not scared exactly, just tired. Like someone who had seen too much but could not be bothered to say it aloud anymore. One night, maybe 2 weeks in, I got a strange ping from an inbound flight. It identified as Sierra Echo 9, and its approach vector came in from the northeast. Nothing unusual there. What was odd was the altitude. The ping registered it at 85,000 feet, which made no sense. The airliners we typically handled topped out at 39,000. I called it in, following protocol, and the voice that came back was wrong. It was a man's voice, probably mid-40s if I had to guess, but it was flat, toneless. Like he was reciting words from memory with no understanding of their meaning. He asked to descend, said he was freezing, said there were lights outside his window that had been following him for over an hour. I tried to reroute him, get a visual, but there was nothing. No lights in the sky, not on radar, not out the window. Just blackness stretching on forever. I reached out to Harland, who worked out of Twin Butte Control 2 states over, just to confirm if they had seen anything cross over from their airspace. He said their entire eastern scope had gone dark for 6 minutes, totally blank. No warning, no alert, no storm, nothing. He said his supervisor shrugged it off as a calibration error. But the look in his eyes told me he did not buy that. None of us did. We just did not want to admit it. By the time I looked back at my monitor, Sierra Echo 9 was gone. Not crashed, not landed. Just vanished, like the sky had opened up and swallowed it whole. I reported the disappearance of Sierra Echo 9 exactly as I was trained to. Filled out the forms, logged the call, marked the time, and noted the last contact, but I already knew what would happen. Within 2 hours, the entry was flagged and pulled. By morning, it was scrubbed entirely from the system. I asked Evelyn if she had seen it, and she didn't even pretend to play dumb. She just nodded slowly and handed me a fresh shift log like we were pretending last night hadn't happened. That was the start of a very different kind of work at Bristlewind. From then on, I kept my own records. I used an old leather-bound notebook, the kind you buy in antique stores, and started logging anything that didn't sit right. Every strange frequency, every aircraft that didn't match its own manifest, every shadow that lingered on the tarmac too long. The notebook stayed in my coat, and the coat never left the tower. About 4 nights later, I was finishing up a routine system check when I noticed one of our hangars had its lights on. Hangar 4. It was supposed to be sealed. The windows were dust-covered and blacked out from the inside, and no aircraft had been logged in or out of it for almost a year. Curious, I grabbed my flashlight, buzzed the ground crew on the open channel, and asked if anyone was running maintenance after hours. No response. I double-checked the manifest. No activity scheduled. No security clearance pending. I decided to take a walk. The night air bit through my jacket as I crossed the tarmac. It was quiet, too quiet even for that hour. No distant engines, no wind through the trees, just stillness. When I reached the hangar, I noticed something strange right away. The air smelled wrong. Not of fuel or oil, but of old metal and damp earth, like rust and wet stone, thick and unnatural. My flashlight flickered the moment I reached the doors. I pushed them open slowly, expecting maybe a maintenance vehicle or a stray light that had been left on by mistake, but what I saw made me freeze. Inside, there was a jet, not one I recognized. It was sleek, silver, and oddly narrow. No identifying numbers or logos. The design looked almost too clean, like a mock-up built for a science fiction film, and around it stood 6 figures, not crew, not military, just tall, thin, covered head to toe in what looked like faded flight suits that shimmered like oil under the light. None of them moved. I don't think they were expecting me. I stood there in silence, my flashlight aimed at the ground, heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. One of them turned slowly, like it didn't have a neck to rotate, but had to shift its whole upper body. Even in the dim light, I saw it. No face. Just a dark, smooth plate where the face should have been. I backed out of that hangar without a word and walked quickly back to the tower. I didn't run. I felt like if I ran, it would notice. I shut the door behind me, locked it, and sat at the console for nearly 30 minutes, staring at the runway. Hangar 4 stayed lit the whole time. Then, around 3:15, the light inside snapped off all at once, like someone had flipped a master switch. I checked the hangar the next day. It was empty. No jet, no footprints, No sign anyone had ever been there. I didn't tell Evelyn. I didn't tell anyone. I just wrote it down in my notebook and tried not to think about it, but the strangeness only got worse from there. Over the next week, 3 different aircraft filed emergency requests to land due to instrument confusion. That was the wording they used, instrument confusion. Each pilot reported that their gauges were spinning uncontrollably or resetting mid-flight. One swore his altimeter was reading negative values at 20,000 feet. Another said his GPS showed him over water when he was flying through desert. But the worst one came on a Thursday just after 2 in the morning. The pilot's voice came through thin and static-ridden, like he was broadcasting from deep underwater. He identified as Yankee Foxtrot 7, but the system didn't recognize the call sign. He said he'd lost all sense of direction. When I asked for his heading, he said, and I remember the exact words, "The sky's turned inside out. Everything's wrong. There's no up or down. There's just a hallway of mirrors." His voice started to break apart after that. I could hear multiple versions of his transmission overlaying each other, like echoes skipping across dimensions. Then silence, not even static. Just a total blackout. His aircraft never arrived. No wreckage, no mayday, no explanation. Evelyn never asked about him. No one did. And once again, when I checked the database the next morning, there was no record of a Yankee Foxtrot 7. I started sleeping in the break room upstairs, too paranoid to leave the tower some nights. I didn't trust the hallway, and I didn't trust the empty corners of the lot. You ever feel watched from a direction that doesn't exist? Not left or right, not behind you, but something that wraps around. That's what it started to feel like. Like the tower itself was drifting into a place it didn't belong, night by night, inch by inch. Then came the incident with the field lights, but I'll get to that soon, because that night was when things stopped being weird and started being dangerous. The night the field lights went haywire started like any other. I'd settled into the control room just before midnight, sipping stale coffee and reviewing the flight logs for the next shift. The radar was quiet. Sky was clear. Ground crew had finished early and cleared out. But then, right around 1:20 in the morning, something shifted in the air. I do not mean that poetically. I mean it literally. The pressure changed. You could feel it like a subtle pop behind your eyes, the way your ears shift when you climb too high too fast. The lights inside the tower dimmed slightly, then flickered once. I checked the systems. No alerts. Power was stable. But outside, the airfield lights began to pulse. At first, I thought maybe a voltage dip was causing them to flicker, but it was too rhythmic. Every set of lights along the main runway blinked in sequence, one after another, starting from the far end and crawling toward the tower like some kind of signal or pattern. Then they paused, all off at once, for 3 full seconds. Then they all snapped back on. And I swear, something was standing at the edge of the field. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, leaned forward against the glass. It was far away, right at the edge where the concrete meets the grass. A tall, thin silhouette. Could have been a person, but there was something off. The height, the posture. It was just standing there, completely motionless, almost as if waiting. I radioed security. No response. I tried the emergency line. Dead air. Then, without touching a thing, the lights began pulsing again, this time starting from the tower and racing backward down the field toward the figure. And that is when it moved. Not like a person walks or runs. It glided. No bounce, no steps, just motion, smooth and fast. It covered half the runway in seconds, slipping through the light like it was drawn to them. I stood there, heart hammering, unsure if I should move or stay still. I reached for the emergency lockdown button just as the lights cut out completely. Everything went black. No monitors, no control panels, no backup power, only the soft glow from my phone screen and the weight of my own breath in the silence. Then came the knock. A single knock, sharp and deliberate, not on the door, but on the outer window pane at the top of the tower. It came again and again, exactly 3 times, spaced evenly. I didn't look. I knew I couldn't, My hands were trembling as I pressed my back against the wall, slowly sliding down until I was sitting on the floor. Another knock, then another, then silence. I stayed there for almost an hour, knees pulled up to my chest, phone clutched in both hands, no signal, no bars, no time display. Just the soft, glowing light and the sound of my own shallow breathing. At exactly 2:37, the power returned. The lights buzzed back to life, monitors blinked and booted up, radios clicked back to static. I stood slowly, every muscle stiff, and approached the window. Nothing was outside, just the runway, perfectly lit, empty as ever. I ran a systems check, all green, all logs intact, except for one. The inbound manifest had a new entry, no flight plan, no origin. Just a single line blinking at the bottom of the screen. Kilo Romeo 12 inbound, estimated time of arrive, 2:40. I stared at it, trying to recall if the code matched anything in our records. It didn't. I keyed in the frequency and hailed it. Kilo Romeo 12, this is Bristlewind Tower. Please confirm your approach and altitude. No response. Then, right as the clock hit 2:40, the radar blipped. A dot appeared, altitude 40,000 feet and descending fast. Kilo Romeo 12, respond immediately or identify. You are entering restricted airspace. Still nothing. I stared at the radar as the dot descended rapidly. 30,000, then 20, then 10. I looked out the window and saw the sky shimmer, not clouds, not rain, just a ripple, as if the stars themselves were being stretched. Then something dark slipped through it. Not a plane, not anything man-made. It had no wings, no engines, just a long, narrow shape that seemed to hum against the air. Lights ran along its sides, not like navigation lights, but like veins pulsing faintly in red and blue. It hovered silently above the runway. No wind, no sound, just weight in the air, pressing on my chest. Then, slowly, it descended. A hatch opened at the bottom, not with noise or hydraulics, but like a part of the ship melted away into itself. A ramp lowered. Something stepped out. Not tall this time, small, no more than 5 feet. Its shape flickered as it moved, hard to hold in my vision. I would see limbs, then no limbs, eyes, then none. It shimmered like a mirage, and it walked directly toward the tower. I backed up, reaching instinctively for the emergency alarm again, even though I already knew it would do nothing. My hand hovered over the button, shaking. The figure moved slowly across the tarmac, never breaking stride, never turning. I couldn't breathe. Then it stopped. It raised one arm, not in greeting, not in threat, just slowly, mechanically, and in the exact same instant, every single light in the tower shut off again. Darkness, but not silence. There was a low hum now, not in the air, but inside my head, like a vibration that ran through my thoughts. I dropped to my knees, hands clamped over my ears, but it didn't stop. It wasn't sound. It was inside me. Then the voice. Not spoken, not heard, but real, clear, calm. It said only one thing. Do not lie. The hum stopped. The lights came back. The ship was gone. The tarmac was empty. My shift log was wiped. I checked the camera footage, blank from 2:15 to 3 o'clock. The backup recordings, corrupted. Every radio transmission from the last 2 hours, missing. I sat down, hands shaking, unsure whether to cry or laugh or run, but I did none of those things. I just grabbed my old notebook, flipped to the next blank page, and wrote down the time, the call sign, and the message. Then I turned the page and waited, because I had the sinking feeling this was just the beginning. The next morning, I stared out the window of the break room with a cup of lukewarm coffee in my hand, watching the empty runway shimmer in the early sun. Everything looked normal, boring even. But it felt like a lie, like the world had tried to reset itself after what happened, except some pieces hadn't quite gone back into place. I could still hear that voice, not aloud, but behind my thoughts. Like it had burned a groove in my brain. Do not lie. I didn't sleep, not even a little. I stayed in the tower the entire next day, pacing, checking systems, pretending like nothing had changed when every part of me knew otherwise. Evelyn came on shift around noon, her usual calm and steady self. She gave me a tired glance and asked if I had logged anything unusual. I almost said no. I almost stuck to the routine. But then I remembered what the voice had told me, so I nodded and said quietly, "Yeah, something happened." Evelyn didn't flinch. She didn't act surprised. She simply walked over to the small fridge, grabbed a soda, popped it open and said, "You see the ship, or the ones walking around?" That was when I realized she had known all along. I asked her how long she had been working at Bristlewind. She just looked at me and said, "Long enough to stop calling this place an airport." That night, she stayed with me through the graveyard shift. No pretense, no forced professionalism. She leaned back in her chair, eyes half shut, and told me that Bristlewind had always been a liminal place. A crack in the sky, she called it, somewhere that touched something else. And whatever that something else was, it didn't follow our rules. I asked her about the ships, about the passengers that never showed up in the logs. She told me the real logs don't get typed, they get remembered. She tapped the side of her head and said, "This is the only black box that matters here." Later that night, after she went home, I checked the physical logs. There were pages missing, torn out cleanly. I flipped through every drawer, dug through every file cabinet, and still found nothing that mentioned the call signs from the last week. It was like the airport itself had decided they didn't belong. That was when I found the envelope. It was wedged beneath the emergency comms manual, sealed with no label. Inside was a photo, black and white, old, maybe 1960s. It showed the tower, a group of staff standing in front of it, but something was wrong with their eyes. Every person had the same flat stare, not fear, not focus, just vacancy. Like they weren't really looking at the camera, like they were looking through it. And in the very corner of the frame, almost lost in the background, was that same silver aircraft I had seen the night before. Sleek, too smooth, no windows, just a glint of light catching the edge. I turned the photo over. No date, just one word written in faint pencil. Observe. That word stuck with me. I spent the next 2 nights logging everything, every light flicker, every unexplained ping on the radar. I even started sketching things, shapes I thought I saw out of the corner of my eye, angles that didn't make sense, symbols that flickered once on a terminal screen then vanished. On the 3rd night, something new happened. A weather alert went off on my screen, strong wind approaching from the northwest. I looked out the window and saw nothing but calm air. The trees beyond the perimeter fence weren't moving, not even a breeze. But the radar showed a disturbance, a massive air shift sweeping toward the tower. The sensors said the pressure had dropped rapidly, dangerously. I stepped outside onto the observation deck. At first I saw nothing, then the stars vanished. One by one, like lights flicking off, a perfect patch of sky went black, not cloudy, just gone. And within that darkness, something vast began to take shape. I couldn't see the whole of it, only impressions, curves that defied size, a shadow that shimmered with motion, but never quite revealed itself. It hovered directly above Bristlewind. No lights, no sound, just presence, immense, patient, watching. The radio crackled, not static, breathing. I stepped back inside and closed the door. The air inside felt heavier than it should. I grabbed my notebook, flipped to a fresh page and wrote the time, the weather anomaly, and what I had seen in the sky. Then I waited. And sure enough, at exactly 3 minutes past 2, the radar blinked. A single ping, no call sign, no altitude, just a presence marked only by a shifting icon that spun slowly in place. I called it. Unidentified craft. This is Bristlewind Tower. Do you copy? A pause. Then the radio came alive with a voice that did not belong to a person. You are awake now, it said. You are seen. I didn't respond. I couldn't. I just stared at the speaker, heart racing. The voice continued. Tell them. Tell who? I asked, before I could stop myself. There was a long silence, then a simple, chilling reply. All of them. Then the radar shut down, all of it. Every terminal went black. The emergency lights came on, soft and red. I stood there in the dim glow, notebook in hand, the last words of the transmission ringing in my head. Tell them. I didn't sleep again. I stayed in the tower until dawn. When Evelyn came in, I handed her the notebook. She didn't read it, just flipped through the pages slowly, then handed it back. They know you now, she said. There's no undoing that. I asked who they were. She just gave me that tired look again. You'll learn, she said, or you won't. Either way, you're part of it now. I didn't argue. I just nodded. Then I sat back down in my chair and waited for night to fall again. Because something told me it was far from over. I started seeing them more often after that. Not the ships, though they still passed silently overhead, sometimes leaving the scent of ozone in the air. But the figures, people, maybe. They stood in places that should have been empty, at the far end of the runway, at the tree line beyond the perimeter. Sometimes right outside the tower, unmoving, staring up with faces I couldn't quite make out, always watching, never getting closer, never waving. Just standing like they were waiting for something to happen. I asked Evelyn if she saw them too. She didn't answer right away, just stared into her coffee like the silence was its own kind of answer. You'll get used to them, she finally said, or you won't. We never talked about it again. By then I'd stopped calling Bristlewind an airport. The word didn't fit. It wasn't just about planes anymore. It was a threshold, a border. Somewhere the world thinned out just enough for things to slip through. One night, about a week after the radar blackout, I received a transmission on a dead channel. No call sign, no identifying tone, just a sudden voice in the dark. Male, but strange, distant. Like he was speaking from the bottom of a well. Tower, this is Juliet Echo 7. Requesting visual confirmation. I didn't have any flight plan by that name. Nothing on the screen, just black. Juliet Echo 7, state your position, I replied. A pause. Then, I think we're inside something. The words chilled me. Inside what? Don't know, the voice said, quieter now. Sky went black. Instruments dead. Time's not right either. My co-pilot's watch says we've been in the air 5 minutes. Mine says 12 hours. I looked at the radar again. Still blank. Juliet Echo 7, I have no visual. Can you describe surroundings? I can't see outside. It's just stars. But they're wrong. They move like they're alive. I swallowed hard. My hand hovered over the emergency beacon, but I didn't press it. I didn't think anyone else would understand. What's your heading? The voice didn't answer, just static for a long moment. Then, do you remember me? The voice had changed. It wasn't the same one. It was familiar. My stomach dropped. Juliet Echo 7, who is this? No answer. Then the voice came again, different this time, a woman's voice. Why did you open the door? I stood up, heart hammering, and turned to look at the stairwell. Empty. I was alone, but the voice continued, not through the radio now, through the speakers overhead. You weren't supposed to look. You weren't supposed to listen. The lights flickered, then dimmed to a reddish glow. My screen showed nothing but static now, and from outside I saw movement. A shape shifting just beyond the glass, tall, thin, no face. Just light, soft blue light that moved like water in a jar. I stepped back. The shape drifted up, close enough to the window that I could see its outline clearly. It was human in shape, but not in substance. Fluid, shimmering, no details but form. I didn't speak. I didn't need to. It wasn't there to talk. Then it turned, slowly, and vanished into the night. The power came back 30 seconds later. The screens blinked on. Evelyn's voice crackled through the radio. You okay up there? I told her yes. It was a lie. She came up to the tower not long after and sat with me in silence. She didn't ask questions. She never did. I think she knew I wouldn't have answers anyway. Instead, she handed me something, a notebook, older than the one I kept. Inside were entries, pages full of experiences just like mine, dated, described in detail. Different names, different shifts, same voices, same lights. At the very back was a drawing. A figure standing in front of the tower, tall, faceless, arms raised. Below it, a single phrase. It always comes when you break the pattern. I asked Evelyn what it meant. She just shrugged. We're supposed to watch, she said. That's all. The moment we try to interact, change something, we stop being observers. That stuck with me, that idea that even noticing was dangerous, that by acknowledging them, I'd invited them in. That night, I logged everything. I didn't speak. I didn't ask questions. When a blip appeared briefly on the radar, I marked the time, the heading, the fade. When the lights dimmed at exactly 2:23, I wrote it down. When a voice whispered my name from a speaker that wasn't connected to any system, I kept my hands in my lap and just listened. And slowly, the night passed. Nothing else came. By dawn, it almost felt normal again. I stayed until Evelyn arrived, nodded to her, and stepped outside for the first time in hours. The air smelled like ozone again. Not fresh, not dirty, charged. I looked up. There were no planes in the sky, just empty air and one pale light hanging far too low, unmoving, like a star caught in the wrong part of the sky. I turned and walked to my car. When I got home, I found a package waiting by my door. No return address. Inside was a voice recorder, one of the old tape kind, and when I pressed play, I heard my own voice. Not from a past shift, not from any recording I had ever made. It was me, saying things I had never said, talking about things I hadn't yet seen. It ended with my voice saying, "I think tonight is the night it finally steps through." And then a long silence. Then a knock. Right before the tape cut off. I dropped the recorder. It hit the floor and cracked open, but the tape inside kept spinning. I unplugged every electronic device in my apartment, sat in the middle of the room with the lights off. That night, I didn't sleep. And something tells me I won't be sleeping again for a long time. The lights in the control tower flickered for the third time that night, casting long shadows that danced across the floor. I was on edge, more so than I had ever been. After the last encounter, the agency sent in new staff and reinforced the perimeter, but that did nothing to clear the air. It still felt heavy, like we were being watched. We were told it was just a precaution, nothing more. But when they bring in people who do not talk, do not blink, and never seem to leave the back observation room, it no longer feels like a simple precaution. That night, something new appeared on the radar. It was not a blip, not a flight signature. It was a hole, a perfect absence. The scope lit up like it had registered something, but where the dot should have been, there was only a void. I stared at it until my eyes burned, and only looked away when my colleague Renee leaned over and nudged my shoulder. "Still nothing?" she asked, her voice edged with unease disguised as sarcasm. "Exactly nothing," I said. She tapped the screen gently. "It's like something is eating the signal, not interference, not static. This is different." I nodded. We logged the anomaly, just like we had every other strange thing that passed through this place, but we both knew deep down this one was not like the others. The air in the tower got noticeably colder, and our breath started to fog. That had never happened before. And then the void moved, slowly, not with speed, not with direction. It drifted, like it was being pulled across the map toward the airport. Then the phones rang. 3 different lines lit up at once. Renee grabbed one. I took another. The third just kept ringing, its tone shrill and grating in the silence. "This is tower operations," I said, trying to sound calm. "This is Flight Sierra 8 requesting assistance." The voice on the other end stammered. "We've lost visuals. The sky's gone black. It just ends." I glanced at Renee. Her eyes were wide. She was getting the same report from a different flight. Sierra 8, confirm your altitude and position, I said. Static buzzed, and then the pilot whispered, "There's something out here. I can't see it, but I know it's there. It's looking at us." Before I could respond, the power went out. Everything. Lights, screens, phones, dead. The silence that followed was deeper than anything I had ever felt. It rang in my ears. I stood frozen until emergency lighting flickered on, casting the room in red glow. The radar rebooted, one system after the other, except the main scope. That one stayed blank. The floor started to hum, a low vibration that seemed to rise from beneath us. I looked out the tower window, and I realized the edge of the airfield was no longer flat. It was bending, like reality itself was warping. The wind stopped, all sound stopped, and then the runway lights started popping, one by one, from the outer edges in toward the tower. I saw it then, a shape, not a craft, not a shadow, something bigger, something dark enough to blot out the sky behind it. The air around it shimmered, like heat waves on pavement, except this was cold. So cold I could feel it crawling up my arms even inside the sealed tower. I reached for the emergency radio. All flights divert. Repeat, all flights divert immediately. No one answered. We watched as the shape hovered near the landing strips. It had no outline, no true form. It pulsed with shifting surfaces, symbols etched across it that glowed and shifted like they were alive. Every time I looked too long, my stomach turned. Renee gasped beside me and collapsed. I caught her before she hit the floor. Blood trickled from her nose. Her eyes rolled back and she muttered something I did not understand. "What did you say?" I asked, but she only repeated it, over and over. "They're inside," she whispered. "Not just here. They're inside us." Then came the sirens, not the usual alarms we trained for. These came from deep below the tower. I had never heard them before, a low droning wail that seemed to come from inside my own bones. Metal shutters slammed down over every window. A voice came through the tower speaker, not one I recognized. "All staff, Protocol 9, shelter immediately." I hoisted Renee onto my shoulder and half dragged, half carried her toward the stairwell that led to the bunker levels. The door sealed behind us as a second pressure wave hit the building. The whole tower shuddered. We kept moving, deeper. In the lowest chamber we waited. There were no clocks, no time. Minutes stretched and twisted until they no longer felt real. Renee woke once, mumbling fragments of things that made no sense. About red lights in the walls, about a voice whispering her name from inside the control panel. We stayed down there until the voice returned, clearer this time. It said the sky was clear, but no one believed it. Still, the door unlocked. The lock clicked, echoing through the quiet room like a challenge. When we stepped outside, the sky was back to normal. The tarmac was empty, but something was different. You could feel it in the way the air moved, in the way the birds avoided the tower entirely. I looked at Renee. She looked back, eyes still tired but steady. We both knew it was not over. This was not just some strange night with an odd signal. This was an intrusion, and it was not the first. Something had broken through, something not meant to exist here, and now that it had, the sky would never be the same again. The weeks following the incident at the tower felt like waking up inside someone else's dream. Nothing looked wrong, not exactly. The skies were blue again, the schedules back on track, planes coming and going like clockwork. But that was the problem. It was too smooth, too quiet. It felt like we were being watched, not by someone but by the place itself, like the airport had become something more than it was before. Renee never returned to the tower. She handed in her resignation with a single line, "I remember too much." She didn't leave a forwarding address. I didn't blame her. After what we saw, after what followed us down into that bunker, staying sane was accomplishment enough. But I stayed, not because I was brave, because I needed answers. The agency sent new staff, fresh faces with clean files and a heavy presence of private security. They didn't ask about the night the sky tore open. They didn't mention the shuttered systems, the vanished flight logs, or the data that had quietly erased itself from every terminal. If anything, they acted like nothing had ever happened. A few of them even smiled too often, like they'd been coached to appear normal. I kept my head down, kept my notes private. I carried a small notebook in my jacket, always close, where I scribbled down anything that didn't feel right, flickers in the radar. Planes showing up without origin codes, even strange lights seen by night crew, logged then quickly dismissed by the brass. But it all came to a head one last time. It was just past midnight. The radar pinged, but this time there was no mystery call sign, no pilot's panic coming through the radio. What appeared was stillness. The radar froze. Not blank. Not glitching. Just paused. I tried every system. Nothing responded. And then the window darkened. I stood up slowly and approached the glass. Outside, the stars blinked out one by one, as though something massive had moved between Earth and the rest of the galaxy. The clouds parted, but it wasn't moonlight that fell through. It was something else, a soft violet glow, unnatural and slow-moving, spreading across the tarmac. It wasn't a ship this time. It was a shape, a perfect circle of light etched into the runway, pulsing with a rhythm I felt in my chest more than I heard. The vibration was deep, harmonic, like the thrum of something ancient remembering its name. I didn't run. I walked down to the tarmac alone. Whatever this was, it wasn't hiding anymore. The guards didn't stop me. In fact, they weren't moving at all. I passed them on the stairs, frozen mid-step, their faces slack and eyes glazed over. Outside, the circle waited. Lights began rising from it, thin as wires, flickering like flame but cool to the touch. As I stepped into the center, the air thickened, slowing everything around me, muffling the wind, even my own heartbeat. A voice greeted me, not with words, but thoughts. "You remember," it said. I didn't ask who. I understood. It was the presence that had haunted the tower that night, the one that studied me through the glass, the one that spared me while it dismantled everything I thought I knew. "You see the paths," it said. "You see the breaks." And I did. I saw the loops in time, the fractured airspace, the bleed-throughs where things that didn't belong slipped into our world. I saw the faces of pilots lost in radio silence, the hollow skies they wandered, and the echoes of decisions never made. "You are the witness," it said. "That is your purpose." The light pulsed again, once, then dimmed. The world began to breathe again. Wind moved. The stars returned. The night settled. And I stood alone on the tarmac, cold, shaking, and aware that nothing would ever be the same again. They never found the radar logs from that night, and the circle left no marks. When I tried to bring it up in reports, I was reassigned, quietly, respectfully. They gave me a new badge and a new desk at a different airfield, hundreds of miles away. But I still kept the notebook, and the visions didn't stop. I began to draw them, shapes in the sky, maps of non-existent flight paths, symbols I could never remember writing, and slowly, I began to understand something bigger was at play. We weren't dealing with aliens, not in the way science fiction suggests. We weren't being invaded, we were being studied. Or maybe, remembered. The incidents at the tower, the vanishing aircraft, the doubled planes, the ghost formations, those weren't isolated. They were tests, pressure points, probes against the membrane of our reality, checking for weak spots. And I had been marked. The final piece came months later, on a quiet night at the new station. I was working alone, a single desk light casting long shadows as I reviewed old charts. A breeze slipped in through the open window, even though it had been still all night. I turned and found a slip of paper on my desk, not typed, handwritten, 5 words. "They will return for you." I sat back, heart steady, not afraid, just waiting. I don't know when they will come. Maybe it will be years, maybe it will be tomorrow night. But I know this, I will be ready. Because I've seen the sky break. And I'm no longer afraid of what's on the other side. My name is James Holden, and I am a babysitter for the supernatural. No, seriously, that is actually my job. The only real difference between me and the average babysitter from your neighborhood is my list of clients. I have been doing this for 7 years now, and in that time I have babysat for creatures and families most people think only exist in stories. Werewolves, angels, banshees, dwarves, elves, fairies, fae, golems, you name it. Some of them you probably have not even heard of. Every single one of them is different, and every single one brings its own level of risk. I enjoy the work. I do. But that does not mean it is easy or safe. It all started when I was a teenager. Just a regular guy trying to make some extra money after school. Babysitting was a pretty easy gig. A few hours here and there, maybe a Saturday night. I mostly sat for a handful of families, and they would tell their friends about me. So I stayed busy enough. The pay was nothing amazing, just around minimum wage, but it was fine for what I needed. The job never really interfered with my life. It gave me enough cash for small things and kept my parents off my back. One day I got a new call. It was different. A woman said she needed someone to watch her twin daughters overnight and offered to pay more than double what I normally made. I was excited. That kind of money was a big deal to me back then. I figured it was just because it was an overnight job. Most people did not want to stay at someone else's house while the kids slept, but I did not mind. The way I saw it, they would sleep through most of it, and I would just have to be there in case of emergencies. Easy. I made sure to get there early. I always tried to make a good first impression. If they liked me, I figured they would hire me again. The house was way off in the woods. The road getting there was narrow and surrounded by thick trees that leaned in from both sides, almost closing in. The deeper I drove, the darker it got. The trees blocked out the sky, and the only sound was the low hum of my car engine. Eventually, I saw a gravel driveway winding up to a large house that looked like something out of a novel. It was tall, 3 stories, made of stone and nearly swallowed by the surrounding trees. The shutters on every window were closed tight, and the whole place looked like it had not seen daylight in years. I pulled up and turned off the engine. My watch said 7:15, which meant I was 15 minutes early. I checked myself in the mirror, made sure I looked clean and presentable, and got out of the car. The gravel crunched under my feet louder than it should have. Everything around me was quiet, too quiet. It felt like the air was holding its breath. I walked to the big double front door and raised my hand to knock, but before I could even touch it, the door opened on its own. I jumped. The silence had already been messing with me, and I had not expected anyone to open it that fast. A woman stood there, smiling warmly. She had a kind face and a calm presence. "You must be James. You are early," she said, her voice soft and a little accented. "Please, come in. My girls have been talking about you all day." I stepped into the house and took off my shoes like I always did. The inside was brightly lit, which surprised me after how dark the outside was. The lights were strong and white, filling the space and bouncing off the polished wood floors. She led me through a wide hallway and into a large kitchen. Sitting at the counter were 2 identical girls, both around 10 years old. "Hi, I'm Stacy," said the girl on the right. "And I'm Stephanie," said the one on the left. They smiled at me like they already knew me. I said hello back, and we chatted for a few minutes before their mother, who introduced herself as Minerva, asked them to head to their rooms so we could talk. "They seem really sweet," I said, trying to sound polite. "They are," Minerva replied. "I should probably tell you a bit more about us. I'm very grateful that you agreed to babysit. I have not been able to attend a council meeting in person in a long time." "What kind of council meeting?" I asked. "The Council of Witches. I am second to the High Witch." I thought she was joking. I laughed. She didn't. She just looked at me with the same calm expression. "You are serious?" "I assumed you already knew. I hired you because I was told you were comfortable with demonic children. My girls are easier than that." I looked at her for a long moment, expecting her to break into a smile and laugh at the joke, but she never did. Her eyes were steady, calm, and strange. I could not explain what was off, but something was. Then she stepped closer and looked me in the eye. Her eyes were deep, not just in color but in feeling. They changed color slightly as she stared, red, then green, then blue. I could not look away. It felt like I was falling into her gaze. She sighed. "You are telling the truth. You had no idea." "No," I said, "none." "That is unfortunate. I cannot leave my children with someone who knows nothing of the supernatural. That would be irresponsible." "I can do it," I said quickly. "Let me try. One night. Think of it as a trial run." She hesitated, clearly unsure. "I'll be careful. I'll follow all your rules. Just let me try." "Very well," she said finally. "One night. But you must follow the rules I give you exactly. If something goes wrong, call me. If a rule is broken, call me right away." She handed me a letter with a list of instructions. After that, she left. And that was how it all began. Once the door closed behind Minerva, the weight of the house settled around me. I stood there for a moment, holding the letter she gave me. My fingers gripped it tighter than I meant them to. I unfolded the paper and started reading, eyes scanning the neatly written words. The handwriting was elegant, with small curls at the ends of the letters, like it belonged to someone from another time. It began warmly enough, thanking me again for agreeing to babysit. Then it got strange. The letter listed out rules, not the usual kind like no sugar after 8 or bedtime by 9. These were different. They were precise and weird. Some of them involved knocking on doors in specific ways. Others talked about ignoring voices that might come from outside, no matter what or who they sounded like. One mentioned mirrors. Another said to leave a glass of water on the counter at exactly 9:15 and not to go back into the kitchen until 9:30. The letter said that the girls would go to bed at 8 and I should lock their bedroom doors behind them from the outside. That alone made me pause. Who locks kids in their rooms? Still, I told myself it was probably just a precaution. Maybe the girls sleepwalked. Maybe there were pets. Maybe the family was just really into routine. I had babysat for picky parents before, and some of them had 100 quirky rules. This wasn't that different, or so I told myself. But there was a part of me, a quiet voice at the back of my mind, that was already saying this was something else entirely. I went back into the kitchen. The twins were sitting at the counter again, playing some kind of card game. They smiled when they saw me, like they didn't have a care in the world. Their energy was calm, polite. It was weird how obedient they were. At 7:55, one of them looked at the clock and said, "Time for bed." Just like that, no arguing. No asking for 5 more minutes. I walked them upstairs, and they showed me to their room. There were 2 separate beds, identical down to the color of the pillows. They brushed their teeth, got into bed, and pulled the covers up to their chins. I stood in the hallway with the door open, unsure of what to say. Then Stephanie spoke. "You have to lock the door now." "Yeah," Stacy added, "it's safer." I hesitated. "Are you sure? Your mom didn't say anything about that to me directly." They nodded in unison. "We always get locked in. It's just how it works here." I reached out, slowly turned the key in the lock, and heard the faint click as it settled into place. It felt wrong. Everything about it felt wrong. But they had said it was normal. I stepped away from the door and went downstairs, still holding the letter. I sat on the couch in the living room, staring at the paper again. There were times listed. Things I had to do at exactly certain moments. I glanced at my watch. It was 8:20. The first thing I had to do was turn on all the televisions in the house at 8:30. 4 of them. One in the living room, one in the den, and one in each of the first-floor bedrooms. It sounded like the easiest thing in the world. Turn on some TVs, no big deal. But the letter insisted I try to turn them on all at the same time. It didn't say why, just that it mattered. At 8:28 I stood up and went into the den first. I found the TV and turned it on, switching to some random channel. Then I hurried through the hallway, opening one of the bedroom doors after knocking. Just like the letter said, nothing unusual happened. I turned on that TV. Same thing in the second bedroom. Then I circled back to the living room. As I clicked on the final TV, my watch turned to 8:30 exactly. 4 TVs on. Task complete. I sank into the couch again and tried to relax, but something about the house made that impossible. The lights were still too bright, casting hard edges on everything. The silence pressed in. I kept looking around, half expecting something to happen. At 9, I had to take the brown package from the kitchen and carry it up to the 3rd floor. The letter said I needed to use the red flashlight. I had found it earlier and left it on the counter next to the package. It was heavier than I expected. When the time came, I picked it up, turned on the flashlight, and headed up the stairs. The 3rd floor was dark, just like the letter said it would be. Unlike the rest of the house, there were no lights at all. The red beam from the flashlight made everything look strange, like the walls were covered in blood instead of paint. I stepped carefully, avoiding the creaky spots on the steps. At the top of the stairs, I found a hallway lined with doors. I chose the first room on the left. I knocked 3 times, waited, then opened the door. Inside, it was quiet, just a simple bedroom. I walked in, turned around, and shut the door behind me, just like the letter said. Then I placed the package on the bed and turned to leave. The moment I opened the door, I heard something behind me, a faint whisper. I didn't look back. I closed the door as calmly as I could and made my way back to the stairs. As I reached the 2nd floor, I felt something shift in the air, like the temperature had dropped or the house had taken a breath. I could not explain it, but it made the hairs on my arms stand up. I hurried down to the kitchen, filled a glass of water, and placed it on the counter at exactly 9:15. Then I backed out of the kitchen and waited in the hallway. The letter said not to go back in until 9:30, no matter what I heard. At first, there was nothing, but a minute later, I heard a sound. A soft creak, like a cabinet opening, then a shuffle. I stood perfectly still. My heart thudded in my chest. The sound continued, slow movement, something brushing across the floor. It circled through the kitchen and stopped near the counter. I kept my eyes on the clock. 9:28, 9:29. At 9:30, everything stopped. The silence returned. I stepped cautiously into the kitchen. The glass of water was gone. That was the moment I knew this was real. I had just begun my first night as a supernatural babysitter. I stared at the empty counter where the glass of water had been. Just 10 minutes earlier, I had placed it there myself. I remembered the way the cold tap had felt, the sound of the water filling the glass, and how careful I had been setting it down at exactly 9:15. Now it was gone, not broken, not moved. Just gone. The surface was dry. No ring, no droplets, nothing to show it had ever existed. I did not know what to do with that. I stood there for a long time, thinking maybe I had hallucinated it all. Maybe the stress of the strange house and all the bizarre rules was getting to me. But deep down, I knew better. Whatever this place was, whatever Minerva had gotten me into, it was real, and it was just beginning. I wandered back into the living room, my body tense, eyes darting to every shadow. I checked the letter again. The next instruction said I could go to bed any time after placing the water out, as long as I avoided the kitchen until 9:30, which I had. The rest of the night was supposed to be quiet. The girls would stay asleep. I was allowed to use any room except Minerva's or the twins. She also recommended I avoid the 3rd floor if I could. After everything I had seen and felt, I had no plans to go back up there unless absolutely necessary. There was one final warning in the letter. It was short and simple, written as if it were an afterthought. If you hear footsteps or anything moving toward you after midnight, go to the nearest corner, stand facing the wall, and stay completely still. Do not look, do not speak, do not react. Wait until the footsteps reach the 4th floor. Then, and only then, you may move again. That line stuck with me. There were parts of the house I had not even seen yet. The 2nd floor, the basement, maybe even secret rooms for all I knew. But now the thought of footsteps climbing the stairs and passing by terrified me more than anything else. I decided to sleep in the 1st floor bedroom closest to the front door. not because I planned to run, but because it felt safer to have an easy escape route. I grabbed the red flashlight again, even though the hallway was still bright, and carried it with me like a charm. The room was small and clean. There was a bed, a nightstand, and a lamp. No TV in this one, which felt like a relief. I closed the door and checked it twice, even though it never said anything in the letter about locking it from the inside. Lying in that bed, I listened to the silence of the house. It was so quiet I could hear the ticking of my watch on the nightstand. Every little creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind outside, every shift of the house made me flinch. At some point, I must have dozed off because I remember dreaming about a hallway that never ended. A hallway with lights that kept getting dimmer the further you went, and a shape that followed behind me, dripping as it walked. I woke up with a jolt. It was dark. The bright lights in the hallway were off now. I sat up, heart pounding, and looked around the room. I did not know what time it was yet, so I reached for my watch. It was 12:05. The moment I saw the time, I heard it. A step, then another. Slow and heavy. Something was walking up the stairs. Step, pause, step, drip, step. My chest tightened. It sounded far away, probably still down on the first steps, but the letter was clear. If I heard footsteps after midnight, I had to get to a corner. I scrambled out of bed and found the nearest corner of the room. It was between the dresser and the wall. I pressed my back into it and turned to face the wall like I was being punished by some invisible teacher. My breathing was too loud. I held it in and clenched my fists. The footsteps grew louder. They reached the second floor, then they paused, then another step, drip, the sound of something wet dragging behind it. I squeezed my eyes shut. I could feel the presence in the house. It was not human, it was not natural, and it was not friendly. The footsteps continued, climbing higher. Step, step, drip, step. I counted them in my head, every step a drumbeat, every pause a scream waiting to happen. It passed my floor. I felt it, like a pressure in the air lifting slightly as the sound moved away. It climbed higher, slower now. Step, drip, step. It reached the third floor, then silence. I stayed in that corner for another 10 minutes, not daring to move. When I finally turned around, the room looked the same. Nothing had changed, but I had. I got back in bed and stared at the ceiling until the light began to return to the hallway. It must have been around 5:30 when I finally drifted back to sleep, more from exhaustion than peace. No dreams this time, just blackness. The next thing I knew, my watch said 6:50. I sat up and rubbed my face. I had survived the night, almost. At exactly 7, I went upstairs and unlocked the girls' door. They came out smiling and asked if we could make pancakes. I tried to smile back and nodded. We went down to the kitchen, and I helped them mix the batter. The mood felt lighter somehow, like whatever had crept through the house during the night was gone now. While we cooked, a knock came at the front door. "Hello in there," a voice called. "It's Minerva. I'm back." The twins froze. Stacy turned to me and slowly shook her head. "She always comes at 9, Stephanie whispered. I remembered the rule. Do not open the door before 9, no matter what voice you hear or what they say. I did not speak. I just kept flipping pancakes while my hands trembled. "James," the voice said again, sharper now. "Let me in. I forgot my key." No one moved. The girls stared at the floor. The voice grew angry. "I want to see my girls. Let me in." We waited in silence. Eventually the footsteps faded and the voice disappeared. The girls started talking again like nothing had happened. And that was when I truly understood the world I had just stepped into. This job was real. The monsters were real. The rules were real. And somehow I had followed just enough of them to make it through the first night. I still had questions, a lot of them, but I also had a choice. And I already knew I was going to take another job. Later that morning, after the girls had eaten and gone off to read quietly in their room, I sat on the edge of the living room couch, just holding the letter. I had reread it 4 or 5 times by then, checking off every rule I had followed, and all the ones I had almost missed. The events of the night still didn't fully make sense in my head. I remembered the footsteps, the way the kitchen had come alive for 15 minutes, the empty space where the glass had vanished, and the fourth floor that should not have existed. I wasn't sure if I was relieved to still be in one piece or just confused about how I managed to pull it off. At exactly 9 o'clock, the front door opened without a knock. Minerva stepped in like nothing unusual had happened. She looked refreshed, smiling, and wearing the same long coat she'd worn the night before. There was no sound of her walking up the path, no headlights from a car, no sign of anything approaching before the door clicked open. "Good morning," she said with a warm voice that somehow made the house feel just a little less cold. "You did very well." I wasn't sure how to respond, so I just nodded. "Thanks." Minerva looked around, taking a quick glance at the girls upstairs, and then scanning the living room. "You followed the rules, most of them anyway. That's more than most first-timers manage." That surprised me. Most? Yes, people rarely take the rules seriously the first time. I usually get a call around midnight from someone crying in the pantry, or worse, not at all. I had a good feeling about you, though. I blinked. "So this happens often?" She smiled gently. "Often enough. My daughters may look sweet, and they are, but the house, well, the house is another matter. It's old, older than even I am, and it doesn't always behave." I wanted to ask more, but I wasn't sure where to begin. Everything I had just gone through felt like it needed hours of explanation, maybe days. But Minerva was already walking into the kitchen, humming softly as if it was just another regular morning. I followed her in, unsure if I should bring up the dripping footsteps or the fourth floor. She stopped at the counter where I had placed the glass the night before. "I see the water was accepted," she said simply, almost to herself. Then she turned back to me. "Tell me about your night." So I did. I told her everything. The TVs, the knocking, the mistake I made by going too far upstairs, the voice that tried to mimic hers before 9. I even told her about calling her from the fourth floor and how I threw the package and ran. She listened to all of it carefully, only interrupting to ask a few short questions here and there. When I finished, she gave a long sigh. "You did better than I hoped. That floor has taken people before. The fact that you left it unharmed is rare." "I almost didn't," I admitted, "if you hadn't answered your phone." "I always answer when I'm needed," she replied, "especially when the house gets curious." That word, curious, sent a chill through me. Minerva leaned against the counter, folding her arms. "You've now seen the basics. I won't sugarcoat it, James. This world is bigger and darker than most people ever know. You've stepped into a corner of it, and if you choose to keep working in it, you need to understand what you're agreeing to." I stayed quiet, unsure what to say. She continued, "There are others like me, families, creatures, entities, many of them peaceful, but some, not so much. We're not all monsters, but some monsters do require sitters. And those sitters need to be brave, careful, and respectful of the rules. This isn't a game." I nodded slowly. "I understand." "Do you?" she asked, her gaze sharp. "Because if you take another job, there will be more rules, some stranger than these. You'll see things that will haunt you. But you'll also gain knowledge most mortals will never touch. That kind of knowledge comes with a price." "What kind of price?" I asked. Minerva tilted her head. "Sleep, simplicity, certainty, but also safety, respect, and belonging. There's a place for people like you, if you choose it." It was a lot to take in. Part of me wanted to walk out, go home, forget all of this, pretend it was a dream. But another part of me, the part that had stayed calm in the face of impossible things, was already thinking about what could come next, what kind of creatures might need a babysitter, what kind of stories I might one day be able to tell. "Will I see the girls again?" I asked. "If you like," Minerva said. "They've already asked if you'll come back next week." I smiled despite myself. "They're good kids." She smiled back. "They are, but they're not human, and eventually you'll see that too." She handed me a card. It was black, with silver lettering that shimmered when the light caught it. There was no number, no name, just a phrase. For those who know. "How do I contact you?" I asked. "You'll know when you need to," she said. "The same way I'll know when you're ready for your next job." And with that, she opened the fridge, pulled out a pitcher of something that looked like green tea but smelled like cedar wood, and poured herself a glass. I took that as my cue to leave. I thanked her again, said goodbye to the girls, and stepped out into the bright morning sun. The air felt warmer now, the trees less menacing, but I knew it was not because the world had changed. I had. The drive back felt like stepping into another life. The streets were quiet. The gas stations and grocery stores were just waking up. People walked dogs and kids rode bikes, unaware that just a few miles away, tucked into the forest, was a house that demanded rules to keep its inhabitants alive. I gripped the wheel tighter and let my thoughts run wild. I had gone in expecting a babysitting job. I left with a glimpse into something ancient and strange. And deep down I knew I would say yes again. I did not sleep much that night. Even after I got home and climbed into my bed, my mind refused to let go of what I had experienced. I stared at the ceiling for hours, thoughts spinning like a carousel that refused to stop. The sound of dripping footsteps, the endless fourth floor, the way the house seemed to shift around me. I kept seeing flashes of things I had only glimpsed. The way the air had gone still just before something walked by, that deep, pressing silence that had clung to the walls like a second skin. By the time morning rolled around again, I was running on just a few hours of restless sleep and more questions than answers. Still, something inside me felt awake in a way it never had before. It was like a door had opened in my brain, and I could not close it even if I wanted to. Every small noise suddenly meant something. Every shadow had potential. I saw shapes in places where there were none. I knew I was safe now, but my senses were still on high alert. 2 days passed before I heard from Minerva again. It was not a phone call, not a text. I woke up to find a small black envelope pushed through my mail slot. No stamp, no return address. Just my name written on the front in the same silver lettering as her card. Inside was a single sheet of paper, folded twice. "James, there is a family in need of someone like you. If you are willing, meet me tonight at the corner of Redfern and Valley at 7:15. Do not be late. Wear something comfortable, and bring nothing you would mind losing. Minerva." That was it. No details, no explanation, just a location, a time, and that quiet warning about not being late. I read the note 3 more times before finally setting it down. My pulse was already picking up, a mix of dread and curiosity climbing through me like a vine. I spent the rest of the day going back and forth in my mind. I could say no. I could ignore the note and go about my normal life. But what was normal anymore? After what I had seen, pretending it never happened felt like lying to myself. There was no going back. Not now. So that night, I drove to the location she mentioned. Redfern and Valley was a small, forgotten intersection just outside the city. There were no streetlights there, just old cracked pavement and empty lots choked by weeds. The sky was cloudy, and the air felt damp like it was about to rain, but it never did. I arrived at exactly 7:15. Minerva was already there. She stood beneath a flickering lamppost, her hands tucked into the sleeves of a long coat. She looked different somehow, more serious than the first time we met. She did not smile when she saw me, but she nodded, as if confirming something in her mind. "I was not sure you would come," she said softly. "I wasn't either," I admitted. She stepped closer and looked me over. "Good, you dressed properly. Now listen carefully." I nodded. "This job is not like the last one. This family has special requirements. They live on the edge of our world and something else. You will be watched, not just by the parents, by the house itself. You must follow every instruction I give you, even if they do not make sense." "Understood," I said. She handed me a folded piece of paper and a small brass key. "The house is on Holloway Street, Number 42. Do not get out of the car until exactly 7:45. Enter the front door using this key. Inside, you will find a hallway and a child waiting for you. Say only the words written on the paper, nothing more. Wait until the child leads you to the sitting room. Do not stray. No matter what you see or hear, stay with the child. Do not touch anything. I nodded again, clutching the paper tighter. Once you are in the sitting room, you will receive the rest of the instructions, she continued. You will remain in the house until dawn. If you succeed, the family will speak with me. If you fail, I will know. Her voice dropped. And if you run, James, something will follow you home, so do not run. I swallowed hard but did not speak. There was nothing I could say that would make this feel less surreal. She gave me a final glance and then turned, vanishing into the dark with no sound at all. I stood there for a long moment, trying to gather my thoughts. Then I got back in my car and drove. The house on Holloway Street was like something from an old black and white movie. Tall, narrow, and pressed tightly between two empty lots filled with weeds. Its windows were completely black, no lights. No signs of life, but the porch light flickered on exactly as my clock hit 7:45. I stepped out of the car, locked the door behind me, and walked up the creaking wooden steps. The brass key fit the lock perfectly, and with one soft click, the door swung open. Inside was nothing but shadows. And a child. He stood there barefoot on the hardwood floor, wearing a small gray suit and holding a candle. His eyes were too large for his face, not wide with fear or surprise, just large, round, too deep. He said nothing but waited for me. I unfolded the paper and read the words. I am the evening guest. I come with peace in patient hands. The child nodded once, turned, and walked silently down the hallway. I followed. The house was dead quiet. My footsteps made no sound. The floor did not creak. The air had a faint scent of something burnt, though I saw no smoke. We passed several closed doors, none of which I dared to glance into. The hallway seemed to stretch longer than the house looked from outside. The candlelight barely reached the walls. Finally, we reached the sitting room. It was wide, low-ceilinged, and full of mismatched furniture. At the center was a heavy chair facing the fireplace. In it sat someone, or something. I could only see the back of its head. White hair hung down like dry grass. The child left the room without a word. I stood there, waiting, as the figure in the chair slowly turned. And then it smiled. The thing in the chair did not speak at first. It just sat there smiling, its face pale and stretched too thin, like paper pulled over a lantern. Its eyes shimmered in the firelight, glassy and unmoving. I had never seen anything that looked quite like it. Not dead, not alive, just there, watching me with the quiet intensity of something that had been waiting a very long time. I stood completely still, unsure if I should sit down, speak, or just keep standing. I remembered Minerva's warning, do not do anything unless told, so I waited. The fireplace crackled gently behind the chair, but the heat did not reach the rest of the room. I felt cold, despite the flames. The creature finally blinked, then spoke. You smell like her, it said, voice low and raspy. Minerva, she always sends the nervous ones. I did not know what to say, so I said nothing. That is good, it continued. Fear is the proper beginning. Its head tilted slightly, bird-like. Do you wish to complete this job? I nodded once. It smiled wider. Then the rules must be known. Out of nowhere, a thin piece of parchment appeared in its hands. It handed it to me, and I took it carefully, trying not to let my fingers brush against its skin. The parchment felt warm, like it had been resting under a candle flame. I unfolded it and began reading the new list of instructions. There were 5 rules this time. Rule 1. Do not leave the sitting room until the clock chimes once, not a moment sooner. Rule 2. If the fire dies, you must relight it using only the single match provided in the box under the left chair cushion. No other fire will work. Rule 3. You may hear a knock at the door behind you. Do not answer. Do not turn. Do not acknowledge it. Rule 4. At some point during the night, the child may return. He may ask you to follow him. You must not. He will not be the same. Rule 5. When the clock strikes twice, you may rise and go upstairs. Do not go to the third door on the left. That room is not part of this house anymore. I folded the parchment slowly, trying to let every word sink in. You may sit, the thing in the chair said. I obeyed and sat on the sofa to the right of the fireplace. It felt stiff and unused, like no one had sat there in years. The thing said nothing more. It just watched me. After a few minutes, it turned its chair slightly away and stared into the fire, as if I was no longer there. And then time passed. It is hard to describe exactly how long I sat there. The room did not have a clock I could see, though the fire burned steadily. At some point I began to wonder if it was a trick. Maybe I had misunderstood the instructions. Maybe the chiming already happened, and I had missed it. But I kept still. I did not move. I did not ask. And then, somewhere far off in the house, I heard it. A single deep chime, slow and heavy. The thing turned its head and looked at me. Then it stood, its limbs unfolding like paper being unrolled. It walked out of the room through the far doorway without a sound. I was alone again. That is when I heard the knock. 3 times, sharp, close. It came from the door just behind me. I had not noticed it before. I stared straight ahead. The knock came again, and then a voice. "James," it whispered. "James, it's Minerva. Something is wrong. Let me in." My hands clenched into fists. That was not Minerva. I knew that. It could not be. She had warned me herself. "Please," the voice said again. "They lied to you. Let me in. You're in danger." I bit the inside of my cheek, grounding myself with the pain. I kept my eyes fixed on the fireplace. The knock did not return. The voice went silent. Slowly, I let out the breath I had been holding. Then the fire dimmed. I watched the flames flicker and die, one by one, until only a faint orange glow remained. The room grew colder. I remembered the second rule. I reached under the left chair cushion and found a small wooden matchbox. 1 match. That was it. I pulled it out with steady hands, struck it against the side, and held it to the kindling in the fireplace. The flame caught just barely, then began to grow. The light returned, warming the edges of the room. I let out a long, slow breath. It was quiet again. Minutes passed, maybe hours. I kept my eyes on the fire, not daring to glance behind me. The creature never came back, at least not yet. And then, without warning, the child appeared again. He stood in the hallway, holding the same candle, but this time he looked different. His eyes were empty, black and glassy, his skin pale and tight. His clothes were no longer clean. He looked almost melted. "Come with me," he said. His voice was flat and wrong. I did not move. He stepped closer. "It is safe now. You can leave the room." I shook my head once. He tilted his head, like the thing had done before, then turned and walked away, vanishing into the dark. The moment he disappeared, the house groaned. I could feel it, deep in the floorboards. The walls seemed to sigh, as if something very large had stopped holding its breath. I waited. And then, finally, the second chime came. I stood up, slowly, and walked through the hallway that the boy had just used. It was long and narrow, filled with cold air and flickering lights. I reached the stairs and began to climb. The second floor was empty. I walked past several doors, keeping count in my head. 1, 2, 3. I stopped in front of the third door on the left. The wood of the door pulsed slightly, almost like it was breathing. A soft blue light leaked out from under the door frame, fading in and out like waves. I kept walking. I found the last room at the end of the hall and entered. It was a bedroom, plain and quiet. A small bed, a chair, and a table. That was all. No mirror, no windows. Just walls that kept the rest of the house out. I closed the door behind me, sat on the bed, and waited for dawn. The bedroom was silent, but not empty. Even with the door shut and no windows, I could feel the house moving. Not physically, not like a building swaying or shifting. It was more like being inside a living thing. The walls breathed slow and deep. The air carried a low hum I could feel in my bones but not hear with my ears. Something about that room kept me safe, but it did not make me comfortable. It was not a refuge. It was more like being in the belly of a beast that had decided, for now, not to swallow. I sat on the edge of the bed and stared at the wall across from me. I did not want to sleep. Every time I blinked too slowly, I saw flashes of things that might have been memories or just tricks of my tired mind. I saw the child with the empty eyes. I saw the figure in the chair still smiling. I saw the blue light from the forbidden door down the hallway, pulsing like a heartbeat I was not meant to know. At some point, the house began to change again. It started small. The floor cooled beneath my feet. The hum in the walls slowed. The air no longer felt thick. Then, far away, I heard a sound I did recognize. Bird song. Soft, clear, gentle. Morning. The house creaked one last time. It was like it sighed, a long and deep exhale after holding something in all night. I stood up slowly and walked back to the door. When I opened it, the hallway was different. No more flickering lights, no shadows, no strange colors leaking from under doors. Just an ordinary hallway. I walked down to the stairs. They looked normal now. They felt normal under my feet. No groaning steps, no shifting beneath me. The sitting room was empty. No fire, no chair, nothing. Even the candle wax on the floor was gone. It was like none of it had happened. I stepped out the front door and into the early morning air. The sky was soft gray, and the sun was just beginning to rise. My car was where I had left it, untouched. And standing beside it was Minerva. She was smiling again, but this time it looked real, not mysterious, not careful, just real. "You made it," she said. I nodded, barely. She looked me over, as if checking for anything missing. "You followed the rules," she said, "not perfectly, but well enough. And you survived the second trial. That's more than most." I wanted to ask what she meant by most, but I did not. Some answers are better left alone. "I still don't understand any of this," I admitted. "You're not supposed to. Not yet," she said. "You're still new. But you followed instructions. You stayed calm. You listened. That's all the supernatural world needs from people like you." I looked back at the house. In the daylight, it looked smaller, older, just a house. But I knew that was not true. "What was that place?" I asked quietly. "A family home," she said. "Old, powerful, full of history. Not all of it human." I turned back to her. Was that thing in the chair the parent? Minerva looked thoughtful. "In a way, the house has caretakers, hosts, spirits. Some are bound by duty, others by choice. You met one. There are more." "And the boy?" She hesitated. "A memory. That is the easiest way to explain him. A reflection of someone who once lived, but is now part of the house. Sometimes they return to test us." I wanted to ask more, but Minerva raised a hand gently. "There will be time for questions, but not today. You need rest and reflection." I nodded, feeling the exhaustion creeping into my bones now that the danger had passed. I leaned against my car and stared down the road. "What happens now?" "Now," she said, "you have a decision to make. You can walk away. No one will stop you. You can pretend this was all a strange dream, something you barely remember. Or you can keep going. You can continue learning, meeting others, seeing what lies beneath the skin of the world." I looked at her. "Why me?" "Because you showed up," she said simply. "Most don't." She reached into her coat pocket and handed me another envelope. This one was red. "There's another family. Not like the last. Not like the first. Every house is different. Every child, every rule, every secret. I took the envelope and held it in my hand. It was warm. "If I say no?" I asked. She smiled again. "Then you live a normal life. That's a gift too." I thought about that, about everything I had seen, about the rules, the footsteps, the cold feeling of being watched by something you cannot see. And then I looked at the envelope again. "I'll think about it," I said. "Good," Minerva replied. "That's all I ask." She turned to leave, but paused. "One last thing," she said. "You're not alone. There are others like you, people who know, people who help. You're part of something bigger now, whether you want to be or not." I watched her disappear down the road, her figure fading into the morning light like a shadow lifting off the earth. I stood there for a long time, the red envelope in my hand, the breeze cool on my face. I did not open it right away. I went home, took a shower, slept for 13 straight hours. When I woke up, I put the envelope on my desk. I did not need to open it to know what was inside. Another address, another set of rules, another child. My name is James Holden, and I babysit for the supernatural. I don't remember when the silence started feeling heavy, like it had weight. I don't mean awkward silence or the kind that settles after someone says something weird. I mean the kind of quiet that presses against your ribs like a second heartbeat. The kind that creeps into your lungs and makes it hard to breathe, like the air itself is waiting for something. That's how Whispering Seasons Park felt the moment I stepped inside. Like the land had been holding its breath, like it was watching me, not with interest or curiosity, but with hunger. I didn't go looking for a job at some forgotten theme park. I wasn't chasing nostalgia or trying to reconnect with some lost childhood memory. I was desperate, jobless, broke. And the letter came on a Thursday morning when my world was already crumbling. I remember because my apartment roof had started leaking again. Rain soaked everything, bills, coupons, random flyers, but not the envelope. It was perfectly dry, as if it had been placed there after the rain, almost respectfully. Just sitting there like it belonged. No return address, no sender name, just my apartment number written in thick block letters. Inside, a single folded sheet of paper. At the top, faint and almost faded, was an old logo, Whispering Seasons Park. Below it, neat printed words, "We remember your application. A position has opened. 1 week. $7,000. Housing included. You will follow the rules. Failure to follow them will result in immediate dismissal." I hadn't applied to any park. Definitely not one with a name like Whispering Seasons. I hadn't even heard of it. But I was $23 away from getting evicted. My phone was already off. My fridge was empty except for a bottle of expired mustard and a half-eaten granola bar. I reread the letter 6 times before flipping it over, and that's when I saw them. 7 rules typed in that same sterile font. You must not be outside between 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. If a ride is running by itself, do not approach it. Do not enter the autumn hall after midnight, no matter what you hear. If you hear laughter coming from the petting zoo, leave that area immediately. Between 1 p.m. and 1:15, do not speak to anyone wearing green face paint. If you find leaves falling indoors, follow them, but only if they're red. The man in the harvest mask is not an employee. Do not make eye contact. It looked real, not like a prank or some social media gimmick. The paper felt old, thick, slightly yellowed, like something pulled from a forgotten filing cabinet. I should have tossed it. Should have laughed it off and walked away. But when you've got nothing, even strange opportunities start looking like lifelines. So I packed a duffel bag, left a note for a landlord who probably wouldn't care, and started driving. The address led me to a stretch of road I didn't know existed. No signs, no traffic, just forest on both sides, closing in like it wanted to keep me. Fog slid across the windshield in sheets, and my GPS gave up halfway there, blinking out like it got scared and bailed. I almost turned back, almost, but then I saw it. A rusted metal archway stood off the road, buried in vines, like the woods were trying to reclaim it. Beneath it, A crooked wooden sign hung from a frayed chain. Staff only. That was it. No lights. No entrance booth. No friendly mascot waving hello. As soon as I stepped through the gate, everything stopped. No wind. No birds. The air felt thick, like stepping underwater. The trees around the park weren't swaying. They weren't moving at all. It was like the whole place had been paused. He was waiting just past the gate, a man in a brown uniform that looked like it hadn't been updated since before my parents were born. His skin was too pale, like a coat of dust had settled over him. His eyes didn't blink, and when he smiled, it didn't touch the rest of his face. "You're the new hire," he said. Not asked, said, like it was already decided. He handed me a map, folded once, and a dull gold pin that read Seasonal Crew in tiny block letters. His name tag said Vernon, or at least I think it did. The letters looked scratched, like they'd been etched in with a nail. "Stick to your route, follow the rules, don't wander," he added. Then he turned and walked away without another word. I followed the path behind the carousel. The map was hand-drawn and barely readable. Some sections were marked with weird names: Summer District, Autumn Hall, Frost Lane, but no instructions, no real guide. Just ink and age and that creeping feeling that I wasn't supposed to be here. The dorm was a cabin with one flickering bulb overhead and a mattress that felt like it had been soaked and dried out too many times. No clocks, no windows facing the park. A clipboard sat on the nightstand with a single sentence: "Task assignments will be delivered as needed." There was no training, no welcome meeting, no sign of other workers, just me, the park, and the rules. That first night I didn't sleep. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, listening to the silence pressing against the windows. Every now and then I thought I heard movement, soft steps on gravel, like someone pacing outside, then nothing. At one point I checked the time on my watch, 2:12 a.m. My breath caught in my throat. I remembered Rule 1. You must not be outside between 2 and 3. I hadn't gone outside, but something else had. Something was outside. I lay there, frozen. Then came a sound. A soft scrape, slow, like something dragging one leg. Then another. The footsteps circled the cabin once, then again, closer each time. I held my breath, heart hammering in my chest like it was trying to dig its way out. A tap at the window. Then silence. Another tap. Then a whisper. Low, too low to hear clearly, but not wind, not trees, a voice. I didn't move, I didn't even blink. Eventually the sound faded, but I stayed awake until dawn. When the sun finally broke over the trees, the park looked different, still empty, still old, but different. It was awake now, and it was watching. By the time the second day rolled around, I had almost convinced myself that the first night had just been nerves, a weird dream, maybe leftover anxiety from the trip. It wasn't like I'd seen anything. Just sounds. Just the pressure of being in a strange place. I told myself all that, but deep down, I knew I was lying. There was something wrong with the air here. Something wrong with the way it listened. I found my task sheet nailed to the cabin door with a bent pin. The handwriting was neat, but old-fashioned. Sweep and clear debris from Spring Plaza, 11 a.m. until completed. Do not enter the hedge path near the fountain. I checked the map. Spring Plaza was near the front of the park, past a few food stalls and an empty merry-go-round that groaned even when the wind wasn't blowing. The plaza had fake flowers glued to trellises, chipped bird baths, and painted wooden rabbits that looked like they'd been left in the rain too long. Everything was cracked or leaning. The benches sagged in the middle. The fountain was dry. At least I thought it was, until I got closer and heard the dripping. Not water, something thicker. I didn't check. I just swept around it like nothing was wrong. At first, I didn't notice the hedge path. It looked like any other walkway, low greenery on both sides, just wide enough for one person. But when I circled the fountain, I saw it. Narrow, shadowed, a tunnel that seemed too long for the space it occupied. The way it pulled at my eyes reminded me of those dreams where doors appear in places they shouldn't. You know better than to open them, but you do anyway. I didn't enter. I didn't even walk close, but the hedges rustled when I turned my back. No wind, no animals, just sound. I finished sweeping and returned to the cabin by 2. No clock, but I kept checking my phone even though I had no signal. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed me back. That night, I kept the lights on, every single bulb. The park outside was dark, but not natural dark. It was like someone had drained all the light with a sponge and left the sky wrinkled and bruised. At 2:05 a.m., the knocking came again. This time it was softer, more persistent, not loud enough to wake the dead, but just enough to make sure the living never slept. I stayed still on the bed, blanket up to my chin, eyes fixed on the door. Then came the voice. Not a whisper this time, a child's voice. It sounded like a girl, maybe 7 or 8. She was singing, not a song I recognized, something broken, like a nursery rhyme that forgot how to end. She sang 2 lines, then silence. Then 3 knocks. When morning came, I checked the ground outside the cabin. Tiny footprints in the mud, bare feet, and a single leaf, bright red, curled perfectly in the shape of a smile. I didn't eat breakfast, didn't even make coffee. My next assignment was written on the mirror in my bathroom. Wipe down benches in the summer district, noon until dusk. Avoid the swings near the sun tower. My breath fogged up the glass as I read it, and behind that fog I could see my reflection. Only my reflection blinked first. That was the moment I stopped trusting the mirrors. The summer district felt older than the rest of the park, like it had aged faster. The benches were warped. The fake palm trees leaned in weird directions. There was sand in places where there shouldn't have been sand, and the air smelled like stale popcorn and warm metal. It was too quiet. Not empty, but quiet. The kind of quiet that sounds like someone trying not to breathe. I kept my eyes down and worked quickly. The benches weren't that dirty, but I cleaned them anyway, just to have something to do. The longer I stayed still, the louder the silence became. My hands kept twitching toward my phone, but the screen stayed black. No bars, no time, just that dead glow of a device trying to give up. I avoided the swings like the note said, but something about them made it hard not to look. They were clean, too clean, like someone polished the metal every hour, and they moved, even without wind. Not back and forth, but side to side, like they were rocking themselves to sleep. At 1:23, I heard footsteps behind me, light, measured. I didn't turn around, I knew better. I stared at the bench and wiped the same spot over and over until the cloth tore. Then a voice said, "You missed a spot." It wasn't angry, just flat, like the person wasn't used to talking. I closed my eyes and held my breath. Another voice, identical to the first, added, "He can't see us if he doesn't look." I dropped the cloth and stood up slowly. My knees felt weak, my spine itched. I didn't look back. I just walked. Not fast, not slow, just walked. The way you walk when you hear something breathing behind you, and you don't want to make it chase you. When I made it to the edge of the district, I looked back. Nothing. No one. But the swings were still moving. Back in the cabin, I found another rule. It hadn't been there before. It was written on the ceiling, directly above my bed. 10. Do not leave food out overnight. If it disappears, do not look for it. That night, I locked everything I could. The doors, the drawers, even my backpack. I didn't eat dinner. I didn't want to leave a crumb. I pushed a chair under the doorknob and sat in the corner of the room with a flashlight that was already flickering. I watched the shadows grow long and twitchy across the floorboards. I told myself I'd stay awake this time. I didn't. I woke up to find the chair across the room and the door wide open. Outside, just past the porch, was a plate I didn't recognize. On it sat a single slice of cake, vanilla, white frosting, a cherry on top. And written in syrup, neat and curved, was a word. Welcome. I slammed the door shut and didn't open it again until sunrise. This place didn't just bend reality, it reshaped it, moved it like clay. And every rule wasn't just a warning, it was a dare. I wasn't sure how many more I could follow. Part 3 began the way most nightmares do, subtly, quietly, with a strange sky and an unfamiliar sound. I woke up to light filtering through the dusty blinds in my cabin. But it wasn't normal morning light. It had a faint pink tint to it, like sunrise had gotten stuck and was bleeding through the clouds. Everything outside the window looked off color, like someone had turned the contrast too high on the world. The trees were too still, the air too thick, and the birds, well, there were no birds. Just a slow humming sound I couldn't place. The note for the day wasn't pinned to the door or scribbled on the mirror. It was placed on the pillow next to mine, folded with surgical precision. The handwriting was the same, clean, deliberate, like it had been printed by a machine trying to mimic a human. It read, Winter Hollow, clear snow from walkways, 12 noon until completed. Do not speak to the snowmen. Snow, in August, in a park surrounded by trees that hadn't dropped a single leaf. I didn't question it, not out loud, not anymore. The map had a small section labeled Winter Hollow, tucked away near the northwest edge of the park. I had never seen it before, and something told me that even if I had walked right past it, I wouldn't have noticed it then either. The walk took longer than I expected. The park felt bigger, like it had shifted again overnight. Trees seemed to have moved. Paths I remembered now forked into new ones. The signs were all different. The only thing that stayed the same was the silence. When I finally reached Winter Hollow, I understood why it had been hidden. The air dropped 10 degrees the second I crossed into it. My breath clouded in front of me, and my jacket wasn't nearly enough. The ground was covered in a thin, crisp layer of snow, pure white and untouched. The trees surrounding the hollow were frosted at the tips, like they'd been dipped in powdered sugar. But what really got me, what turned the cold from unpleasant to unnerving, were the snowmen. Dozens of them, some small, some towering, none of them identical. Each stood in a different pose. Some looked like they had been mid-motion when frozen in place. One had its stick arms raised as if waving. Another was hunched forward with its head tilted, like it was watching something on the ground. A few had wide, stretched mouths made of small black pebbles, shaped into cartoonish grins that made my stomach turn. They were scattered across the clearing, no path between them. Just open snow, untouched, except for the shovel sticking out of the ground beside a sign marked Clear Zone 1. The shovel was old. Metal, but the handle was wrapped in something that felt like leather. Too worn to be useful, too cold to grip comfortably. I took it anyway. I cleared the first walkway in silence, no footsteps but my own. The snow crunched beneath my boots like old bones. The deeper I dug, the more I realized the snow wasn't melting. It wasn't even wet. It flaked apart like ash. I didn't question that either. I was learning. I was halfway through clearing the second path when I noticed the snowmen had changed. Not drastically, just subtly. One was now facing me when it hadn't been before. Another had both arms lowered. At first, I thought I was just tired, delirious. But when I looked again, I saw the track marks in the snow. Small, shallow drag lines, like something had moved without lifting its feet. I didn't speak. I didn't look directly at them, just kept digging, heart hammering behind my ribs. By the time I reached Zone 3, the light had changed again. That pink glow had shifted to a dull silver, like the world had gone into grayscale. I couldn't tell what time it was, but I knew I was running out of it. That's when I heard it, a soft crunch behind me, then another. I kept my eyes on the ground, pretending not to hear, pretending the shovel needed adjusting, but the sound got closer. Crunch, crunch, crunch. It stopped right behind me. Then came the voice. Cold, flat, wrong. Did you build us? I didn't move. Another voice, higher, childlike. We waited. Then another. You're early this time. I gripped the shovel until my knuckles hurt. My breath came fast, fogging the air in short bursts. They were behind me, close enough to grab me if I twitched wrong. I wanted to run. Every nerve screamed for it, but the rules were clear. Do not speak to the snowmen. I stayed frozen until the light began to warm slightly, tinting the snow with a faint orange hue. Slowly, the temperature started to rise. The shadows lengthened. I dared a glance over my shoulder. Nothing, just snow, just stillness. But the snowmen had changed again. The one nearest to me now had a mouth made of teeth, real ones, human, tiny, child-sized. I dropped the shovel and backed away, not looking at any of them directly. I didn't stop until I reached the entrance of the hollow. Once I crossed back over the invisible threshold, the temperature returned to normal, and the birds began chirping again like nothing had happened. Back in the cabin, the air felt thick, not warm or cool, just heavy, like something was waiting. I checked the mirror. It was clean, but my reflection blinked twice when I only blinked once. I turned it to face the wall. That night, there was no knocking, no footsteps, no tapping. But I didn't sleep. I couldn't. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. My mind kept replaying those voices. The way they spoke like they remembered me. Like I had been there before. Like I had built them. I sat on the floor with the rule sheet spread out in front of me. 11 rules now. The newest one was written in red ink across the bottom. 11. If you see yourself in the snow, do not wave back. It is not waving at you. I stared at those words until the ink started to blur. I realized something then. These rules weren't being added for protection. They were warnings, yes, but not just for me. They were updating as the park learned, as it adapted, as it responded. And it was responding faster now. It knew me. And it wanted more. Morning came like a dull bruise across the sky, the kind that lingers behind your eyes even after you look away. I didn't sleep again. My body had started adjusting to this new rhythm, if you could call it that. A rhythm built on fear instead of time, on rules instead of rest. I didn't even bother checking the clock anymore. I waited for the knock, not on the door, but the one inside my mind, the pressure. The signal that today's assignment had arrived. The paper was slid under the door this time, same clean typewritten format, same sharp corners that never curled. I bent down and picked it up with slow fingers. I already knew reading it would make the day worse. I read it anyway. Spring Wake Garden. Water all plants in Zone 2. Do not pick the flowers. Do not follow the humming. Wear gloves at all times. The rules were getting more specific, more personal. I didn't even question who was writing them anymore. I just obeyed. I found the gloves hanging from a rusted hook by the door, like they had always been there. Thick canvas, dry as paper, smelling faintly of copper. I slipped them on and headed out, the map gripped tight in my hand like a prayer. Spring Wake Garden was beautiful in the way hospitals are, too clean, too perfect, hiding something. The air was thick with the scent of blooming things, sweet and heavy. The path curved through bright green grass and carefully arranged flower beds that were almost too symmetrical. No weeds, no bugs, just color and silence. Zone 2 was marked by a low white sign half buried in the soil. I found the watering can beside it, metal, heavy, already full, no source in sight. I began watering, one plant at a time. Each flower was different, no two shapes repeated. Some had petals like tiny fingers, others looked like open mouths. A few bent toward me as I passed, as if listening. I didn't talk, I didn't hum, I just moved, one step at a time, careful not to break any rules. Halfway through the row, I noticed something strange. The air had changed again. The birds that had been chirping when I arrived had gone quiet. The leaves stopped rustling. Even my own breath seemed muffled. And then I heard it. A low, soft humming. Not music, not a voice, just a sound. Gentle, repetitive, like a lullaby being whispered through the roots. I kept my head down, my eyes on the watering can. Do not follow the humming. It came from my right, then my left, then behind me. The sound moved like it was trying to circle me, herd me, draw me in. And it was working. I took a step back and bumped into something solid, not a tree, not a bench, something warm and breathing. I turned slowly, heart in my throat. No one was there. But the ground beneath my feet had changed. The grass was gone, just dirt now, wet, red, like the soil had been soaked in something thicker than water. The flowers in this patch were all facing the same direction, toward the center of the garden, toward the humming. I didn't move, I didn't blink, I just stood there and listened. The humming grew louder, and then it changed. It started saying my name. Not in a voice, not even in a language, but I felt it, like a pressure behind my eyes, like someone was whispering inside my skull. I dropped the watering can, ran without direction, didn't care about the map, didn't care about the flowers, just needed to get out. I burst through the trees and into a part of the park I didn't recognize. The air was warmer here, lighter, almost pleasant. A row of pastel-colored food carts lined the gravel path. Popcorn, cotton candy, lemonade, all abandoned, all perfect. I slowed down, trying to catch my breath. My legs burned, my mouth was dry. Then I saw the swing set. It was tucked in a quiet corner between two low buildings, just 3 swings, gently swaying, even though there was no wind. I shouldn't have gone near it, I knew that. But something about it felt safe. One of the swings was moving more than the others, back and forth, not violently, just steady, like someone had just stepped off. I stood there watching until I noticed the shoes. 2 tiny sneakers sat neatly side by side in the grass, untied, as if a child had taken them off before climbing onto the swing. I backed away, my stomach twisted. That old pressure returned, the one I had started calling the reminder, the one that told me, in its quiet way, that I wasn't alone. I turned to leave, and saw myself, standing at the end of the path. He looked just like me, same clothes, same face, same everything, but he didn't move, didn't blink, just stared. Then he smiled, and it wasn't mine. The corners of his mouth pulled too high, his eyes stayed cold, dead. I didn't wait. I turned and ran again, this time back toward the cabin, toward anything familiar. I didn't care about the assignment anymore, I didn't care about the rules. But the park had changed again. Paths I had walked before were gone, replaced by new ones. Trees that had been bare now bloomed with purple leaves. Signs were different, backwards. The sun flickered like a dying light bulb. Everything was wrong. When I finally found my way back, the cabin door was already open. Not wide, just cracked. Just enough to show the light inside was blue instead of yellow. Just enough to show a second shadow on the wall. Mine. But I was outside. I closed the door, slowly, without entering. Sat on the porch, waited. Eventually the blue light faded, and my shadow was alone again. When I finally went inside, the mirror had changed. It showed the cabin, same as ever, but no reflection, not mine, not anyone's. Just the room, empty. I turned it to face the wall again. The rule sheet was lying on my bed. 12 rules now. 12. If you find yourself watching yourself from behind your own eyes, close them, quickly. I stared at the paper, at the words, and then at the mirror. Because now, I wasn't sure if I was still the one looking out, or just the one being watched. I woke to the sound of something dripping. It took a moment to realize it wasn't rain. The sky outside the cabin window was clear, cloudless. The sun, if you could still call it that, hovered low and orange like a dying bulb, the kind of light that made everything look fake, like a film set just waiting to be taken down. I sat up slowly, head pounding like I'd been breathing smoke. The floor felt uneven beneath my bare feet. soft in places it shouldn't be. The drip was coming from the ceiling, a slow, steady beat like a clock counting down. I tilted my head and followed the sound with my eyes. The ceiling boards had warped overnight, bulged in strange shapes, as if something had been pressing from above, something heavy, something breathing. I did not check the attic. Instead, I found the envelope on the floor. No knock this time, no slide under the door, just there, like it had always been. I picked it up with shaking fingers and unfolded the contents. No task today, just 3 sentences. No cleaning, no patrol, no duties today. You are assigned to ride maintenance. Carousel inspection. Begin at sundown. I checked the clock I had carved into the wall with a nail 3 days ago. The shadows told me sundown was already close. I hadn't eaten, hadn't wanted to. Food here tasted like memories, and none of them were mine. Every bite felt like chewing someone else's thoughts. I changed clothes. The uniform I'd been given smelled like soil now, damp and earthy. I didn't question it. I didn't question anything anymore. The path to the carousel wound through the spring wake garden again, which had changed since yesterday. The flowers had bloomed larger, unnatural in size. Some of the petals looked like folded hands. Others drooped and oozed something dark and sweet-smelling. I kept my eyes forward. The carousel sat still when I arrived, not broken, not running, just still, like it was sleeping with one eye open. The animals on the platform were painted in soft pastels, chipped and peeling. Horses, tigers, a lion that seemed too thin in the face. One creature near the center wasn't anything I recognized. It had 6 legs and a face too smooth to be carved. I climbed the platform and walked the circle slowly. The music box inside was silent, but I could hear something ticking, a heartbeat made of metal, a slow, rhythmic pulse beneath the boards. There was a clipboard hooked to the control panel. One line typed at the top in bold black font. Do not ride the carousel after dark. I didn't plan on riding it. Not now. Not ever. I walked the inspection like they wanted, checked the bolts, tightened what I could. There was a soft whisper every time I passed the lion. Not a voice. More like a breath. Like it was trying to speak but had no mouth. When I passed the 6-legged thing again, it had changed positions, not by much, just enough for me to be sure it had moved. The neck twisted a little farther. The eyes now faced me. I did not look back. By the time I finished, the sun had nearly gone. The sky turned that deep navy, right before full black. The light over the control panel flickered. The carousel hummed beneath my feet, slow and low like a purring machine. I stepped down, walked away, 10 steps. The music started. Soft at first, twinkling, the kind of tune you hear in old music boxes or childhood dreams you cannot quite remember. The platform lit up in segments, one light at a time. The animals started moving. Slow. I froze. Then something pulled my attention left. A girl stood at the tree line. Same one from the hallway. Pale skin, oversized uniform, barefoot. She lifted her arm and pointed at the carousel. Then she smiled, and her mouth kept stretching. Too wide. Teeth too small, too many. Her smile split her cheeks. She pointed again. I took a step back. She vanished. I turned to run and saw him standing in front of me. The man in the harvest mask. He didn't move, didn't breathe, but I felt it again, that tug, that sensation like strings pulling at my joints. My neck bent against my will, my eyes locked with his, and everything stopped. Time did not pass. The air froze, and then he tilted his head. A leaf fell between us. Red, bright and perfect. And I remembered Rule 6. Follow red leaves indoors. Not out here. I blinked. He was gone. So was the girl. The carousel spun faster behind me. Lights flashing now. Music distorted, warped. The six-legged creature was galloping in place, its body too fluid, too loose for something carved from wood. Then I heard my own name, whispered, over and over. Not loud, but everywhere, in the wind, in the grass, from inside the lion's painted mouth. I stumbled back to the cabin, legs shaking. Inside, the rules had changed again. Now 13. 13. If the carousel calls your name, do not answer. It is not your voice. I sat down on the floor, the rule sheet in my lap. My hands were shaking so badly, I couldn't even fold it back up. Outside the window, something moved past. Not a person. Not anymore. It wore my face. And I think tomorrow, it wears my name. I woke up to the smell of dirt. Not the clean kind, not the smell after rain, but something older, something buried, like the scent that clings to the roots of a tree when it has been ripped out of the earth. My bed was soaked in cold sweat again, the kind that felt thick, almost sticky, like it had been pulled from some place inside me. My eyes refused to open at first. They felt swollen, heavy, like I had been crying in my sleep, or like something had been pressing them shut. The rules sheet was beside me, folded neatly on the pillow where my head had just been. That was new. I had left it taped to the wall, right where I could always see it. Now it was here, folded. Waiting, I picked it up with shaking fingers. There were now 14 rules. Rule 14. If you wake up with soil under your fingernails, do not wash it off. Do not remember what you touched. I looked down. My hands were filthy. Dark soil caked deep under the nails. My knuckles scraped raw. Scratches across my wrists like I had been digging. Not in a dream, not metaphorically. My hands had done something while I slept. Something real. I didn't remember it. I didn't want to. I shoved my hands under the mattress and sat there in silence. The air in the cabin was humming again, a low, constant drone just beneath the sound of everything else. Not quite a noise, more like a vibration in my bones, like the whole place was alive and breathing beneath the floorboards. There was no envelope today, no assignment, no task. But the second I opened the door to leave, I knew where I was supposed to go. The summer district. I hadn't returned since the green-faced man, since the laugh that didn't belong in any human throat, but now the path was clear. Every other road blocked off by fallen debris, or mud, or vines that pulsed when touched. I followed the only path left. When I arrived, it had changed. The summer district was brighter than I remembered. The booths had been freshly painted, the rides polished, flags fluttered where there had been none. Music echoed faintly from overhead speakers, tinny and old, like it had been recorded decades ago. The place looked alive. And full. There were people. At least, they looked like people. Children ran in slow circles around the carousel. Adults in outdated clothes leaned against walls, smiling without blinking. Every single one wore the same pin I had been given. Seasonal crew. But their eyes. Too wide, too empty, too still. I didn't speak to any of them. I just kept moving, following the pulse in my chest that told me where to go. The petting zoo. That area had always been fenced off. Rusted bars, locked gates. Every map I had seen said it was under construction, unsafe. But today, it was open. Inside, the air was heavier, warmer. It smelled like straw and wet fur and something else, something sharp and sweet. There were no animals. Only shadows shaped like animals. They moved, walked, sniffed the air, but when I stepped closer, I saw it. The shadows did not belong to anything real. There was nothing casting them. I turned to leave and froze. Laughter. Soft, like a child giggling behind a curtain. Rule 4. If you hear laughter coming from the petting zoo, leave that area immediately. I was too late. The shadows stopped moving. Then they turned. all of them. Toward me. One by one, they began to rise, not stand, rise, as if lifted by invisible strings. Their forms changed, grew. The laughter grew louder. More voices joined, not just children, adults. Elderly, layers of giggles stacked like broken music. I backed up slowly, careful not to trip on the uneven ground. Then I ran. The laughter followed. It echoed through the trees as I sprinted down the nearest path. I didn't know where I was going, just away. The air got colder as I moved. The light dimmed, even though it was still midday. My breath came in harsh gasps. The laughter behind me never stopped. It only grew sharper, closer. I burst through a gate that hadn't been there before. A tall iron arch twisted into shapes I couldn't name. The sign above it read, "Winter's End." The ground beyond was covered in frost, actual frost, crunching beneath my boots. Ice clung to dead bushes and brittle trees. My breath came out in plumes now. The sky overhead darkened instantly. No more laughter. Only wind. I turned a corner and stopped cold. There was a mirror in the middle of the path. Freestanding, tall, ornate, covered in carvings of leaves and snowflakes. I saw myself, but not quite. My reflection was smiling. I wasn't. It raised a hand and waved. I stepped back. It stepped forward. Rule 8. If your reflection frowns when you smile, hide. But this one smiled when I did not. New rule, new danger. The mirror rippled, like water. The reflection stepped forward and walked through. I turned and ran again, deeper into the Winter's End section. The cold bit into my arms. My teeth chattered. Behind me, footsteps, my own, perfectly matched, only one step behind. I found a tunnel, narrow, built into the side of a hill. I ducked inside and kept running until I collapsed. When I opened my eyes, the mirror was gone. So was the reflection. But carved into the wall near my head, fresh and deep, were 5 words. You are the final rule. I don't know what that means, but I think I am about to find out. I don't remember falling asleep, but I must have. When I opened my eyes, I was no longer in the tunnel. I was lying in a field. Tall grass swayed in slow motion around me, golden and soft. There was no wind, but it moved anyway. The sky above was pale blue, painted with gentle streaks of pink, like it was always sunset here. I sat up, disoriented. My body ached like I had been running for hours, but I was dry, clean. My boots weren't covered in frost or mud. Even the dirt under my fingernails was gone. I looked around and realized I was back at the park, but it was different now. The signs were gone. No district names, no broken rides, no fog. Just pathways carved into the grass, leading in every direction, none of them marked. I stood and turned in a slow circle. The only structure nearby was a small white building. It looked like a chapel or a schoolhouse, but there was no door. Just a window, open a crack. A low voice drifted out from it, calm, familiar. Come inside. I didn't hesitate. My legs carried me without thought, without fear. I climbed through the window and found myself in a room that didn't make sense. It was the staff cabin, my staff cabin. Only cleaner, warmer, lit by candlelight instead of that awful buzzing bulb. On the desk sat the rule sheet, and beside it, the gold pin I had been given when I arrived. I stepped closer and picked it up. The pin no longer said seasonal crew. It said my name. My real name. The one I hadn't heard anyone speak since I got here. Then I saw Vernon. He was sitting in the corner chair, arms folded, watching me with eyes that were no longer glassy. They were soft now, kind, human. You made it, he said. I didn't know what to say. My mouth was dry, and my mind was catching up to too many questions at once. What is this place? I asked finally. Vernon smiled, not wide, not eerie, just tired. It was meant to be a sanctuary, a place for memories that don't belong anywhere else. a resting ground for forgotten seasons. He gestured to the wall behind him. Paintings lined it now, dozens of them. Each showed a different version of the park, snow-covered, sunlit, overgrown, golden with autumn. But in every one, there were people, faces, workers. Some I recognized, most I didn't. We tried to create something beautiful, he continued. But beauty doesn't stay untouched. People tried to use this place, to own it, to trap things here they couldn't understand. I shook my head. The rules, the monsters, the reflections, the girl in the hallway, what were they? He stood and stepped forward, placing a hand gently on my shoulder. They are echoes, he said, of those who broke the rules, of those who tried to control the park. The rules aren't just warnings, they are barriers, boundaries that protect both you and the place itself. I sat down. My legs were trembling again, but this time it wasn't fear. It was exhaustion, relief, maybe even grief. I broke so many of them, I whispered. Vernon nodded slowly. And you're still here. He pointed to the rule sheet. It was different again. Only one line remained. Rule 1. If you make it to the end, you must decide what happens next. I looked at him, confused. You want me to choose? He nodded again. This place changes with each new keeper. It becomes them, their season, their story. But it must have a watcher. One who remembers the rules, one who respects the balance, one who does not let the stories rot. I stood, heart pounding. You want me to stay? I'm offering, not forcing. You can walk away. The gate is open now. You'll remember what happened here for the rest of your life, but it will never follow you again, or... He gestured to the cabin door, which was now wide open. Or you can stay, shape the next version, keep it safe, protect the rules for the next letter that gets delivered. The choice is yours. Outside, the wind picked up. For the first time in days, I felt real air on my skin, clean, warm, alive. I stepped out of the cabin. The field stretched wide in every direction. I could see the gate from here, rusted, familiar, but beyond it, I saw something else. The world. My life. It was waiting for me. I turned back to Vernon. What happens to you if I stay? He smiled again. I go home. His form was already fading, like mist at sunrise. I looked down at the pin in my hand. My name gleamed in the sunlight. And I knew. I wasn't ready to leave. Not yet. So I pinned it to my shirt and turned toward the park. As I walked, the grass shifted, paths formed, trees stretched taller. The sky above turned a shade deeper. Somewhere in the distance, I heard music. Not carnival music, something softer. Like a music box winding open for the first time in a long while. I passed by the old autumn hall. It was clean now, the fog gone, the air calm. The reflection in the glass showed only me, smiling, whole. I passed the petting zoo. The shadows were still there, but now they walked calmly, playfully. They laughed like children without cruelty. I waved to them. They waved back. At the carousel, I paused. One horse turned slowly, just once. A gesture, a bow. I walked to the center of the park and waited. The sun dipped lower, the breeze slowed. And somewhere, a typewriter clacked. A letter was being written. For someone new. But this time, it would come with guidance. This time it would come with care. And this time, if they followed the rules, they just might make it home. Or they might stay. And become a season too. But not a cursed one. Not anymore. Just remembered. I do not know how much time I have left. My fingers are already starting to disappear, like smoke curling off a fire that has burned too long. Every time I look at my reflection, I see less of me. Just a blur, a shadow, like my body is forgetting how to exist. But before I am completely gone, there is something I have to write down, something I need you to hear. Because I found something I never should have, and whatever I touched, it is touching back now. It started with a house, not some haunted mansion or anything dramatic like that, just a house at the edge of town, you know the kind. Sagging porch, windows covered in grime, weeds up to your knees, paint peeling like skin off a sunburn. Everyone has a story about it, but no one has the guts to go in. Except me, apparently. It was a stupid decision, I know. I thought maybe there would be something worth salvaging. I guess I just wanted to feel brave for once. So I went inside. The floor groaned under my boots. Every step felt like it echoed longer than it should have, like the house was breathing along with me. In one corner, I noticed a spot where the wood had caved in. Curiosity got the better of me. I crouched down, brushing aside a layer of dust that felt heavier than it had any right to be. That is when I found it. A small leather journal, almost hidden beneath the rotting floorboards. It looked like it had been there for decades. The leather was cracked and stiff, the pages swollen from water damage. I should have left it there, I know that now. The writing inside was frantic, slanted lines, some barely legible. It looked like whoever wrote it had been in a hurry, or terrified, maybe both. There were pieces that made no sense, random phrases like the mirror remembers, and do not follow the humming. But what stuck with me was the last entry, scrawled across the bottom of a warped page. If you have found this, it means they have not taken you yet, but if you have seen their eyes, it is already too late. That line felt like a punch to the chest, because I had seen something, and suddenly, I could not pretend I had not. My hands went cold. My stomach dropped. I just kept staring at the page, like maybe if I looked long enough, it would explain what the hell was happening to me. It started slow, glitches, I guess. I would try to remember what I ate for breakfast and come up blank. I forgot my sister's birthday. I looked at a photo from 2 weeks ago and my face was just not there. Blurry, smudged like someone dragged their thumb across it. I thought I was losing it, but the journal said otherwise. The journal knew, and I do not know what is worse, honestly, being crazy or being right. You have to understand, I did not go looking for any of this. I am just some guy. I work a boring job, live in a boring apartment, and I only even went into that house because I was bored out of my mind. But the moment I opened that journal, it was like something opened me. Ever since that day, I feel like I am being watched from a place I cannot see. Like something is just outside the room, waiting for me to forget again. And it is working. I can feel it chipping away at me. I tried to tell my friend Jamie about it. I showed him the journal, or I thought I did. When I pulled it out, the pages were blank, just old paper. No writing, no warning, nothing. Jamie looked at me like I was messing with him. Said I needed sleep. I laughed it off, but inside I was panicking. Because I remembered what I had read. I remembered it word for word. But the proof was gone, like the journal was protecting itself. The weirdest part, Jamie has not answered my texts since that night. I went back to the house. I do not even know why. Some part of me thought maybe I could put the journal back, like that would undo everything. Like maybe it would forget me if I pretended I never found it. But when I got there, the house was gone, not torn down, not burned, just gone. The lot was empty, weeds still there, trees still leaning in like they were keeping secrets, but no house. No stairs, no door, just dirt. That is when I really started to panic. I drove around for hours, retracing every turn, trying to convince myself I had just gone to the wrong place. But I knew. Deep down, I knew. I had crossed some kind of line, and whatever lived on the other side had noticed. Things kept getting worse. I stopped showing up in mirrors. People started looking through me like I was not there. Once, I caught my own mom glancing past me at dinner, then asking my dad why she had set an extra plate. I told her it was mine. She just stared at me, confused, like she had never seen me before. That broke something in me. I locked myself in the bathroom and cried until I threw up. Now I do not even get phone notifications. My number still works, but it is like the world just forgot I exist. My voicemail has no name. My contacts are disappearing. My memories are getting fuzzy, not like old memories, like they were never mine to begin with. I keep reading the last page of the journal over and over, trying to figure out what it means, the part about the eyes, because I think I saw them, not in a dream, not in the dark, but in real life. I was walking past a store window and for a second, I saw my reflection, except it wasn't mine. Same clothes, same face, but not me. The eyes were wrong, empty, too still. And then it smiled. I blinked, and the reflection was back to normal, but I know what I saw. And now I feel it, right behind me. I have to stop writing for now. My hands are starting to blur again, like sand slipping through a sieve, but I promise I will keep going as long as I can. If this makes it to anyone at all, please just keep reading. Because if you stop, they notice. And once they notice, it starts. I stayed inside for the rest of the night. I did not turn on the lights. I sat in the corner of my bedroom with a blanket wrapped around me, listening. Every little sound in the house felt amplified. The groan of the pipes, the creak of the floorboards settling, the wind pressing against the windows. But it was not those sounds that scared me. It was the silence between them. That tense, waiting kind of silence that feels like it is holding its breath along with you. When morning came, I did not feel relief. I just felt numb, like I had gone too far out into something, and now I could not make my way back. I looked in the mirror again. My eyes were red. Not from crying, but from staying up, and there was this strange, blurry shimmer at the edge of my reflection. I blinked hard, and it was gone. I called Leah again. Still no answer. Still just static when I tried her landline. It was like her whole life had been folded up and placed in a drawer no one could open anymore. I told myself I would not go back to her house, that I had seen enough. But by noon, I was standing on her porch again. Nothing had changed. The house felt like a snapshot from some other time. That same basket of laundry still sat by the couch, only now it smelled faintly of mildew. The same mail was by the door. I picked it up, looked at the names on the envelopes, and every one of them had her last name, but none had Caleb's. The drawing was still on the fridge, the one with Mom and me scrawled at the top in crooked handwriting. The name under the boy was still scratched out, but I could see that there had once been letters there, like someone had tried to erase him from everything. I sat down on the floor. I do not know how long I stayed there. It could have been minutes, could have been an hour. Eventually, I pulled out my phone and looked for the video again. The one of Caleb in the back seat of my car, and this time it was not corrupted, it was just gone, like it had never existed. But I knew it had. I could still hear his voice in my head, still remember the way he used to say my name when he wanted something. Still remember the birthday where he cried because someone got him the wrong kind of dinosaur toy, and I told him it did not matter. And he told me I did not understand, because it was a very specific kind of dinosaur, and that mattered a lot. I remembered, even if no one else did. That was when I started writing everything down, not because I thought it would help, but because I needed something to prove to myself I was not losing it. I opened a blank notebook and filled the first few pages with every memory I had of Caleb, every moment I could dig up from the back of my brain. The way he laughed, the sound of his feet on the hardwood floor, the night he stayed over and wet the bed, and was so embarrassed he tried to hide it by flipping the mattress. I wrote it all. And as I did, I noticed something. The more I wrote, the more the house felt unstable, not physically, just the feeling of it, like it was shifting beneath me. I kept seeing shadows in the corners of my eyes that vanished the second I turned, kept feeling like the walls were breathing, expanding and contracting like lungs too deep under the skin. I stood up and almost fell over. The floor felt soft for a second, like I had stepped on something not entirely solid. I backed away slowly, sat back down. I stared at the journal in my hands and realized I had not turned the page in a while. The next page was blank. I flipped forward. All of them were. Not a single mark, even though I had just written paragraphs. I checked my pen. It worked. I scribbled on a post-it to test it. And that was when I noticed the post-its were fading too. The ink I had just laid down was already lightening, fading from view like the words did not want to be remembered. That was the moment I stopped pretending any of this was explainable. I stood up, shoved the notebook in my bag, and left Leah's house without closing the door behind me. The sunlight outside felt wrong, brighter, maybe, harsher. Like it was shining through a filter I could not take off. As I walked back to my car, I passed a man walking his dog. He nodded at me, smiled, and said, "Nice day, huh, Jason?" I almost corrected him. My name is not Jason. But I didn't. I just nodded and got into the car. As soon as I turned the key, the radio came on. Static, then a voice. Not a DJ, not music, a child, whispering. "You're next." I turned the radio off, heart thudding, fingers trembling on the knob. I did not turn it back on the whole way home. That night, I sat on my bed and tried to find old photos. I dug through old boxes, hard drives, even an ancient desktop computer I had not touched in years. And every picture that should have had Caleb in it either had a gap, a blur, or someone else standing in his place. A different kid sometimes just empty space. A birthday cake with no child in front of it. A wrapped gift sitting unopened with no one to claim it. I found one picture of me holding someone, my arms wrapped around empty air, but I remembered who it had been. I remembered, and I was starting to think that was the problem. That remembering was what they hated most. That whoever they were, whatever had taken Caleb, they were not after the loud or the curious. They were after the ones who remembered. And I was starting to remember too much. Every time I closed my eyes, I could see Emily's face, that mouth full of too many teeth, those glassy, unblinking eyes, the way she moved through the playground like a puppet on invisible strings. It played on a loop behind my eyelids, her expression growing more distorted with each replay. I couldn't shake it, and I didn't want to know what I might see if I let myself drift off. So I sat in the dark, lights off, back against the wall, watching the hallway outside my bedroom with the kind of stare that aches after a while. The shadows stretched and twisted as the moon rose, and somewhere between 1 and 3 in the morning, I heard it again. That voice, Caleb's name, whispered through the vents, soft, mocking, like someone was toying with me. I gripped the blanket tighter, the fabric damp with sweat even though the air was ice cold. It wasn't the kind of cold that came from outside. It was something else. A chill that felt internal, like it was being exhaled from the walls. Then came the footsteps. Slow, shuffling, like a child dragging their feet across a tiled hallway, except there were no tiles, just carpet, which meant whatever it wasn't walking on the floor I knew. It was walking somewhere close but wrong, like on a different layer of the house. I stayed still, breathing shallow, counting the seconds between each step. Then silence. A thick, suffocating silence that settled over everything like a heavy sheet, the kind that makes your ears ring from how unnatural it feels. And just when I thought it might be over, I heard the laughter. A child's laugh, short, sharp, right behind the wall at the head of my bed. I didn't move. Couldn't. Eventually, the air shifted, not warmer, but looser. The pressure in the room lifted like whatever had been there had gone, leaving only a rotten, metallic taste in the back of my throat. Morning light bled through the curtains a few hours later, and I stood up like I had aged 10 years overnight. My joints ached. My hands trembled as I made coffee. It didn't help. Nothing did. I needed answers. And I only had one lead. The journal. I hadn't dared open it again since the night at the house. It had been sitting in the drawer beside my bed like a dormant weapon, wrapped in an old dish towel. But now, I pulled it out with shaking hands and unwrapped it slowly. It was heavier than I remembered. Still warm. I flipped past the early pages, the ones with my grandfather's name, with rules I had already broken, and landed on a section I hadn't dared touch before. The handwriting grew worse here, less controlled. Letters tangled together like someone had been writing during an earthquake. There were names, dozens of them, some crossed out, some smudged like they had been erased by time itself. Then I found it. A page with a crude map. It showed the house, the woods, a few other landmarks, but one section was marked heavily, circled so many times the paper had torn. It just said, "The Hollow." I didn't know what that meant, but beneath it was a single sentence that turned my blood to ice. "That is where they feed." I stared at those words for a long time, my fingers pressed hard into the page, trying to make it feel less real. I knew what I had to do. By the time the sun had started to dip again, I was in my car, map in the passenger seat, flashlight, and a hunting knife in my backpack, not because I thought it would help, but because carrying something made me feel less powerless. I parked near the edge of town and walked. The woods were denser than I remembered. The trees leaned in close, their branches tangling together like skeletal fingers above me. Every crunch of leaves underfoot felt too loud. Every gust of wind sounded like a whisper. The deeper I went, the more wrong everything felt. The light grew thin, the air felt electric, like something was waiting. Eventually, I found it. The hollow. It wasn't a clearing, not exactly. It was more like the forest had been scooped out and never healed. A shallow basin in the earth, surrounded by trees that bent away from it like they wanted nothing to do with what lay inside. The center was bare, no grass, just dirt and a ring of small stones like a makeshift altar. I stepped inside, and the temperature dropped instantly. I should have turned back. Every instinct screamed at me to leave, but I didn't. I stood in the middle of that ring of stones, heart hammering, and I shouted his name. "Caleb." My voice cracked against the still air. "Caleb, I know you're out here. I remember you." Silence. Then the ground trembled. Only a little, just enough to let me know that something had heard me. I looked down and saw the soil between the stones shifting, like something was burrowing beneath it. A hand burst through the dirt. Small, pale. Then another. And slowly, a child began to rise. It was him. Caleb. Eyes shut, mouth slightly open, his skin gray-blue like he had drowned and never dried. I stumbled back, mouth open, unable to speak. His eyes opened. Black. Bottomless. He didn't blink. He just looked at me, and when he opened his mouth, what came out wasn't a voice. It was a chorus. Hundreds of children, whispering, moaning, crying, all from that one small mouth. "You brought us back," they said. And I fell to my knees, not from pain, but from weight. The weight of all of them. All the forgotten. They were in the ground. In the walls. In the cracks of memory. I had pulled back the curtain, and now they were spilling through. And I knew. There was no going back. Not anymore. I ran. Out of the hollow, back through the trees, stumbling over roots and rocks and whatever else clawed at my legs from the forest floor. My lungs burned with every gasp, the air sharp and metallic. I didn't stop to look back. I didn't want to know what was following me, or if Caleb was even still behind me at all. The memory of his black eyes, of that voice, the voice that was not his, had hollowed me out. I felt like I had left something in that place, something I might never get back. By the time I reached my car, the sun had dipped beneath the horizon, and shadows swallowed everything in sight. I locked the doors, started the engine, and drove until the road blurred under my headlights. My hands wouldn't stop shaking on the wheel. The trees on either side seemed to lean closer as I passed, like they wanted one last look at me, like they were memorizing my face. When I got home, I didn't go inside right away. I sat in the driveway for what felt like hours, the engine ticking as it cooled. I stared at my front door, wondering if anything had followed me. Wondering if it was already inside. Eventually, I forced myself up the steps and into the house. I locked every door, every window, drew the curtains, turned on every light, and still the house felt too dark. I couldn't stop glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see a small, pale face in the hallway, or a hand reaching out from the corner of the room. I didn't sleep. Instead, I took the journal back out and read until sunrise. Every word my grandfather had written felt heavier now, more dangerous. There were passages I hadn't noticed before, tucked between the rules and memories, scrawled in a frantic hand like he had run out of time. They cannot be killed, they cannot be bargained with, but they can be witnessed. I didn't know what that meant. Witnessed how? For what purpose? Below that, another line. If you see their eyes, they see you. I remembered that part too well. Caleb's eyes had not been his, and now they had seen me. The next few days blurred together. I avoided mirrors. I didn't answer the phone. I barely ate. I would catch myself staring out the window for hours, waiting for something to appear at the edge of the street. A shape, a figure, a child. But nothing came. Not at first. It was little things. First, my neighbor's mailbox disappeared. One morning, it was just gone. No post, no hole in the ground, like it had never been there to begin with. Then it was the dog next door, a golden retriever that used to bark every morning without fail. One day, silence. The next day, no trace of the dog. The bowl was gone. The leash on the hook by their door, gone. When I asked the neighbor about it, she looked at me like I was crazy. "We never had a dog," she said, smiling politely. Her eyes were too still, her voice too smooth. That night, I heard knocking again. Not at the door. From inside the walls. Soft at first, then louder, slow and deliberate. 3 knocks, always 3. I stood in the hallway, staring at the plaster, my breath fogged in the air. And then, behind me, a voice. "You remember him." I spun around. No one was there. But the temperature dropped instantly. My hands went numb. I turned back to the wall. Something moved behind it. I saw the bulge of it, like fingers pressing through from the other side, testing the boundary. I backed away, one step at a time, until I was in my bedroom again. I didn't sleep. Instead, I wrote. I wrote everything I could remember about Caleb, every moment, every laugh, every tantrum, every trip to the park, every bedtime story, every stupid thing he said that made me laugh. I filled pages and pages, terrified of forgetting anything else. But each time I looked back at the page, something had changed. A word missing, a sentence altered. Sometimes entire paragraphs rewritten in handwriting that wasn't mine. The ink bled into itself, letters warping into nonsense. They were taking him again. I held the pages up to the light, trying to find the original, trying to trace back the truth. But it was fading, and so was I. The next morning I walked to the corner store just to prove to myself the world was still there. The cashier looked at me funny when I handed her cash, like she didn't recognize the paper in my hand. Like she didn't recognize me. "You new in town?" she asked. I didn't answer. I walked out with nothing. On my way home, I saw her again. Emily. Standing at the edge of the playground, same dress, same tangled hair, same smile that peeled her face in half. This time she was watching a boy. A real one. He was no older than 7, laughing, kicking a soccer ball by himself. Emily stepped closer. I tried to yell, to run, but my feet were frozen. She leaned down beside the boy, whispering something into his ear. He paused, turned to look at her. And then he smiled back. Like he knew her. Like he remembered her. And in a blink, they were both gone. No noise, no footsteps, no trace. I staggered forward, panic ripping through me like glass. I asked everyone around me, parents, kids, joggers, if they'd seen her, if they'd seen the boy. They all just shook their heads. What boy? And that was when I knew. They weren't just taking children. They were replacing them. Or worse, making it like they never existed at all. I went home, barricaded the door, covered the mirrors. And then for the first time, I opened the very last page of the journal. There was no ink, no writing, just an imprint burned into the leather, like it had been seared into it. One phrase: when the last name is forgotten, the door will open. I didn't know what that meant, not yet, but I had a feeling I was getting closer to finding out. I woke up to the sound of my own voice. Not from a dream, not from speaking in my sleep. I heard it, clear as anything, coming from the hallway outside my room. I lay frozen in bed, the sheets twisted around my legs, breath caught in my throat. The voice, my voice, spoke just once. He remembers too much. The silence that followed was worse than the voice itself. I sat up slowly, eyes fixed on the bedroom door, waiting, listening, but nothing else came. I slipped out of bed and grabbed the flashlight I kept under the mattress. My phone still didn't work. It had not turned on in days. I flicked the flashlight on and stepped out into the hallway. The air felt different, not just cold but heavy, like it had thickened overnight. The walls seemed closer, the ceiling lower. I checked the living room first. Everything looked the same at a glance, but then I noticed the photo frames. Every one of them was empty, no pictures, no faces. Just frames hung neatly on the wall, as if they were always meant to be that way. The table where I had left the journal was bare. I turned in a slow circle, searching every surface, every corner. No sign of it. Then I checked the mirror by the door. There was no reflection. Not dim, not faded, just nothing. I stared into the glass for a long time, trying to breathe through the weight of it. That was the first moment I knew I was slipping faster than I realized. If I could not see myself anymore, then how much longer did I have? I thought maybe I had hours, maybe less. I turned away from the mirror and froze. Someone had written on my wall. The words stretched across the hallway in jagged black letters. The door is opening. My stomach twisted. I stepped closer. The writing wasn't paint. It wasn't marker. It looked like it had been burned into the wall. Charred into the plaster, the edges still curling inward like whatever made it had been searing hot. I didn't remember falling asleep the night before. I didn't remember closing my eyes. But the words had been written while I slept. I checked every room in the house. No sign of forced entry, no broken windows, no footprints on the carpet. But in the kitchen, something waited for me on the counter. A photograph. One I had never seen before. It was a picture of me, standing in front of that house, the one at the edge of town, the one Caleb called the Whisper House. My mouth was slightly open in the image, like I had just spoken or was about to. My eyes were wide, but not with fear. They looked hollow, empty, like I had already started disappearing. I turned the photo over. Written in childlike handwriting on the back were 3 words: "We see you." I dropped the photo and stumbled back. My foot hit something and I nearly fell. I looked down and saw the journal. It was back, lying in the same spot I had left it the night before. But now, something was different. The leather cover had split open in places, revealing a deeper layer beneath, like skin torn away from old flesh. The pages glowed faintly, red along the edges. I opened it. The rules had changed again. Now, there was a new one. Rule number 7. When the house calls you, do not answer. If you do, you belong to it. I slammed the book shut and stared at the wall across from me. There was a door. A door that had never been there before. I didn't build it. I had lived in this house for years. I knew every square inch of it. There was no door on that wall yesterday. But now, there it stood. Black wood, no knob. just a single circular indentation where a handle should be. And behind it, I could hear breathing. It wasn't deep or loud. It was shallow, ragged, like something on the other side had been waiting a long time and was too tired to hide anymore. I didn't go near it. Not then. Instead, I gathered every scrap of memory I had left, every photo, every note, every piece of evidence that proved I was real, that Caleb had been real. I stacked them on the living room floor and stared at them, trying to burn the images into my mind. But one by one, they started to change. Faces blurred, words faded. In one photo, where Caleb had once stood holding a sparkler on the 4th of July, only the sparkler remained. A single glowing line in the dark, no hand, no boy. Just fire suspended in memory. And then came the voices. Soft at first, behind the walls, under the floor, in the pipes. You saw her smile. You said his name. You still remember. I pressed my hands over my ears, but the voices crawled through anyway, whispering, chanting, calling. The door pulsed. It had grown taller, wider. The red light from the journal began to flicker, as if the house itself had noticed me reading again. And then I heard the knock. Not from the hallway. From inside the new door. One knock. 2. 3. Always 3. I held the journal close, every nerve in my body trembling. I didn't answer, but I knew I was going to. The thing was, I didn't have a choice. The rules weren't warnings, they were predictions. Every one of them had come true, not because I broke them, but because they were always going to be broken. The moment I remembered Caleb, the moment I said his name, everything else was set in motion. The door was always going to open. I sat there on the floor until the lights dimmed and the red glow from the journal faded. Then I did the only thing left to do. I stood up, and I walked toward the door. I stood before the door with my heart thudding like a war drum in my chest. The indentation where the handle should be pulsed faintly now, like a heartbeat beneath skin. There was no sound from the other side. No whispers, no knocks, just silence so dense it made my ears ring. My hand hovered near the surface, fingers trembling with a kind of dread I could not name. I did not want to touch it. I knew the rules. Rule number 7 had warned me. When the house calls you, do not answer. But I had already answered. I answered the second I remembered Caleb, the second I walked through the woods. The second I opened the journal. This was never about choices. It was always about inevitability. I touched the door. There was no sound, no shift, just cold, pure and deep, like plunging your hand into the middle of winter. And then the wood began to ripple, like water. The surface shimmered and sucked inward, taking my hand with it, then my arm, then everything else. It did not feel like being pulled. It felt like being unmade. Like the door was not just an entrance but an eraser, a way to undo you piece by piece. I closed my eyes, hoping to pass through it quickly, but the sensation dragged on. My bones felt hollow. My skin tingled, time twisted, and then, suddenly, there was ground beneath my feet. I opened my eyes. The air smelled like mold and soot and something else I could not place. Something sour and old. I stood in a hallway lined with cracked wallpaper, peeling in long strips like paper skin. The lights above flickered, not with electricity but with something more organic. Their glow pulsed, dimming and returning in uneven rhythms. At the far end of the hallway was another door, this one slightly ajar. A low red light spilled through the crack and painted the floor in a thin, glowing line. I walked. My footsteps made no sound. The floor beneath me was soft, almost spongy, like it had absorbed the weight of 1,000 other forgotten souls. The walls leaned inward slightly, and I realized there were no windows, no exits, only that red light ahead. I passed a mirror and caught a glimpse of something that made my stomach turn. My reflection looked like me, but older, thinner, eyes sunken, mouth slightly open like it was whispering something I could not hear. When I stopped walking, the reflection did not. It kept moving down the hall. I turned away quickly. The door at the end of the hallway creaked as I pushed it open. The room beyond was wide, circular, and empty, except for one thing. A chair sat in the center of the space, facing away from me. And in it, someone sat perfectly still. I stepped inside, unsure if I was even breathing anymore. The door slammed shut behind me. The figure in the chair spoke. "You took too long." The voice was dry, male, familiar in a way that scraped the back of my memory like fingernails on glass. I moved closer, step by slow step, until I could see the side of his face. My grandfather, Benjamin Holloway. But not the man I remembered from old photographs and fading childhood memories. This version of him looked weathered, gaunt, like the house had fed on him for decades. His eyes were clouded over. His hands, resting on his lap, were cracked and pale, like old parchment. "I warned them," he said. "I wrote it all down, the rules, the warnings, but they always find someone new." His head turned slowly toward me, and for the first time I saw what was left of his eyes, empty sockets, filled with shifting shadows. Something moved inside them. "You should not have remembered," he said. I tried to speak, but my voice failed me. He raised one withered hand and pointed to the far wall. There the shadows shifted, and I saw faces, dozens, maybe hundreds, children, adults. All watching, all whispering in unison. "You broke the rules," they said together. "You called to us. You opened the door." "I want to leave," I managed to say, my voice barely above a breath. My grandfather shook his head. "There is no leaving. Not once you are part of the story. Not once the house has marked you." I turned to run, but there was no door anymore. The room had no exit, no seams, just walls that pulsed faintly like the inside of a lung. The faces continued to whisper. "You remember, you remember." Then a voice behind me, smaller. "Caleb." "Uncle Sam?" I turned so fast I almost fell. There he was, standing in the middle of the room, his clothes torn, his eyes still wrong, still deep, but his voice was his again, small, afraid. "I'm scared," he said. I moved toward him, hands out, tears stinging my eyes. "I'm going to get you out," I said. "I promise." He shook his head. "You can't." "Why not?" I begged. "Why not?" He looked down at his feet, then back up at me. "Because I'm not real anymore." Behind him, the walls began to bleed light, red at first, then white. It pulsed faster, like the house was reacting, growing anxious. I looked around wildly, trying to understand what to do, but there were no answers. My grandfather stood now too. He pointed again, this time at the floor. At my feet. A circle had appeared, glowing, carved into the floor like a brand, and within it, one final rule appeared, scratched into the wood in fresh black ink. "You may still leave, but you must forget." The shadows pressed closer. The whispers grew louder. "Forget him. Forget her. Forget yourself." I knelt on the floor, feeling the heat of the circle radiate up through my skin. Caleb stood just outside it, watching. "You have to let go," he said softly. "That's the only way you get to live." "I don't want to forget you." He smiled then, not with too many teeth, not with hollow eyes. "Just a boy. A scared, tired boy." "I know," he said, "but it's the only way to survive." I looked up at him for what I knew would be the last time. And I let go. The circle beneath me burned brighter as I closed my eyes and allowed the warmth to flood through me. It was not gentle, it was not comforting. It was like fire pulling memory out of bone, like the snapping of invisible cords that had tethered me to something too ancient to understand. I felt Caleb's eyes on me. I knew he was still standing there. I also knew that the moment I opened my eyes, I might not remember his face anymore, or his name, or what he meant to me. But I did it anyway. The burning sensation swelled, peeking with a sharp, stinging pressure behind my eyes. I let out a cry, not from pain but from grief. It felt like mourning someone before they were gone. But this was not a funeral. This was an erasure, a deliberate unraveling. I could feel the memories begin to flicker. The first time I picked him up from school, the way he used to hum when he concentrated. The video of him in the back seat singing off-key. They were slipping, one by one, like stars being snuffed out in a night sky. And still I stayed in the circle. When I opened my eyes, the red glow had dimmed. The room was darker now. Still, my grandfather was gone. So were the whispering children. The walls looked less alive, more like regular walls. The floor creaked under my feet, not like breathing would, but like age. My body was my own again. My hands were solid. My reflection, faintly visible in a cracked mirror nearby, looked like me. Fully me, and yet, something was missing. I walked to the door. It was there again, back where it belonged, plain and wooden and closed tight. I opened it, stepped through, and found myself outside. The sky was pale, overcast. The trees stood still in the morning hush. I looked around. My car was parked exactly where I had left it. The house behind me looked no different than any other abandoned building on the edge of a forgotten town. I stood there for a moment, unsure what I was waiting for. A sign, maybe, a whisper. But nothing came. I got in the car and drove. The road was long and quiet. Empty fields blurred past. Familiar landmarks appeared like ghosts in the fog of my mind. I tried to remember where I was going. It came slowly, like a dream fading after waking. My apartment. Yes, I still had an apartment. I still had a life. A job. Something normal. Something grounding. By the time I reached the front steps, I felt the circle's effect settling deep into my mind like a second skin. I walked through the door, dropped my keys in the bowl, and stood in the silence of my living room. Something had changed. The photos on the wall were just landscapes now. No faces. My shelves were filled with books I didn't recognize. My phone had no missed calls, no texts, no photos saved. My memories had been redacted carefully, efficiently. There were no gaps, only absences I could not explain. But I was alive. And that mattered more than anything. Over the next few days, life returned in slow, staggered breaths. I went to the store. I worked. I nodded at neighbors I barely knew. Nothing seemed off anymore. The world had shifted to accommodate my forgetting. It felt like moving through a new town you had always lived in. Things fit, but not perfectly. People smiled at me like they knew me. But I could not tell you a single name. And I didn't question it. Not until one morning when I woke up to a breeze through the open window and found a journal on my nightstand. Old, leather-bound, familiar. I didn't remember putting it there. I didn't even remember what it was. I opened it slowly. Inside were empty pages, dozens of them, crisp, untouched, except for one, at the very back, written in small, trembling handwriting. If you are reading this, it means the house let you go. I stared at the words for a long time, feeling a distant ache stir in my chest. Then I turned the page. More writing, not in the same hand. You forgot what mattered most. That is the price. But you survived. I flipped forward, hoping for something more, and then, written in the margin of an otherwise blank page, I saw a name. Just one. Caleb. I read it aloud before I could stop myself. The moment the sound left my lips, the room shifted. A picture frame on the shelf tipped over by itself. My heart skipped. I stood still, not daring to move. Then I saw it. In the corner of the mirror, just for a split second. A child's silhouette, small, watching. Gone when I turned. I closed the journal and placed it in the drawer. That night, I dreamed of a swing set, of a little boy laughing, of a name I no longer understood but could still feel. The next day, I took a walk through the park. The wind was cool, the trees full, the laughter of children filled the air. I sat on a bench, watching the world spin around me like it always had. And in that moment, I realized something. The forgetting had not erased everything. Some feelings stayed behind. The warmth of a memory, even when the name is gone. The shape of a bond you cannot define. And that was enough. I pulled a pen from my coat and opened the journal again. On the first page I wrote, "I survived the house. I survived remembering. I survived forgetting. And if you are reading this, you can too." Then I closed it, slid it into my bag, and stood up. The wind brushed past my shoulders like a whisper that meant no harm. For the first time in weeks, I felt still. Not empty, not afraid. Just still. And when I passed the playground one last time, I looked at the swings. One of them rocked slightly, back and forth, like it had just been used. There was no one there, not that I could see. But maybe, in some quiet, distant way, he was. I smiled, and kept walking. The rental was in a small town tucked away in the foothills, exactly what I needed after months of non-stop work in the city. It was mid-October, and I decided a quiet Airbnb retreat would be ideal for relaxing, catching up on some reading, and getting my head straight. After browsing listings for a few days, one stood out. A modest yet charming two-story house with plenty of positive reviews praising its cleanliness and coziness. The host, a woman named Karen, had glowing feedback from previous guests, mentioning her kindness and the warm atmosphere she provided. It seemed perfect. When I arrived in town, it was late afternoon. The streets were already quiet, and the air had that crisp autumn chill I always found comforting. The rental was located on a tree-lined street, surrounded by similar quaint homes. Leaves crunched beneath my feet as I approached the porch, carrying my duffel bag and laptop. Karen was waiting by the door, waving gently as I approached. She was probably in her early 50s, dressed neatly in a wool cardigan and jeans, with her gray-streaked hair pulled back into a loose bun. She greeted me with a warm smile that instantly put me at ease. "You must be Jake," she said, extending a hand. "Glad you made it. How was your drive?" "It was fine," I replied, shaking her hand politely. The countryside was beautiful, just what I needed. She nodded knowingly, leading me inside. The interior was clean and homey, filled with the scent of fresh-baked cookies and faint lavender. There was a fire going in the living room fireplace, casting a welcoming glow on the walls. Karen pointed out amenities: the kitchen, bathroom, bedroom upstairs, and showed me around briefly. "I live just across town," she said softly, handing me the keys. "If you need anything at all, just send a message. I usually stop by every other day to bring clean towels or check on things, but otherwise I'll leave you in peace." "Perfect," I replied, genuinely grateful. "Thanks, Karen." She smiled again, her expression lingering just a second longer than necessary. "I'm glad you chose this place. It feels right for you." The comment struck me as slightly odd, but I brushed it off, thanking her again as she waved and walked down the driveway, disappearing around the corner. I locked the door behind her, breathing a sigh of relief. The house was exactly as advertised: cozy, quiet, and private. It was the escape I'd hoped for. My first evening passed uneventfully. I cooked a quick pasta dinner in the small kitchen, then settled into an armchair by the fireplace with a novel I'd been meaning to read for months. Outside, dusk gave way to night, the wind softly rustling leaves against the window pane. It was peaceful, the kind of calm you rarely get in the city. After a couple of hours, my eyelids felt heavy, and I made my way upstairs to the bedroom. The mattress was comfortable, the bedding freshly laundered, smelling faintly of fabric softener. I drifted off to sleep quickly, content in the stillness of my new surroundings. The next morning, I woke early to bright sunlight streaming through sheer curtains. Stretching lazily, I padded into the bathroom to brush my teeth. I paused, toothbrush midair, noticing immediately that something felt off. My toothbrush wasn't in the exact spot I'd left it. It was slightly shifted, resting precariously on the edge of the sink instead of standing upright in the cup. A small thing, easily overlooked, but it bothered me. Shaking off the thought, I took a quick shower, but as I stepped out and reached for my towel, I froze again. It was damp, not soaking, just faintly moist, as though it had recently been used. I stared at it, frowning deeply. I hadn't used it yet. The logical explanation was that Karen had come in early to replace or move something, but she'd promised to always message beforehand. Feeling unsettled, I got dressed and walked downstairs, scanning the main floor. Everything looked untouched. The front door was locked, exactly as I'd left it, and there was no note or message from Karen anywhere. Deciding to give her the benefit of the doubt, I grabbed my phone and sent a polite text. "Hey Karen, quick question, did you happen to stop by this morning?" Within a minute she replied, "Hi Jake, no, not today. Is everything all right?" Unease tightened in my chest. I hesitated, then texted back, "All good. Just checking. Thanks." Throughout the day, I tried to shake off my lingering paranoia. I explored the small town, had lunch at a local diner, and chatted briefly with the friendly waitress about the town's history. When I mentioned where I was staying, her expression flickered for a brief moment before she smiled again, almost too brightly. "You'll love it there," she said. "Karen's place has a lot of personality." I wanted to ask what she meant, but she quickly moved on to another table before I could. That evening, back at the rental, I couldn't escape the nagging sense of discomfort. After dinner, I set up the small portable security camera I'd brought with me, placing it discreetly on the hallway table upstairs, pointing directly toward the bedroom door. It connected wirelessly to an app on my phone. It was probably overkill, I knew, but it made me feel safer. Exhausted from the day's anxiety, I climbed into bed, forcing myself to relax. Eventually, I drifted into an uneasy sleep, the night quiet and still around me. But at exactly 3:14 a.m., I jolted awake, heart pounding. The room felt oddly cold, shadows dancing across the walls. My phone lay silent on the nightstand beside me, screen dark. I reached for it, intending to check the camera feed, but noticed immediately a notification waiting silently on the lock screen. "Security alert. Motion detected. Camera offline. As of 3:14 a.m. My blood ran cold. Quickly, I opened the app, hands trembling. The live feed was down, the camera showing only a blank error screen. Panic surged through me. Was someone else in the house? Cautiously, I rose from the bed, heart hammering against my ribs, listening intently. The house was eerily silent, except for the faint rustle of leaves outside the window. With shaking fingers, I tried to restart the camera feed, but nothing happened. It stayed dark. I stood there, paralyzed by indecision. Part of me wanted to flee the house immediately, drive away into the safety of town. But another, rational side insisted I was overreacting. Perhaps the Wi-Fi had glitched, or the battery died unexpectedly. Yet the memory of the damp towel, the moved toothbrush, and now this, it was all too much to dismiss as coincidence. Finally, with every ounce of courage I could muster, I approached the bedroom door, opening it slowly. The hallway was dark, empty, and silent. I stepped forward carefully, my breath shallow, listening for any sound, any indication I wasn't alone. But there was nothing, just shadows and silence and the cold, creeping feeling that someone or something had been right here, watching me sleep. I stood frozen in the dimly lit hallway, my pulse thrumming loudly in my ears. Every instinct told me I wasn't alone, that something had invaded the fragile privacy of this home while I slept. But the darkness revealed nothing, just silence, thick and oppressive, pressing down on me from every corner. "Hello?" I called out weakly, immediately regretting it as my voice echoed down the hallway. No reply came. Only the low hum of the refrigerator downstairs, a mechanical reassurance that offered little comfort now. I moved cautiously, each step deliberate and careful, toward the small table where I'd set up the camera. It sat exactly as I'd left it, positioned neatly, lens pointing directly toward my bedroom door, but the indicator light was off, completely dark. I picked it up, feeling a cold trickle of dread run down my spine when I saw it had been switched off at exactly 3:14 a.m. My hands shook as I opened the battery compartment, hoping desperately for a logical explanation. The batteries were still there, undisturbed and fresh. It had simply been turned off manually. A chill prickled my skin as I glanced around nervously, half expecting someone to emerge from the shadows, but the hallway remained empty. Taking a shaky breath, I switched the camera back on. Its tiny green light flickered reassuringly, reconnecting quickly to the app on my phone. Immediately, notifications flooded my screen. Security alert. Motion detected at 3:13 a.m. Security alert. Camera offline at 3:14 a.m. A cold sweat broke out along my spine. Someone had been here, deliberately turning off my camera as soon as motion was detected. I played back the short video clip captured before the feed cut off, anxiety tightening my throat. The footage was grainy in the dim hallway light, but I clearly saw the edge of a shadow move quickly across the wall, disappearing just before the camera went black. My stomach twisted violently. Someone had stood outside my bedroom door, watched me sleep, turned off the only security measure I'd brought. Panic surged through me, overwhelming any rational thoughts I still clung to. I had to get out of this place right now. Still clutching my phone tightly, I rushed back into the bedroom and gathered my belongings in a hurry, stuffing clothes hastily into my duffel bag. Adrenaline made my hands clumsy, but within minutes, I was dressed and ready, duffel bag slung over my shoulder, car keys in hand. As I reached the bottom of the stairs, I hesitated, glancing once toward the living room. The fireplace was cold now, the once inviting room dark and unwelcoming. I took one final look around the house that had felt so perfect just yesterday, then opened the front door. Outside, the chill night air hit me sharply, carrying the smell of damp leaves. I locked the front door firmly behind me, eager to leave whatever nightmare lingered here. Quickly, I made my way to my parked car, my footsteps crunching loudly in the silence. I tossed my bag into the passenger seat, climbed in hastily, and started the engine. Relief washed through me as the familiar rumble of my car filled the quiet street. But just as I was about to pull away, headlights appeared behind me. A second car parked directly across the driveway, blocking me in. My heart froze. The driver's door opened slowly and Karen stepped out, her face illuminated by the yellow glow of the street lamp. She looked concerned, confused, holding up one hand apologetically. I rolled down the window only a crack, my voice strained and cautious. "Karen, what are you doing here? It's late." She moved closer, looking genuinely puzzled. "Jake, I got worried. You seemed upset when you messaged earlier, and then I saw your lights on. Are you okay? Why are you leaving in the middle of the night?" My mouth went dry. Someone was inside the house, Karen. My camera caught it. The towels, my toothbrush, they've been moved around. I'm sorry, but I don't feel safe here. I have to go. Her eyes widened in surprise and distress. "Jake, that's impossible. No one else has keys. No one else was here. I swear to you." I shook my head firmly, not wanting to argue. "I appreciate your concern, but something isn't right. My camera detected someone in the hallway. I can't stay." She stepped closer still, leaning down slightly to speak through the gap in the window. "Jake, please, let's go back inside. We'll check together. I can prove nothing is wrong." "It's late. You're panicking. Let me help." Something about her tone set off alarms in my head, a sense that she was almost too insistent, too calm. I hesitated, gripping the steering wheel tightly. "Just move your car, Karen. Please, I just want to go." For a long, tense moment, she stared at me, then nodded reluctantly. "All right, but if you change your mind, call me. I promise you, it's safe here." She stepped back, returning to her car. My pulse thundered as I watched her back out, clearing the way. I drove quickly away, hands still trembling, glancing repeatedly in my rearview mirror to make sure I wasn't being followed. After driving several miles, I pulled over into the brightly lit parking lot of a 24-hour gas station. My heart still hadn't settled, but at least I felt safer here, surrounded by fluorescent lights and the occasional passing car. I sat there, trying to calm myself, still gripping the steering wheel as though it anchored me to reality. To ease my nerves, I opened my phone again, deciding to double-check the Airbnb listing for anything suspicious. At first glance, everything appeared normal, mostly positive reviews praising the coziness and Karen's kindness. But when I filtered by date, starting with the oldest, my blood ran cold. There, buried deep beneath dozens of glowing reviews, were messages from past guests who'd clearly experienced unsettling events like mine. Host was friendly, but I woke up feeling like someone had been in my room, read one review from a year earlier. "My towels were damp, even though I hadn't used them yet," said another. One review made my heart stop entirely. "Woke up covered in bruises. No memory of getting them. Left immediately. Host denied everything." I stared in horror, the dread pooling deeper inside me. How had I missed this? The newer reviews drowned out these warnings, leaving them buried, hidden beneath layers of normalcy and praise. As I sat there, my phone suddenly buzzed. Another notification from my security app. A delayed video upload, marked clearly from 3:14 a.m. had just appeared. With trembling hands, I pressed play. The footage showed me sleeping, unaware and vulnerable. And then, slowly, silently, Karen emerged from underneath my bed, standing quietly beside me, her gaze fixed on my sleeping face. She leaned down, whispering words barely audible. "Don't leave yet. You were supposed to stay longer." The video stopped abruptly, leaving me alone in the bright, sterile parking lot, shivering uncontrollably, realizing I'd narrowly escaped something unimaginably dark. And suddenly, the cozy Airbnb felt very, very far away. I sat in my car long after the video ended, frozen, replaying it in my mind over and over. Karen, under my bed, the way she had stood so calmly, as if it wasn't the first time. The whisper, "Don't leave yet." My stomach turned. I checked the video's timestamp again. 3:14 a.m., exactly when the motion alert had gone off and the camera had shut down. She'd known where it was. She'd turned it off. My hands were trembling, but I opened the phone again and began typing a review. I wasn't going to let this slide. People needed to know. I needed to warn them, even if I couldn't fully explain what had just happened. I wrote the truth that something was wrong with that place, with her. That she'd been in the house at night without permission. I didn't care how insane it sounded. When I tried to submit the review, a notification popped up. "This host is currently under review. New submissions are temporarily disabled." My chest tightened. It was possible other people had already reported her. Or maybe she had some way of keeping those reviews buried, flagged as false or removed. I checked the earlier ones again, the ones I'd found buried deep before, and noticed something I'd missed earlier. Most had no responses from Karen. But one, posted months ago, had a single reply under it: "You weren't supposed to remember." My mouth went dry. It had to be her. She was replying to people she'd targeted, people who'd gotten too close to the truth. I needed to talk to someone. I wasn't sure if it was the police or the platform or someone else entirely, but I couldn't just drive home and pretend none of this happened. I had a video, I had proof. I just didn't know what to do with it yet. The nearest police station was only a few miles from the gas station. I drove there, still gripping the steering wheel too tightly. When I arrived, the place was nearly empty, quiet except for the hum of the lights and the soft voice of the night shift officer behind the desk. He looked up as I entered, his face impassive. "Can I help you?" he asked. "Yeah, I need to report something," I said, walking to the counter. "It's kind of weird, but I think I was being watched, or followed. I was staying at an Airbnb nearby, and someone, the host, came into the house, at night, while I was asleep." His expression didn't change. "Do you have proof of that?" "I do. I set up a small camera in the hallway. It caught her coming out from under the bed. I have the footage on my phone. It's real." "Let me see it," he said calmly. I handed him my phone. He watched the video, brows furrowing slightly, but never looking surprised, just quietly processing. When it ended, he looked up, his tone carefully neutral. "That is unsettling. Yeah, I said, swallowing hard. That's why I came here. I don't know what she's doing or why, but I wanted to make a report. In case someone else stays there and something worse happens. He nodded slowly, then turned to type something on his computer. And you said her name was Karen? Karen Wilson? I blinked. Yeah, you know her? He didn't answer right away. Then slowly, he stood and disappeared into a back room, telling me to sit tight while he looked into something. I waited. 5 minutes, then 10. The quiet of the station was unbearable, the flickering overhead lights buzzing faintly. My phone buzzed in my hand, an unknown number, no caller ID. I didn't answer. Then a text came through. You shouldn't have shown anyone. My chest tightened. I looked toward the hallway where the officer had disappeared. Still no one. The door hadn't even creaked open. I stood up, walking cautiously to the counter, then leaned over slightly to peek through the hallway. Empty. I backed away and looked at the front door. For a split second I considered leaving, just walking out and calling a different station. But before I could move, the officer returned. He was holding a folder thick, aged, and he set it down gently on the counter. She's been reported before, he said quietly. A few times, all from out-of-towners. People passing through, staying a night or two. Claims just like yours. What happened with them? I asked, heart pounding. Nothing, he said. Reports vanish. No follow-up. Review sites get wiped. In one case, the guest himself disappeared, checked in, never checked out. His car was found 2 counties over, burned out. A cold chill ran through me, and she's still renting out the place. She never owned it, he replied. Property is in her brother's name. Long criminal record. He's never been seen in town, not in years. Everyone just deals with her. No one asks questions. My throat was dry. So what do I do now? He looked me dead in the eye. You leave, tonight. You don't come back to this town. You don't write reviews. You don't post that video. You forget it happened. That's how you stay alive. I stared at him, stunned. You're telling me to do nothing? I'm telling you this isn't the kind of place that listens. And she's not someone you want to challenge. People who do, don't stay gone for long. I took a slow step back. You know what she is, and you're still letting her do it. He didn't respond. I turned and walked out, my body buzzing with adrenaline and disbelief. The night air outside was ice cold, and I pulled my jacket tighter around me as I climbed back into my car. I drove straight through the night, my hands never relaxing on the steering wheel. Every time a car appeared behind me, I flinched, afraid it would be hers, afraid she'd somehow gotten ahead of me. It wasn't until sunrise broke over the highway that I finally exhaled. I still have the video. I keep it saved in 3 places. My phone, my cloud storage, a flash drive in a drawer I never open. I haven't shown it to anyone else. Haven't shared it online. Haven't tried to warn anyone again. But sometimes in the middle of the night, I'll get a message from a stranger. Do you know anything about a woman named Karen? And I don't respond. Because she's still there. And she still has room for one. It's been a month since I left that town, since I pulled out of the gas station parking lot with my heart pounding, still reeling from what I'd seen. I've tried to settle back into my life, to find the rhythm I had before all of it. Work, gym, errands, sleep. But it's not the same. Something changed that night. I changed. I still wake up at 3:14 a.m. without fail every night. Not from nightmares. I don't remember dreaming at all. I just wake up, wide-eyed, breath held, listening, as if some part of me expects her to be there, watching from the shadows. I've done everything I can to forget it. Deleted the Airbnb app, canceled the accounts I used for travel booking, removed every notification tied to that town, but some things won't stay buried. You don't just forget something like that. You don't unsee a woman crawling out from under your bed. The worst part? Sometimes I wonder if it really happened. I look at the video, I still have it, but it's grainy. The lighting is poor. The shape is vaguely human, sure, but I could almost convince myself it was just a trick of the shadows. The mind plays games when it's scared, but then I remember the whisper, that voice, the words. Don't leave yet. I know what I saw. I know what I felt. And even now, that dread hasn't gone away. A few days ago, I got another message. Anonymous, just like the others. The subject line was simple. Karen's place. No body text, no attachments, just the name. It came through my personal email, one I hadn't used for anything related to the trip. That's when I knew she wasn't done. I debated blocking the sender, deleting the message, pretending I hadn't seen it. But curiosity got the better of me. I clicked reply and typed just one line. What do you know? No response came that day, or the next. But on the third day, a new message appeared. Different address, but probably the same person. She's been doing this for years. Attached was a link to a zip file. I didn't open it right away. I ran antivirus software, scanned everything. Paranoia is second nature now, but eventually I clicked. Inside were screenshots, dozens of them. Old reviews, pulled from archived pages. Some were barely legible, old browser screenshots with text warped and blurred, but the pattern was unmistakable. Woke up with scratches I didn't have before. Heard someone breathing in my room. My boyfriend thought I was imagining it. Only stayed one night. Something was wrong. My phone was moved, charger unplugged. I didn't tell anyone, but I've never felt safe again. Each review came from a different year, a different name, sometimes a different listing title altogether. Cozy getaway in Maple Ridge, secluded artist's loft, warm rustic stay, but always the same host. Karen. The photos showed different houses, slightly different furnishings, but there was always the same hallway, the same guest room, the same neatly made bed. I scrolled through more files, police reports, at least 3 names, guests who had filed complaints but later withdrew them. One case involved a missing persons report. The man had checked into a short-term rental, last seen picking up groceries the night he arrived. His car was found 2 weeks later, burned out on a logging road miles from town. No body was ever recovered. The case went cold. One file stood out, a blurry image from a home security camera. It showed a woman crouched low, partially obscured by a bed frame. The angle was just off, the lighting poor. But her hair, it was identical. The same gray-streaked bun, the same sweater I'd seen her wear when she greeted me on the porch. Karen. I clicked through the rest of the folder, my heart pounding harder with each file. The last document was a text transcript, just a single exchange. "You still do this?" "They keep coming. They always need a place to rest." I slammed the laptop shut, heart hammering. It wasn't just paranoia. I hadn't imagined it. This was real. That same night I received another message. This one was short but clear. "She knows you're watching." I didn't sleep at all. The next morning, I packed a small bag and drove across town to my brother's place. I didn't explain why, I just said I needed a break, time to clear my head. He offered the spare room without asking questions, and I've been staying here ever since. But even now, the feeling follows me. It's in the way I check the locks 3 times before bed, how I look under the bed, behind the curtains, even inside the closet. I don't feel safe anymore. Not anywhere. Then today, something new happened. I got a package. No return address, no markings. Just a plain brown box sitting on the porch, waiting for me when I came back from grabbing coffee. My stomach turned the moment I saw it. I took it inside, opened it slowly. Inside was a single object, a key. Attached to it was a note, written in handwriting I didn't recognize, but I didn't need to. "Room for one. You left too soon." The key was old-fashioned, iron, the kind you'd see in a historic home, or a place that hadn't been updated in decades. And I knew, deep in my gut, it belonged to that house, her house. She was still reaching out, still watching. I stared at the key for a long time, then placed it back in the box, sealed it, and threw it in the dumpster behind the complex. But I knew that wasn't the end of it. Throwing it away didn't erase the message. It didn't undo what had already been done. Now every time I hear a floorboard creak, every time I wake at 3:14 and stare into the dark corners of the room, I wonder, is she here? Is she under the bed? Somewhere out there, Karen still has her listing. It might be under a different name, a different town, but the hallway will be the same, so will the room. And someone else will book it. Someone will think it's just another getaway, a cozy weekend escape. They'll settle into the bed, fall asleep thinking they're alone. And at 3:14 a.m. they'll wake to the sound of whispering. "Don't leave yet. You were supposed to stay longer." I survived, but I don't know how many others will. It was supposed to be over. I had left, driven away, deleted the apps, blocked the number, burned the damn key after fishing it out of the trash because I couldn't sleep knowing it was still there. I even contacted Airbnb again from a different account, using a VPN, hoping I could bypass whatever filters Karen seemed to have wrapped around herself, but I never got a reply. I wasn't sure anyone on the other end even saw the message. I was trying to move on, back at my brother's house, still pretending everything was fine, that I just needed a break from the noise, and for a while things quieted down. I was still rattled, still checking locks and peering into closets, but I thought the worst had passed. Until last Tuesday. It started with a voicemail. No caller ID, of course. The message was short, 7 seconds. Just the sound of breathing, slow, deliberate, close. Then faintly, almost too quiet to hear, the whisper I'd been trying to forget. Don't leave yet." I dropped my phone. For a second, I thought maybe it was my mind playing tricks again. I replayed the voicemail over and over, each time catching just a few more syllables. "Stay longer." My brother found me sitting in the living room, pale and wide-eyed, gripping the phone like it might bite. "You okay?" he asked cautiously. I nodded, lied. "Yeah, just got some bad news." But I knew it wasn't news. It was a warning. That night, I turned on every light in the house, every single one. I stayed in the guest room with a flashlight in one hand and a metal bat in the other. I didn't sleep. At 3:14 a.m., the lights flickered. Only for a second, maybe two, but they flickered. No power outage in the neighborhood, no bad weather, just my room, just my clock resetting. And when I checked the camera I'd mounted on the door, yes, I had another one, of course I did, it showed nothing. Nothing at all. Except it had been turned off at exactly 3:14 a.m. The same timestamp, always the same. I sat in the dark for hours after that, no longer trying to deny what I'd known deep down all along. This wasn't about a bad rental. It wasn't just a creepy host or a glitchy camera. This was deliberate, coordinated, targeted. Karen, if that was even her real name, hadn't just been watching me during that weekend. She was still watching, and I wasn't the first. So I started digging. Harder than before. I spent days scouring old travel forums, web archives, anything that hadn't been buried or erased. I searched names, addresses, descriptions of the property. I found fragments. Posts deleted hours after they were created. Blog entries that vanished mid-sentence. Even a Reddit thread that simply said, "Don't book the cottage near Maple Ridge," followed by nothing but blank space. I tracked down one username, a guy named Darren who'd posted in a hiking forum about his strange Airbnb experience in the same area. His account had gone inactive 2 years ago. I sent him a message anyway. He replied 2 days later, a single sentence. "You saw her too, didn't you?" I typed out everything, the towel, the toothbrush, the camera, the video, the key. He didn't respond for a full day. When he did, he asked for a phone call. I hesitated, then agreed. We spoke for 35 minutes. Darren's voice was low and hoarse, like someone who didn't talk to many people anymore. He lived in another state now, no social media, changed his name. His story mirrored mine almost exactly. One night stay, strange behavior, subtle intrusions. I left after the first night, he said, thought I was being paranoid, but she followed me. "Followed you how?" I asked. "The same way she's following you now. Messages, packages, visitors." I nearly dropped the phone. "She showed up at your house?" "No," he said flatly, "but someone did. A man, clean cut. Said he was with the property management group. Asked a lot of questions. Wanted to know if I enjoyed my stay." "What did you do?" "I moved. Never stayed anywhere without cameras again. But they always find a way back in." "They." He said it like it wasn't just Karen. Like there was a network, a group. People who were all part of it. "Have you ever gone back?" I asked. "To the house?" A pause. "No, but I thought about it. I think that's what they want." What do you mean? They want you to go back. It's not about the house. It's about you. They pick people who won't be believed, people who are alone, travelers. They make you question your memory, your sanity. And then when you go looking for answers, that's when it gets worse. That night, I barely spoke to my brother. I told him I wasn't feeling well, that I needed some time to myself. I sat in the guest room with my phone on the desk, watching the camera feed, waiting, daring something to happen. At 3:14 a.m., the app glitched, just for a second. No motion alert this time, just static. And then, in the corner of the screen, a face. Not fully visible, just part of it, eyes staring. Close to the camera, so close I could see the reflection in one iris. It was me. The feed cut to black. I slammed the laptop shut, heart hammering in my chest. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. For a moment I felt paralyzed, like the fear had sunk its claws into me completely. But I knew what I had to do. I packed a bag, left a note for my brother, and I drove. Not back to the house, not yet. To the town, to the diner where that waitress gave me that strange look, to the gas station where I'd first felt safe, to the police station where the officer had warned me, quietly, calmly, to disappear. And I realized something they all knew, maybe not all the details, but enough to stay quiet, to look away. Maybe because they were afraid, or maybe because they were part of it. But I wasn't afraid anymore. I was going back. Not for revenge, not even for answers. Just to end it, one way or another. Because I couldn't live like this anymore. Because I knew wherever I went, at exactly 3:14 a.m., she would still be watching. And she would always whisper, "You were supposed to stay longer." I arrived back in Old Town Ridge just after noon. The sky was overcast, casting a gray hush over the sleepy town. The kind of day that felt half finished, like something important had been forgotten. The streets were mostly empty, a few cars here and there, a couple of people walking their dogs. No one looked up as I passed. No one recognized me, or maybe they did, and they just chose not to show it. The diner was still there. Same chipped paint on the windows, same dusty neon sign flickering on and off. I parked across the street and watched it for a minute before heading in. The same waitress was behind the counter. Her hair was different, but I knew it was her. I didn't expect her to recognize me. To her, I was probably just another guest from a long list of faces she'd served. But the second our eyes met, something passed between us. Not surprise, just acknowledgement. I sat at the counter. She brought me coffee without asking. "You came back," she said. "I had to." She didn't nod, didn't blink, just stared into her notepad like it had something important to say. "You're not the first," she added. I figured. She scribbled something, then tore the page out and slid it across the counter toward me. It was an address, not the one I remembered, but close, a few blocks off the edge of town. "They move it sometimes," she said quietly. "The furniture changes, the name on the mailbox, but the room stays the same." I didn't ask how she knew. I didn't ask why she was helping. I just took the paper, finished the coffee, and left a 20 on the counter. The new address brought me to the edge of a quiet residential street, lined with trees that had already shed most of their leaves. The house was smaller than before. White siding, one story, a porch swing creaking gently in the wind. No cars in the driveway, but the front door was unlocked. I stepped inside. The layout was different. New wallpaper, new furniture, but the hallway was the same. I walked slowly down the narrow corridor, passing the framed art, the coat hooks, the creaky floorboard just before the guest room. The door to the room was open. The bed was made. Neatly, perfectly. A single key sat on the nightstand, next to a folded note. I didn't touch either. I just stood there for a moment, taking it in. This was the place. Maybe not the same structure, but the place. And she was still here. I pulled my phone from my pocket and opened the camera app. It was already recording. I'd started filming back in the car. No more glitchy footage, no more shadows. Just me, here, walking through this house, with the truth. I turned slowly and walked back to the living room, where the fireplace flickered. There was no firewood, no switch. It burned anyway. I sat in the chair across from it, facing the hallway, waiting. 3:14 wasn't far off. As the clock on my phone ticked closer, the temperature in the room began to drop. Not dramatically, just enough to notice, enough to make the hair on my arms stand up. I checked the camera. Still running. And then, without warning, I heard the sound. The whisper of a door moving. Footsteps, soft, bare, coming from the hallway. I didn't move, didn't speak. I just raised the phone, steady hands capturing everything. She stepped into the room. Same sweater, same face, Karen. Her expression was calm, almost kind, as if we were old friends reuniting. "I knew you'd come back," she said. "I had to," I replied. She looked at the camera, then back at me. Her eyes were strange, too calm, too clear. There was no guilt, no fear, just acceptance. This place, it chooses people. Some don't even know why they book it. They just feel the pull. "What is it?" I asked. "Why me?" She smiled, faint and tired. "It's not about you. Not really. It's about the story. Some people come and they forget. Some never leave. But you remembered. You saw it for what it was." I didn't speak. She walked to the fireplace and crouched beside it, running her hand through the flames. They didn't burn her, just flickered around her fingers. "I don't make the rules," she said. "I just keep the room ready." "Ready for what?" Her smile faded slightly. "For the ones who need it, the ones who've been touched by it already. It doesn't let go. You carry it, whether you want to or not." My throat tightened. So what now? She stood, brushing her hands off like she'd just finished gardening. "Now you leave. For good. You've seen what it is. That's enough." You walked into the fire and walked back out. "And if I don't?" Her eyes hardened. "Then the room gets another guest." We stood there for a long moment. Then I nodded. I turned and walked back down the hallway, past the key, past the bed, out the door. The air outside was colder now, the wind sharper. but the sky was clearing. I drove straight to the county police department 2 towns over, told them everything, showed them the footage, gave them the address, names, dates. I don't know what they did with it. Maybe nothing, maybe everything. I went home. The messages stopped. The nightmares faded. And slowly I started living again. Weeks later, I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. I let it go to voicemail. When I finally listened to it, the voice was one I didn't expect. The waitress. "They shut the house down," she said. "Came in with a warrant, took everything. She's gone, don't know where. But the house is sealed, cameras, lights. No one's booked it since." She paused. "You ended it, you know, whatever it was." And then she hung up. That night, for the first time in months, I slept straight through. No wake-ups, no whispering, no shadow at the foot of my bed. Just silence. The good kind. I don't know what Karen really was. I don't know if she was part of something bigger or just a symptom of it. But I know this. Some houses don't want to be homes. Some places hold on to the people who pass through, like a sickness that refuses to let go. But if you shine enough light into a room like that, sometimes it lets you go. Sometimes it sets you free. And if you're lucky, you never have to check under the bed again. I don't know how to explain what I saw that night. Even now, thinking about it makes my stomach twist and my skin crawl. It was one of those nights when sleep felt impossible, the air in the room heavy and restless. I was lying there in bed, staring at the dark ceiling, trying to will myself to drift off. Outside, the world was quiet, too quiet. That kind of deep silence that feels like it is pressing in on you from all sides. I must have dozed off at some point because I woke up to a noise. It was not loud, just this soft scraping sound that seemed to echo in the darkness. At first, I thought it was the branches of the old oak tree outside, maybe the wind pushing them against the building. But the sound kept going. This steady, deliberate rhythm that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I sat up in bed, my heart already beating faster. The scraping was coming from the window, the one that looked out over the small strip of woods behind the complex. I tried to tell myself it was nothing. Maybe an animal, maybe a bird, but there was something about it that felt wrong. I pulled back the curtain just a crack, and that was when I saw him. He was tall and pale, his skin almost glowing in the dim light from the street lamp. He was naked, completely and utterly exposed, and he was clinging to the drain pipe just outside my window. His fingers were wrapped so tight around the metal that I could see his knuckles, white and straining. His ribs stood out in sharp relief every time he took a breath, each inhale so deep and ragged that I could hear it through the glass. He did not move. He just stood there, staring at me with these wide, unblinking eyes that seemed to shimmer in the half-dark. For a moment, I could not move either. I just stood there, the curtain bunched in my hand, my breath caught somewhere between a gasp and a scream. I do not know how long we stayed like that. Maybe seconds, maybe longer. But it felt like an eternity, the two of us locked in that silent, frozen moment. My mind was racing, every nerve in my body screaming at me to do something. Call the police, run, hide. But I could not seem to make myself move. Finally, He shifted, slowly, like every movement was deliberate. He turned his head and looked away from me, down at the ground below. Then, hand over hand, he began to climb down the drain pipe. His bare feet slipped once on the metal, but he did not make a sound, just kept going, inch by inch, until he reached the ground. I watched him walk away, his pale skin catching the light as he moved into the shadows of the trees. The woods swallowed him up, and then he was gone, like he had never been there at all. I stood there for a long time after that, the curtain still clenched in my fist, my whole body shaking. My mouth felt dry and my legs felt like they would not hold me if I tried to walk. I kept thinking about the way he had looked at me, the way he had not seemed surprised to see me staring back, like he had been expecting me. Eventually I managed to close the curtain and back away from the window. My hands were shaking so badly I had to sit down on the edge of the bed. I felt like I could still hear his breathing, that ragged, hungry sound echoing in my ears. I called the police a few minutes later. My voice was calm, too calm, like it was not really me speaking. I told them what I had seen, about the man outside my window, about the way he had climbed down and vanished into the woods. They said they would send someone to check it out, that I should lock my doors and stay inside. I did what they said. I checked every lock in the apartment twice, then a third time for good measure. I turned on every light and sat in the middle of the living room, my phone clutched in my hand. I could not stop shaking, my mind replaying the image of that man over and over again. The way he had stood there, so still and silent, like he was waiting for something. The police came about 30 minutes later. I could see the flash of their flashlights outside moving through the trees, the beams cutting through the darkness. They knocked on my door and I let them in, trying to keep my voice steady as I told them everything again. They nodded, their faces serious but calm, and said they would keep looking. They found footprints in the dirt under my window, bare footprints, deep and clear in the soft earth, but there was nothing else, no clothes, no sign of who he was or where he had gone. Just those footprints leading away into the trees like a trail of ghosts. They said they would patrol the area for the rest of the night, but there was not much else they could do. One of the officers gave me a sympathetic smile and told me to get some rest, that it was probably just some transient, someone passing through, but I could see it in his eyes. He was as unsettled as I was. After they left, I sat in the living room for a long time, the lights still on, my back pressed against the couch. I did not want to go back to the bedroom, did not want to see that window again. I kept thinking about the way he had looked at me, the way his chest had heaved with every breath, the way he had not seemed afraid at all. I do not know what he wanted or why he had chosen my window, but I know I will never forget the way he looked in the dark, pale and still and utterly human. And I know that even if I never see him again, I will always wonder if he is still out there, watching. The next morning, the world looked exactly the same as it always did. The sun rose and painted everything gold. The birds sang in the trees, and the air smelled like fresh-cut grass and warm pavement. But nothing felt normal to me. Everything felt too bright, too loud, like the world was moving on without noticing the crack that had split open in my life the night before. I tried to go about my usual routine, made coffee, fed the cat, turned on the news just to hear another human voice in the room, but every small sound made me jump. The scrape of a chair against the floor, the creak of the old pipes in the wall, they all felt too close, like they were happening right beside me instead of somewhere in the house. I kept thinking about the man I had seen, his pale skin, the way his ribs moved with each breath, the way he had not even flinched when he saw me watching him. I could not get that image out of my head, no matter how hard I tried. At work, I tried to act like everything was normal. My coworkers made small talk about the weather, about the football game the night before. I smiled and nodded, but inside I felt hollow. My mind kept drifting back to the window, to the woods behind my building, to the footprints the police had found in the dirt. I wanted to tell someone. I wanted to stand up in the middle of the office and shout, "I saw him. I saw something I cannot explain," but I did not. I kept it locked inside, where it felt like it was growing bigger and colder by the hour. That night, I sat in the living room with the lights on and the curtains closed. I could not bring myself to go into the bedroom. I kept replaying it all in my head, the scraping sound, the way he had just stood there, the way he had finally turned and disappeared into the trees. I thought about how close he had been, just a thin pane of glass and a few feet of empty air between us. I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw his face. Not his features. Really, it was too dark to see them clearly, but the shape of him, the stillness, the certainty. It was like he had not been surprised to see me there at all, like he had been waiting for me to look. The next morning I called the police station to ask if they had found anything else. The officer who answered was polite but vague. "We're still looking into it," he said. "We've had a couple of reports of suspicious activity in the area, but nothing concrete." I thanked him and hung up, but his voice had that same careful calm that told me he did not really believe anything would come of it. Maybe he thought it was just some stranger passing through, someone with nowhere else to go, but I knew better. That afternoon, I went out back and walked along the edge of the woods. I told myself I was just getting some fresh air, but really I was looking for something. Anything, a footprint, a piece of clothing, some sign that what I had seen was real and not just a dream I could not wake up from. The ground was soft from the rain the night before, and I could see marks in the dirt, small depressions where someone had walked. They could have been from anyone, I told myself. A neighbor, a kid playing in the trees, but they felt like a message, like a path that led back to that window and the man who had watched me. I stood there for a long time, listening to the wind in the leaves and the distant hum of traffic. I kept expecting to hear that breathing again, the harsh, ragged sound of someone just outside my sight. But the woods were quiet, the kind of quiet that felt like it was holding its breath. When I went back inside, I locked the door behind me and checked every window twice. I tried to tell myself that I was being silly, that I was letting my fear turn something small into something bigger. But deep down I knew that what I had seen was real, and I knew that it was not over. That night I tried to go to bed like normal. I turned off the lights, pulled the covers up around me, and closed my eyes. But every time I started to drift off, I would jolt awake, sure I had heard something, a scrape, a breath, a whisper that was not really there. I finally gave up and went to sit in the living room again. I wrapped a blanket around myself and stared at the door to the balcony, half expecting to see him there, pressed against the glass. But there was nothing, just the soft glow of the street lights and the distant sound of a car engine somewhere far away. At some point, I must have dozed off because I woke up with a start to the sound of something moving outside. My heart was pounding so hard I could barely hear. I got up slowly, every nerve in my body screaming at me to stop, to go back to bed and pretend I had not heard anything. I pulled back the curtain just a little, just enough to see. He was there. Standing at the edge of the woods, his pale body almost glowing in the darkness. He was closer this time, just at the edge of the light from the street lamp. I could see the shape of him clearly, the way he stood so still, like he was part of the trees. He was watching me. I felt my breath catch in my throat. I wanted to scream, to run, to do anything but stand there, but I could not look away. We stood there like that for what felt like hours, locked in this silent, terrible moment. And then, as slowly and carefully as before, he turned and walked back into the trees. I do not know what he wants. I do not know why he chose my window, my building, my life. But I know he will come back. And I know that next time, I might not be brave enough to just stand there and watch. The next few days passed in a haze. I went to work, I went through the motions, but I could not shake the feeling that he was always there, watching, waiting. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw his pale face, the way his ribs seemed to move with each ragged breath, the way he never flinched, never looked away, even when I did. At work, I felt like I was moving through a world that did not quite fit anymore. My co-workers talked and laughed and shared weekend plans like nothing had changed, like the world was still safe. But I could not join in. I felt like there was a pane of glass between me and everyone else, and on the other side was that man, breathing softly in the dark. I stopped sleeping in my bedroom. I started sleeping on the couch in the living room, the lights on, the curtains drawn tight. It did not help much. I still woke up in the middle of the night, my heart pounding in the darkness. Sometimes I would think I heard that scraping sound again, soft and patient, like fingers tracing the window frame. Other times it was just the wind, but I never really knew. One evening, I decided to go for a walk just to clear my head. The sun was setting, the sky painted in soft pinks and oranges that almost made me forget how heavy everything felt. I walked slowly, letting the air fill my lungs, trying to remind myself that the world was still there, that it was still turning. As I walked past the edge of the woods, I stopped. There, in the dirt, were footprints. Bare footprints, long and narrow, pressed deep into the soft earth. My breath caught in my chest. I crouched down, reaching out to touch the edge of one. The dirt was still damp from the rain the night before, the shape of his toes clear and sharp. I stood up quickly, my hands shaking. I looked around, half expecting to see him standing there just beyond the tree line, watching me. But the woods were quiet, the shadows deep and still. I backed away slowly, my heart beating so hard I could feel it in my throat. I went home and locked the door behind me, turning every light in the apartment on. I stood in the kitchen for a long time, trying to calm my breathing, my mind replaying the feel of the dirt under my fingers. The shape of those footprints felt burned into my memory. That night, I could not bring myself to sit by the window. I turned the couch to face the door instead, as if that would keep me safer. I pulled the blanket around my shoulders and waited for the night to end. At exactly 3 a.m, I heard the noise again. Not the soft scrape of branches or the hum of the refrigerator. It was breathing, slow, steady, too deep, and too close to be mine. I held my breath, my hands gripping the edge of the blanket so hard it hurt. I did not move. I did not even blink. The breathing went on for what felt like forever, each inhale and exhale a quiet promise in the darkness. Finally, it stopped. I waited for a long time after that, listening to the silence that followed, half afraid to believe it was really gone. In the morning, I checked the window. There were smudges on the glass, faint and oily, like the marks left by fingertips. I ran my hand over them, feeling the cold smoothness of the glass, and shivered. I called the police again, my voice calm and measured, even though my hands were shaking. I told them about the footprints, about the breathing outside the window. They said they would send someone to look around. But when they came, all they found were those same footprints, leading to the edge of the woods and disappearing into the trees. They told me they would keep an eye on the area, that they would increase patrols, but I could hear it in their voices. They thought it was just a drifter, someone passing through. They did not see the way he looked at me, the way he stood so still, like he was part of the night itself. After they left, I sat in the living room for a long time, the quiet pressing in on me. I thought about moving, about packing a bag and leaving everything behind, but I knew it would not matter. Wherever I went, I would still see him in the dark. I would still feel his breath on the glass. That night, I dreamed about him. I dreamed I was standing at the window, the glass cold against my forehead. Outside, he was waiting. He was closer than before, his face just inches away. His eyes were so dark, like the night had found a way to crawl inside him and never leave. In the dream, he raised a hand and pressed it against the glass, his fingers splayed and thin. I raised mine too, and for a moment it felt like we were touching, like the cold of the window was the only thing that kept him from pulling me out into the night. I woke up gasping, my heart racing, the sheets tangled around my legs. I could still feel the cold of the glass, the weight of his gaze on me, even though I was alone in the room. I sat up and looked around the living room, every shadow suddenly sharp and alive. I got up and checked the locks again, even though I knew they were all still closed. It was not the locks that scared me. It was the feeling that he did not need them, that if he wanted to come in, nothing I did would stop him. I do not know how long this will go on. I do not know what he wants or why he keeps coming back, but I know that I will never forget the way he looked at me, the way he breathed in the dark. And I know that no matter how bright the morning sun, I will always be waiting for that scraping sound to come again. The next day felt like a blur of static in my head. I went to work, but everything felt off. The lights in the office seemed too bright, the hum of the air conditioning too loud, and the voices of my coworkers all blurred together like white noise. I moved through the day like a ghost, nodding and smiling when I had to, but always with one ear turned inward, listening for the echo of his breathing, even when I knew he was not there. When I got home that evening, I stood in the doorway for a long time before I stepped inside. The apartment smelled like coffee and soap and something else, something sharp and clean that reminded me of hospitals. I told myself it was just the scent of the cleaning spray I had used that morning, but I could not shake the thought that it was something else, something left behind by him. I walked through each room slowly, checking every lock, every window. I knew they were all secure, but I had to be sure. When I finally reached the bedroom, I stood in the doorway and stared at the window. The curtains were drawn tight, but I could still feel the cold of the glass, the memory of his hand pressed against it in my dreams. I turned away and went to the living room. pulling the couch closer to the center of the room so I could see every doorway. I turned on the television, not because I wanted to watch it, but because I needed the noise. The chatter of the newscasters was thin and artificial, but it was enough to keep the silence at bay. As the night settled in around me, I tried to read a book, but the words would not stay in my head. My eyes kept drifting to the window, to the faint movement of the curtains in the draft. Every creak of the floorboards felt like footsteps. Every brush of the wind against the glass felt like a hand reaching out to find me. I tried to tell myself that I was being paranoid, that he would not come back again, but I knew better. I knew the way he had looked at me, the way he had stood there like he was waiting for something only he could see. Around midnight, I turned off the television and sat in the dark, listening. The night outside was quiet, the distant sound of cars on the main road, the only sign that the world was still turning. I pulled the blanket tighter around my shoulders and closed my eyes, focusing on the rhythm of my breathing. I do not know how long I sat there like that. Time felt slippery, like it was stretching out into something that did not have an end. I must have drifted off at some point, because I woke up to the sound of something moving outside. It was not loud, just a soft shifting in the darkness, a careful, deliberate sound that made my blood run cold. I sat perfectly still, my heart thudding so hard I thought it would wake the whole neighborhood. Slowly, I turned my head to the window. The curtains were still closed, but I could see the faint outline of movement behind them, a shadow, tall and thin, swaying slightly like it was breathing with me. I did not move. I did not dare. I watched the shape for what felt like forever. My hands clenched so tight in the blanket that my knuckles ached. I could hear my own breath, shaky and too loud in the silence. Then, as if it knew I was watching, the shape leaned closer. I could hear it now, the ragged sound of its breathing, so much like mine but not mine at all. The slow drag of air in and out, like it was trying to match the rhythm of my own lungs. I wanted to scream, to run, to do anything but sit there. But I could not move. My body felt like it was made of stone, every muscle locked in place by a fear that went deeper than anything I had ever known. The shadow stayed there for a long time, just breathing, and then, as slowly and carefully as it had appeared, it slipped away. The curtains stopped moving, the air in the room felt less heavy, and I was alone again. I sat there until the sun started to rise, the first pale light of morning pushing back the darkness. When I finally stood up, my legs were stiff and shaky, and my head felt like it was full of fog. I went to the window and pulled the curtains back. The street below was empty, the world washed clean by the light of dawn. There was no sign of him, no footprints, no smudges on the glass. Just the quiet of a new day. But I knew he had been there. I could still feel the cold where his breath had touched the window, could still hear the echo of that ragged sound in the back of my mind. I called the police again, my voice calm but tight. I told them what I had seen, about the shape behind the curtains, the breathing. They said they would send someone to look around, but I could hear the doubt in their voices. I did not blame them. Even as I said the words out loud, they sounded crazy to me too. But I knew what I had seen. I knew what I had heard. When the police came, they walked through the woods again, their flashlights cutting through the trees like thin blades of light. They found nothing. No footprints, no sign of anyone having been there at all. After they left, I sat in the living room, the morning light creeping slowly across the floor. I thought about the way he had watched me, the way he had moved so silently through the night. I thought about how close he had been, just a breath away from me. I do not know what he wants. I do not know if he will come back tonight, or if he is already here, standing just outside the reach of the light, but I know that I will be ready. I will sit in the quiet and listen, and I will not look away. Because I know now that he is not just a man, he is something else, something that does not need a name to be real. And I know that no matter how bright the sun, he is still out there waiting. The next few days were a kind of quiet torment. Each morning I woke up exhausted, the memory of those long hours of darkness clinging to me like a second skin. I went through my routines, work and home, and the small rituals I used to keep the world feeling normal, but it all felt like a performance, like I was going through the motions of a life that no longer fit. My co-workers did not notice, or if they did, they were kind enough to pretend. I would see them looking at me sometimes, eyes flicking up from their screens, a moment of concern that quickly passed. I could not blame them. I did not know how to explain it to myself, let alone to anyone else. At home, I kept the curtains drawn tight. Every night I moved the couch again, pulling it closer to the center of the room. It felt like the only place where I could see everything at once, the only place where I might have a chance to keep him from slipping inside. I had stopped calling the police. I knew they would not find anything. They had come 3 times already, each time walking the perimeter of the building with their flashlights and polite questions. Each time leaving without answers. I could see it in their faces, the careful patience of people who thought they were dealing with someone on the edge. I knew what they thought, that I was seeing things, imagining it all in the darkness. Maybe part of me even wanted to believe that too, but I couldn't. Not when I had seen him so clearly. Not when I could still hear the way he breathed, deep and ragged and too close. One night, I tried something different. I left the window open a crack, just enough to let in the cold night air. I wanted to see if he would come closer, if there was nothing between us but a thin veil of air. I do not know why. Maybe I thought it would be better to face him than to keep waiting for him to come to me. I sat on the couch, wrapped in a blanket, and waited. The hours passed slowly. The city around me was quiet, the usual sounds of traffic and distant voices muted by the heavy darkness. I watched the curtains move in the faint breeze, the way the moonlight painted shifting patterns on the floor. Around 3 in the morning, I heard it again. That slow, careful breathing just outside the window. My heart froze in my chest. I forced myself to stay still, to keep watching. I saw the curtain move just a little. A pale hand, long fingers splayed, pressed against the glass. The skin was so white it almost glowed in the moonlight, the veins beneath it dark and thin. I could see the way his ribs rose and fell with each breath, the slow heave of his chest. He did not speak. He did not move beyond that. He just stood there, breathing, his fingers leaving faint smudges on the glass. I could feel the air from his lungs, cold and damp, seeping into the room. I do not know how long we stayed like that. It felt like hours, though I know it was only minutes. Then, as slowly and deliberately as he had appeared, he pulled his hand back. The curtain settled into place, and the breathing stopped. I sat there, my whole body trembling, and listened to the silence. It felt heavier than any noise could have been, a thick blanket of quiet that pressed in on my chest. When dawn came, I got up and opened the window all the way. The air smelled fresh, clean, like rain. I leaned out and looked down. There were footprints in the dirt, the same bare prints I had seen before, leading away into the trees. I closed the window and sat back down. My head felt light, my hands numb. I kept thinking about the way his hand had looked against the glass, the way it had seemed almost gentle, like a question he was asking that I did not know how to answer. At work that day, I could barely concentrate. My boss asked me to stay late, some last-minute report that needed to be done. I said yes, even though I knew I would not be able to focus. Anything to keep me out of the apartment for a little while longer. When I finally got home, the sun was already down, the air cool and still. I stood in front of the building for a long time, staring up at my window. It looked so normal from the outside, just another square of darkness in a row of dark windows, but I knew what waited on the other side of that glass. I went inside and locked the door behind me. I did not turn on the lights. I sat on the couch in the dim glow from the street lamp outside and listened. The quiet felt almost like a living thing, a presence that pressed against my skin. I do not know how to explain what happened next. It was not a sound, not exactly, more like a shift in the air, a sudden awareness that he was there. I turned slowly, and he was standing in the doorway to the kitchen, just a few feet away. His skin was as pale as ever, his eyes dark and hollow in the shadows. He was breathing slowly, his chest rising and falling with that same deliberate rhythm. I could see every bone, every line of muscle beneath his skin. He did not speak, he did not smile, he just watched me, his head tilted slightly to one side like he was studying me. I could not move. My whole body felt locked in place, every instinct screaming to run, but my legs refusing to listen. We stared at each other for what felt like a lifetime, the silence between us thick and suffocating. Then, as if he had made some silent decision, he turned and walked back into the kitchen. I heard the faint sound of the back door opening, the soft scrape of his feet on the floor, and then he was gone. I sat there until the sun rose, the first light of day washing the fear from the corners of the room. But it did not wash it from me. The morning after he stood in my kitchen doorway felt like I was walking through a fog. I moved around the apartment slowly, touching everything like I needed to be sure it was real. The kitchen table, the edge of the sink, the soft worn rug beneath my feet. The apartment was exactly the same as it had always been, but it felt different somehow. Like something invisible had been shifted just enough to make me question every shadow, every creak of the floorboards. I kept expecting to find some sign that he had been here, a footprint, a smudge on the door, but there was nothing, just the same quiet, empty rooms. I tried to tell myself that it was over, that maybe I would not see him again, but deep down I knew better. I could feel it in the air, that thick, electric tension that never really went away. I thought about calling someone, about telling a friend or even my mother what had happened, but the words felt too heavy to say out loud. I knew how it would sound. Like a bad dream or a story I had made up to scare myself. I did not want to see that look in their eyes, the one that said they were trying to understand but did not really believe. So I kept it to myself. I went to work and smiled at my co-workers. I answered emails and filed reports. but every time I closed my eyes, I saw him standing in my kitchen, pale and still, and utterly patient, waiting for something I could not name. At night, I sat on the couch with the lights on, my eyes fixed on the window. I thought about moving, about packing up and leaving everything behind, but I knew that would not change anything. I could go anywhere, start over 100 times, and he would still find me, because he was not just a man in the dark. He was something that lived in the spaces between waking and sleep, in the soft edges of the night that never really belonged to the day. I decided to do something I had been too afraid to try. I went out to the woods behind the building in the daylight, my feet crunching softly on the leaves and twigs. The sun was bright, the air cool and sweet. It felt almost normal, almost safe. I walked slowly, looking for anything that might explain why he kept coming back to me. I did not find much. A few broken branches, a faint path where the dirt was pressed down, but no answers, no sign of where he had come from or where he went when he disappeared into the trees. I stood there for a long time listening to the soft rustle of the wind in the leaves. I thought about how he had looked at me, the way he had never seemed surprised or afraid, like he had always known that I would be here, waiting. That night, I went back to my routine. The couch, the blanket, the soft murmur of the television turned low just to keep the silence at bay. But there was something different in the air, a kind of stillness that felt almost peaceful. At exactly 3 a.m, I heard the scrape of his hand on the glass. My breath caught, my heart beating so hard I thought it would crack my ribs, but I did not move. I just sat there, my hands clenched in the blanket, and waited. The curtain moved slowly, and he was there, standing just outside the window, his pale skin almost silver in the moonlight. His eyes met mine, and for the first time, I thought I saw something like sadness there, a flicker of something that was not hunger or malice, but a quiet, endless loneliness. He raised his hand and pressed it against the glass. I did not flinch this time. I raised my hand too, and for a moment, it felt like we were touching. The cold of the glass, the soft whisper of breath on the other side. It was not comfort, but it was not fear either. Just a quiet recognition, a moment of understanding that I did not have words for. We stayed like that for a long time, the night holding its breath around us. Then, as slowly as he had come, he stepped back. He turned and walked into the woods, the darkness closing around him like a door. I sat there until the sun rose, the first light of dawn painting the world in soft gold. I felt tired, but it was a clean, quiet tired, not the frantic, panicked exhaustion that had lived in me for so long. I do not know if he will come back. Maybe he has finally found what he was looking for, or maybe he will always be out there, just beyond the edge of the light. But I am not afraid anymore. I have seen him. I have stood in that silence and let it wash over me. And I know that whatever he was, whatever he is, he was never really mine to fear. The next morning I opened all the windows and let the cool air fill the apartment. I washed the blankets, cleaned every corner, letting the scent of soap and fresh air push out the last of the shadows. I made coffee and sat at the kitchen table, the sun warm on my skin. It felt like the first breath I had taken in a long time. Sometimes late at night I still think I hear him, a soft scrape against the window, a breath that is not quite mine, but I do not run, I do not hide. I just sit in the quiet, and let the darkness be what it is, because I know now that there is nothing left to fear in it, nothing but the soft echo of my own heart, steady and strong in the night. And that, I think, is enough.